thread in the tapestry, though its color brightly shine, could never see its purpose in the pattern of the grand design. And the stone that sits at the very top of the mountain's mighty face, does it think it's more important than the stones that form the base? So how can you see what your life is worth or where your value lies? You can never see through the eyes of man. You must look at your life, look at your life through heaven's eyes. Of gold in the desert sand is less than a cool fresh spring, and to one lost sheep a shepherd's boy is greater than the richest king. If a man lose everything he owns, has he truly lost his worth, or is it the beginning of a new and brighter birth? So how do you measure the worth of a man in wealth or strength or size, in how much he gained or how much he gave? The answer will come, the answer will come to him who tries to look at his life through heaven's eyes. And that's why we share all we have with you, though there's little to be found. When all you have is nothing, there's a lot to go around. Life can escape being blown about by the winds of change and chance. And though you'll never know all the steps, you must learn to join the dance. You must learn to join the dance. So lie, 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 lie. Look at your life, look at your life. I can give, but this chance that you may live, I pray we'll meet again if He will deliver us. Hear our prayer, deliver us from these famished years as slaves. We've grown too old to stand. Deliver us. There's a land you promised us. Deliver us to the promise and from the bondage as promised. Hush now, my baby, be still, love, don't cry. Sleep as you're rocked by the stream. Sleep and remember my last lullaby. I'll be with you when you dream. River, flow gently for me. Such precious cargo you bear. Do you know somewhere he can be free? River, deliver him Brother, you're safe now, and safe may you stay. I have a prayer just for you. Grow, baby brother, come back someday. Come and deliver us to.
My lovely, lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Mycena, Dark Slime, Kino Saltier, Dank Catlord, Polaire, Fernie, Uncle Gumball, Twos, Oklahoma, Baphomet, Joey Ravioli, said some of you are, Dank Catlord, Ether Gayfesh, Silver Game Cube, Renophilia, Nerodia, Proud Platypus, Windleby, Ada Stardust, Polly Math, Alioth, Rusty, Shackleford, thank you very much for the tier 3 sub, by the way. And from the YouTube chat, Ryan Phoenix, Palm Dad, Another Bored Person, Jessica Timler, 2-Bit Dork, Leth, LH Fruit, Zach Fletcher, Tasty Haze, Love of Lyrics, Bree, Constanzia Kenway, Angelica, Marina Glitch Dash, Aska, Kitty Tick, Sylvia, leftist redneck. So you gonna argue with fans today? Maybe. I might argue with fans today. Almost every call-in stream that I do, there is at least one argument. So we'll see how it goes. But it might also be very chill. It's up to you all. You get to decide. If you call in and you want to debate with me, then so be it. However, today there is something special, okay? Which is that I am going to be having surprise guests. I literally still do not know who the surprise guests are going to be. But my lovely, lovely team, led by Alora Anafis, have scheduled some surprise guests for me, which will be coming up basically right out the gate at the beginning here. And that sounds pretty fun. I'm excited for that. If you haven't figured it out yet, tonight is the Signal Night call-in stream, which is a community-focused event where we have members of the community come on, ask me questions, argue with me, talk to me, tell me things, whatever. You are the focus of tonight. And the goal, of course, is to let other members of the community hear the voices of their fellow community members. It is a garden growing activity. It is a signal building activity, okay? And that's what we're doing tonight. All of these tend to be incredibly fun, but they are very community focused, which means... Whoa, why is that like so quiet? What the hell's going on with my... Wow, that's the quietest like I've ever heard. What's going on here? That's too quiet. What's going on over here? That's fucking weird. We gotta boost that thing up. The soundboard's back. Of course, I rebuilt my... didn't rebuild, but I restructured my setup. We gotta boost that up just a tiny bit. I'm gonna need your likes now more than ever, because community-focused nights are obviously community-focused. They're not always likely to bring new people in. That's not always true, but that's just how it is. So your likes will make sure that we get out in front of other people who might feel the desire to come in. Can we get a ha 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 just for last stream? Yeah, you guys can get a ha 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 just for last stream. Where is it here? Isn't that good? It's so, why are they so quiet? Did I oh, I know why. I know why they're so comparatively quiet. It's because I boosted my gain last stream because I was too quiet in the other setup. So now I'm probably way too loud. Okay, that's probably, everybody probably had to turn their YouTube volume down. Let me adjust that. There we go. That should fix things quite a bit. Oh, yeah, the conversation on Friday with the Deep Fat Fried guys was fucking great. That was I had a great time. And in fact, I've been invited to go on again in the future. Hopefully sooner rather than later. That will be very fun. We debated about a lot. We debated about AI. I did not expect AI to be the main contention. It was actually probably the thing we argued about the hardest. And I think that there were things that I could have done better. I did not prepare for the AI argument at all, so I was definitely going off of pure memory there. And I made a few mistakes, but I think I'd do better next time. Anyway, it was still very good. It was still very good, and I feel like I held my own regardless. Hell yeah, we'll watch those in just a second. We gotta move quick. But I do feel I feel like I did very well in my Trump versus Bush segment. I feel like my points were pretty strong. He did get me for sure, and I granted him this one. He got a pretty good argument on No Child Left Behind, which was definitely a weakness in my armor, but I don't think it was a fatal weakness in my armor, so to say. I took a scratch on No Child Left Behind because I hadn't properly prepared to deal with that particular contention. Because I don't know, for some reason I didn't think about it. It's just a genuine mistake. I should have looked into Trump's education policies, but I was focusing on my core 5 arguments. Yeah. Trump did pretty bad. I mean, he did, yeah, as Polymath brings up, yeah, Trump like slashed food support for schools on, you know, which is pretty major, literally leading to kids being malnourished, especially poor kids. It's like aimed at the heads of poor children, which is pretty sad. But yeah. And oh yeah, there's like the arming teachers thing. There's a whole bunch. But yeah, no Child Left Behind was a good argument for him. But I feel like I had a pretty solid case on my other points. Coronavirus is almost inarguable. The fact that like Donald Trump is responsible for so much death, the damage he did, people have forgotten just how bad it was. Like I haven't, because I literally covered it as it was happening live. I remember talking about it almost every single day during the pandemic. We would talk about shit that Trump was doing to downplay protective measures, to instill doubt, to spread misinformation. But a lot of people have forgotten just because it wasn't, you know, they as time goes on, you forget all the individual incidents. There were so many. Like, everybody remembers the bleach one. The like, oh, you know, we can use bleach and disinfectants to kill it. But did anybody forget about shooting sunlight into your veins? That's another one that gets forgotten sometimes. Everybody remembers the bleach one, but the sun, where he said that they were coming up with a cure for coronavirus that involves shooting the sun into your veins. And he was doing this constantly. Do you guys remember when he got a ton of people sick? Because, he deliberetely went unmasked to an event, and then within a couple of days, that was when he got diagnosed with COVID. And he had, like, there was good evidence that he suspected that he had COVID, and he just went to an event with all of his donors with no mask on, and none of them were masking. Like, he probably directly killed some of his own donors. Wild. Actually wild. Yeah, he probably killed Herman Cain. Yep. Anyway, I thought it was a good debate. There was a comment, everybody, there was a comment I wanted to read, which was a comment from somebody on one of my videos, from one of our community members, and I wanted to read it, okay? Because I thought this was really, really good. So here's the comment. This is a comment from user Ziggles. Ziggles wrote this comment on my YouTube video on the conversation I had about AI, and I wanted to read this one because I thought it was really good. Ziggles says, the difference between a machine mashing up stolen images based on a prompt and a human taking inspiration is quite literally just that, inspiration. A machine cannot be inspired. A machine isn't so moved by a piece of art that they take its elements and decide to iterate on them. The algorithm just collages images together, but it lacks its own personal style, deliberation, a sense of cohesion, or theming. It lacks artistic drive and passion. Arguing for the possibility of a genuinely intelligent machines is irrelevant when that isn't what we're actually dealing with here, when the conversation is still centered around the types of generated images we see now. When I see an AI actually draw an image, build it from the ground up, and explain its process and choices it's made, we can have that conversation. But now is not that time. On TJ asking the AI program what its process was, one, most artists would have a lot more to say than about their own work than that rushed 2 hours freshman level art criticism paper ChatGPT spit out. As I know as someone who spit out many a paper like that in my college art history courses, which I only tended to do about pieces I wasn't passionate about. I wrote it to satisfy a prompt. Sounds familiar? Two, I don't know, it's just swirls and stuff. Says a lot more about the artist's feelings about the work and state of mind they were in when they gave it that, when they made it, than a text block generated to sound like actual art criticism. One is an actual feeling, the other is copy-pasted from other sources to resemble a cogent thought process. The fact you can't tell the difference says more about your idea of artistic integrity than the AI itself. And then they continue, Ziggles continues, I'm not even particularly interested in the is it art question because I think defining art in rigid terms is a fool's errand that can go down some unfortunate roads. And it's unimportant to the point. The ethics of the way AI generated images and texts work right now are bad. And no, humans taking inspiration and interpreting past works into their own is not the same. Arguing that corporations shouldn't get to strip human artists from their industry and sell slop to consumers by adopting AI is not bigotry. AI as it stands now is not intelligent enough to be considered a conscious being and therefore doesn't face discrimination. The only thing being gatekept is the ability for tech bro CEOs to line their pockets from idiots who will shovel anything that looks pretty down their throats without ever actually having to think about the art they consume. And I gotta say, Ziggles, based. Actually, huge, massive essay post, but it was a damn good essay post, and I wanted to give you particular shout out because I thought it was very, very good. I don't know if you're watching right now, but if you are, excellent comment, and thank you very, very much. I think you put some things better than I did myself, though I tended to agree with a lot of your arguments. There was another one that I wanted to read, but I can't. I don't know if I can find it. It was from somebody who is a programmer. Let me see. Where was it? Oh yeah. Also, people pointed out. People pointed out that the guy who was talking about the AI doing like the intelligence test and passing the bot, remember at the beginning of the conversation, if you watched it, when I said we were having a back and forth, and Paul brought up that he read somewhere that an AI like passed a test designed to identify bots, and like by tricking and figuring out how to trick the CAPTCHA checker, and somebody in the comments linked that the source of that was from a guy who went on Joe Rogan to try and promote AI products. So it was literally a fucking salesman pushing that shit. I can't find the comment now, but that was cool. It was cool. Anyway, I wanted to read off that comment because I thought it was impressive. And it was interesting to me. Fortnite meme I forgot to add. All right, let's do these memes real quick because we're running tight on time. We got a little bit of time before we got to get going. We got to make good time. All right, let's see the memes for the day. Let's see the Fortnite meme first. Let's do it. Fortnite meme first. Let's see. Judge it. Let's judge the Fortnite meme. God damn it. Can we watch this as a video? There we go. I hate these fucking...
We're gonna break your legs. Come on, guys. Get him!
This is pretty fucking good. Accurate to the current. This is literally the actual current this is the actual current Fortnite experience, except over in the corner is fucking Solid Snake teabagging a xenomorph from Alien.
All right then. My perfect ass! Damn it! For God's sakes, I'll do it myself!
So fucking accurate. Literally the actual experience of playing Fortnite. And I can say that because I've played Fortnite very recently. Extremely good meme. Are you the one playing a snake? Yes. Listen, I'm not even kidding you. For the last, let's see. For the last, like, 4 years, I have never played as any other character except Cuddle Team Leader. And then I jumped into Fortnite the other day, played one single match, got a Crown Victory Royale, unlocked Snake in a single match. I did all of the quests in one match, unlocked Snake, immediately changed to Solid Snake. That's how it goes. That's how it went. I do have fun with Fortnite, though. I genuinely think Fortnite's a fun game, but I have problems with Fortnite where that I have with like a lot of other of the Battle Pass addiction mechanic games. I'm just kind of immune to it because I had a founder pack from Fortnite from like 100 million years ago, so I get free V-Bucks, which means there's no temptation to like for FOMO shit. I just whenever I want to play it, I will always have enough V-Bucks to buy the Battle Pass and play out however much I want. I might even play Fortnite today because I don't know if I'm going to be able to focus on Dark Souls 2 while doing call-ins, but we'll have to see how that goes. Did you ever play as Dante in Monster Hunter? I've played with Dante in Monster Hunter, and I've unlocked the Dante skin in Monster Hunter. They added the chicken from Family Guy's skin. I believe that. Everyone always talks about Solid Snake, but what about Liquid Snake? Liquid Snake is real. Liquid Snake is a real character, and so is Naked Snake. And Solidus Snake. I don't think there's a gaseous snake, though. Monster Hunter is too complicated for me to get into. That's what you think. Your mind will adjust to it. Although, okay, I have to admit something, though, okay? I have to admit something terrible. I got legitimately tilted yesterday. I'm not even kidding you. It's been so long since I've been truly angry at a video game, but yesterday, it happened. I was playing Monster Hunter World with my partners, and we failed like 6 Elder Dragon hunts within like a couple hours, and it was I was genuinely so angry. It was one of those times where I was just like seethingly mad, okay? Genuinely, it was so fucking annoying. It was painful. I was in pain. I was suffering. It was Namiel was first it was Shara Ishvalda, the final Shara Ishvalda fight, which the Shara Ishvalda fight is not that hard if you're doing it with 2 people, and it becomes a lot harder if you're doing it with 3 people. Which we were doing it with 3 people. In fact, I would argue that playing with 3 people is the hardest way to play Monster Hunter. It's actually easier to play with 2 or with 4. And that's actually a part of the scaling. In Monster Hunter, the monster scaling goes it scales for 1 player, it scales for 2 players, and then it scales for 3 and 4 in a single bracket. So the monster doesn't get any harder if you add a 4th player, but it does if you add a 3rd player from 2. So it's a weird little quirk. I'm about to do Shara Ishvalda with 3 people. I go with the Lord. Boon of Tyrants, number 1, get defense boost 7, okay? Make sure you have defense boost 7. Shara Ishvalda does not do elemental damage. It does raw damage. So make sure you have defense boost 7. You need all the defense you can get. Secondly, make sure, obviously, you have health boost 3. And get tremor resistance 3. If you have max tremor resistance, the fight becomes much, much more manageable. It will still be difficult, but yeah. Also, oh, I love the shirt. What brand is it? This is actually a dress, but it is a Killstar shirt, and I quite like it. I quite like it. Yeah, so also Shara Ishvalda is a lot harder when you're playing with a gun. And I have a rant about playing fucking heavy bowgun. I love my heavy bowgun, but there's some World is very mean to bowgun players. Very fucking mean, okay? And then the other one was Namiel. Namiel was the other one that I don't know what was going on. It was, the reason is because we didn't realize at first, but it was a 20-minute Namiel fight. So the first 2 times, we just got wiped on Namiel because we didn't have the right combo of stuff. We didn't have the right defenses tuned. And the third time we did it, we ran out of time because we hadn't realized it was a 20-minute hunt, which was brutal. Brutal. Yeah. Anyway, it was rough and I got tilted, but I'm better now. I got better. It got better. I'm healed. I'm healed now. Yeah, 20 minutes is very hard for a master rank Elder Dragon. It was very difficult. I'm right now, I'm trying to build up a truly powerful set because I want to take on the hard stuff. I don't know if I'll ever be able to beat Elatrion, which is like the ultimate skill check. It is the hardest fight, arguably the hardest fight in the entire game of Monster Hunter World. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do Elatrion, but I want to do the other ones. I want to do the arch-tempered fights, and I want to do the empower, like the Stygian Zinogre or whatever it is. Yeah. You're getting pushy, Mr. Krabs. You're getting pushy. Don't make me fucking put the Kaneko Man. I'll put it to the end of the stream. Maybe I'll even push it to next stream. Don't overdo it. I'm ranting about... Can't you see I'm ranting about Monster Hunter? What other games do you like? Too many. But, my top 10 list, or I don't have a top 10 on hand, but my favorite games of all time are Pathologic 2, Death Stranding, Majora's Mask, Disco Elysium, and then the entire Souls series in various order. That's basically my favorite games of all time list. I really... but yeah, I love Souls games. I love Monster Hunter now. I'm a newcomer to Monster Hunter. I've only been playing Monster Hunter for like a few years. But I really love it, and yeah. Death Stranding is a beautiful and wonderful game. By the way, if you are here, make sure that you've pressed like on the stream. Pressing like will make sure that we get as many viewers as possible, which is going to be very important, given that this is a community-focused stream, and it won't get as many outside clicks as usual. So we want to get as many people in here as possible. Tell your friends, tell your family, get everybody in here. It's going to be a fun night, but we need as many likes as possible. Thank you so much. We had so many protective skills that we were able to take direct hits from the Shara Ishvalda Kamehameha without dying. Yeah, that's tough. There's also the Spirit Bomb ability. Honestly, the thing that kills me the most is not the blast. The one that kills me the absolute most on Shara Ishvalda is when he does the spray, he uses the tips of his wings and he sprays the sharp, it's like extreme air pressure. He uses like a beam of air, and when he does that, sometimes he'll pass the same spot twice. And with heavy bowgun, you have a really slow recovery, unless you like stack quick sheath. But sometimes when he does the double pass, it'll hit me once, knock me over, and then hit me a second time, and it's just done. Yeah. All right, let's do the Kaneko Man one, and then we got this meme from Retcon. Let's do it. Let's see it. Whoa! got a violent one already. We got a guy with big head. He's pincher guy. He looks like he's like a beetle. Okay. Oh, never mind. He tore them off. Okay. He got him with the dick slap there at the end. He got him with the pelvic thrust directly to the ass. Half of my audience was like, need. I bet like literally 50% of you said that. IRL. All right, let's see what Retcon's meme is.
Oh, we're just allowed to go in here. What's the point of the guards? They don't give a shit.
They don't care. It's like free reign down here.
Oh my god. Oh.
Oh.
We're inside of his balls, dude.
What is
We're
that?
inside of this man's balls.
What is that?
That is his penis, dude. That's his lump. Oh my god.
Oh!
Oh my god. What was that little nub?
That's it. That's the penis.
Oh!
Okay, I watched way too much of the Golem gameplay, which is, you know, I don't know why I did that, but I had a fun time with it. I'm happy that people are still having fun playing it in like a so bad it's good way. The Golem game, like, goddamn, it really managed to go somewhere that most other games didn't. And it's crazy that Golem got outdone because of that, what was that game? The day, what was it called? The Day Tomorrow? What was that fucking game that just came out at the very end of last year that was like a massively anticipated, crazy project? Tons of people bought it, and then it sucked? The day before? The day after? Oh yeah, and then Kong Skull Island had the fucking JPEG jump scare. The day before? That's the one? Day before. Yeah, there's a part in the King Kong, like, licensed shovelware game. There was a part where they just didn't even bother animating it. They just have a really shitty looking image go up on the screen. It makes like a dinosaur noise and it like vibrates a little bit, but it's literally a still image in like low quality. Was Gollum worse than Starfield? Honestly, probably yes, by like a considerable amount, but Starfield might have been more disappointing for a lot of people because I don't think anybody really expected the Gollum game to be good. Starfield probably disappointed a lot more people. But also, it doesn't really matter because it got outdone by the King Kong game and the day before. Yeah, Starfield definitely has like actual functioning gameplay though. Like that's the thing. It has problems, but it actually works like to some degree, which is, you know, more than you can say for the other stuff. What's this? What have you sent me? It's TikTok. Oh shit. Oh no, it's gonna autoplay. Oh, here it is. Oh god damn it. I hate fucking TikTok on the computer. Here, let me see if I can play it. Here we go. Here it is. We'll watch it. We'll watch it. Here we go. Look, that literally happens. So like in the game, Why? I don't know why this. Oh wait, I muted the tab. That's why I'm stupid. Hold on. Unmute the tab. So yeah, watch this. So like, you're playing the game, right? Watch this shit. And then it cuts to him, and it cuts back to a literal, like there's an actual JPEG just in there. They never took it out.
There it is! Oh my god, there it is! The JPEG! There it is! Yes, we saw it! We saw the JPEG! Yes! Yes!
Okay, this guy might be having a little too much fun with this. That's a little bit much. Little strong reaction there. Laying it on a little thick, my man. Holy shit, I saw the meme from the internet! Look, I don't want to be too mean to him. We've all had our moments, okay? Sometimes you get a little too excited and then you're coming before you know it, you know? Holy shit! There it is! The cake! It was actually in the game! It's actually there! It's down with the turrets! There it is! It's the cake! Holy fuck! Oh! We saw it! We did it, chat! Anyway. Okay, so, was there, I wanted to think if there's anything else I wanted to talk about before we got into the actual call-in stream. We'll be doing, by the way, for those who are here for call-ins, I'm so bad, I'm so unprofessional, and by that I mean I'm super professional. This is my third, I did 2 8-hour streams already this week, and I'm doing another at least 6-hour stream today for you all, so I take back what I said. I'm actually supremely professional and I'm overworking myself just for you. But that said, I forgot to explain. If you want to call in, call-ins will begin first come, first serve basis at the top of this coming hour. So at 5 o'clock p.m. PST, in about 30 minutes from now, the call-in registrations will open and you can do that. Why does it? God damn it. There you go. Click right there. I typed in the stupid old command, the caller guide versus caller's guide. Yeah, you click that link right there that's in chat. You see it on the screen? It's in chat. You have to get in the Discord. Discord.gg/DemonMama. If you want to call in, you got to be in there. It's super easy. And then you can follow that guide to figure out how you'll get to register. It's very easy. It's not a complicated process. Couple clicks is all it takes, and you can call in, and it'll be nice and beautiful and wonderful, okay? It's gonna be great. Gonna get a lot of weird calls. I don't think I'm gonna get a lot of weird calls. Honestly, most of the calls are really, really chill. We haven't had any weird calls recently, but that's because I have a based community. My community, my like core community are like well-adjusted, healthy people who care about the world and the people in it. They're pillars of their own communities. They're shining souls. If you were to defeat them in armed combat, you would receive a large number of currency that you could spend at a nearby shop. That's all I'm saying, you know? Yeah. Yes, leftist redneck, of course. Well, okay, some of you might not be well-adjusted or healthy, but you still have radiant souls nonetheless, okay? There you go. Have that. Loads of dosh. I have a super weird call, by the way. Why are they still so quiet? Why is this, why are they, I feel like these are too quiet. There we go. That's much better. That one's supposed to be loud. I had it cranked up because it's supposed to be overwhelming. Let me test the other ones before we get too far in here. Okay, that one's reasonable. That one's reasonable.
Oh my god.
Way too quiet. Oh, that one's just generally quiet. Okay.
Bazinga.
Bazinga's okay. We gotta crank that up just a tiny bit.
Bazinga.
Much better, much better, much better. There we go. Crank that one up a little bit.
I am Adolf Hitler. I am Adolf Hitler.
There we go. All right. We got that one cranked up.
My mother had me tested.
That one's always going to be quiet, but that's okay. All right, we're good. We're going to get some new ones, too. We're going to get some new ones. You know, everybody's been yelling at me to go watch that stupid Ben Shapiro, Tom McDonald rap, and I refuse. I've yet refused to watch it. It legitimately just sounds so bad. Like, I don't know why. I don't know. And also, you'll just get copyrighted. I can't listen to it on stream, so. Yeah, didn't they use like an AI assist to help Ben rap? Silver GameCube with the $20 says, I can't access Discord, so I can't call, but I will be listening intently while making chocolate-covered pretzels for my partner. You're the best. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you so much for the incredibly generous donation, Silver GameCube. Remember, tonight, a portion of all of the donations, a solid, I always forget the percentage, but a chunk of all of the donations will be going to our wonderful Signal Night producer, Alora. So if you want to help Alora out, donations tonight will be split between me and Alora. So please consider being extra generous tonight because Alora puts a lot of work into this. So, and they work very, very hard on that. So. Tom McDonald is just embarrassing. Like, I legitimately just think he's embarrassing. That's all there is to it. I don't think he's offensive or dangerous or any. I just think he's genuinely embarrassing. But also those pretzels. That sounds chocolate covered pretzels sounds fucking great. Not gonna lie. Ben was so auto-tuned it sounded like an AI. Excellent sound effect, right? You should at least watch the video. But here's the thing, I can't watch the video online because you'll get copyright striked because it's a song. So it's designed for basically Twitter people to soy at. And I'm not about that. If I'm gonna listen to conservative shit, I'm going to be paid for it. You understand? Like, I don't do that for free, okay? You get it? It's one of those things where it's just I'm not gonna spend my own personal time. I could be playing video games, I could be reading, I could be playing my piano, I could be doing literally anything else. If I'm gonna watch conservative garbage, it's gonna be so that we can laugh at it together for money on the internet. But that's not possible when they copyright strike it. So, you know. Anyway, basically all conservative, like, rap is just like, I go to church and do my homework on time. I am so good. You see these tattoos? They're for Jesus Christ. I am going to kiss my mom and my dad, except not my dad because he's a liberal and I think he's gay. That's basically all conservative rap. I just did basically all of it for you. B-Shock is legit, and that's because B-Shock was from the heart. Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil in the tooth. Do the Jesus lean. Do the Jesus lean. Do the Jesus lean. And stop. And do the Jesus lean. And do the Jesus lean. You know, that kind of thing. and kick the devil in the tooth. 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 That's because it came from the heart, okay? There are good Christian musicians, by the way, but they're rarely turbo conservatives. Rarely. There are occasionally them. And they never make the conservatism the central part of their music because they know it's fucking lame. Like, can you imagine if, like, the entire Killer's discography was just about how mad they were that everyone was drinking coffee? I got milk in my decaf soda. Not soda. My decaf coffee. I got milk in my decaf coffee. Got milk in my decaf coffee. I got milk in my decaf coffee. You drink caffeine because you're going to hell. You know how bad it would be? That'd be terrible. Reliant K are bangers. I was just talking about them. I'm coming out of my cage and I'm doing just fine. She doesn't want to soak with me because she's with someone else. I don't know. The Killer's first album has a whole arc about murdering an ex for leaving him. That's insane, but but insane shit often makes good music. Okay? That's not like Christian conservative culture war shit. That's just psycho behavior generally. Thoughts on Hazbin Hotel? Okay, I'll give you my thoughts on Hazbin Hotel, but it's getting close to the time that we're gonna get there. Hold on. First, I have to thank this. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat, Taco Face Fart. Why do I feel like I'm being involved in something with that name? Really enjoyed your conversation with TJ and Paul. Thank you. I deeply appreciate you supporting the show, Taco Face Fart. Seriously, it means the world to me. Also, I really enjoyed my conversation with TJ and Paul as well. I genuinely did. I had a great time. The other one, okay, so what I was going to say about Hazbin Hotel. So when I heard about Hazbin Hotel, I thought it was a cartoon series. And I was like, that's a series I'll have to check out sometime. And then I found out that it actually was just a pilot. There was just like one episode. It was just like a concept. And they were like, hell yeah. And people like, a fandom spawned just from like a pilot episode of a TV show. And I watched it and I was like, okay, this is pretty good. I thought there was more to this. And then shortly afterwards, I found out that actually they are going to be making a TV show many years after the initial one came out, and now everybody's pissed off about it. So I was like getting jerked all over the place here going, oh, I thought, you know, I saw this Hazbin Hotel fandom, and I was like, oh, there must be like a robust show that's been running for seasons. No, they were like a fandom over a single episode, and then many years later it became a show, and now people are mad about it. It was kind of confusing. Yeah. Have you seen Hell of a Boss? I've seen one episode of Hell of a Boss. And from what I understand, Hell of a Boss is supposed to be like a spiritual successor to Hazbin Hotel. But it's not the same show. But it has like a lot of the same energy. Yeah, so why are people mad about it? People are mad about it because it's being made under like slave labor conditions. Basically, they make the animators like when they go in, a wooden mask is squashed onto their face. that like sucks all the life force out of them, and then they're forced to like walk around like super hunched over, and they have like really thin and long fingers, and roots start growing up out from underneath their fingernails as they work to draw the stuff, and their mind slowly goes through one by one their most precious memories, and from the roots, the memories seep out into the mouth of like a great beast that's hovering over them, and that's how the cartoon is being produced. So that's why people are mad about it. Yeah. Like the little guys from Dark Crystal. Yes, exactly, precisely. Yeah, the animators are getting paid like nothing to do the show, and yeah. It's mostly anti-fans that hate Vivzy and her crew for no reason. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I'm not 100% sure about that. But to be fair, I'm not 100% into the whole fandom discourse, because from the outside, it basically looks like a bunch of people with like the Onceler as their avatar throwing tomatoes at each other. But like one side has the Onceler facing left and one has the Onceler facing right, and they're basically like gunning each other down the streets over like the R Onceler versus L Onceler foundations. So maybe I could be getting some things wrong. I don't know. You're good. You're getting some excellent clips tonight, Uncle Gumbald. Proud of you. Proud of you. No, I don't, Zadoki. I don't know what the Onceler did. I'm sorry. I heard he did something with a thneed. Okay, but here's a hot take, okay? This is gonna make everyone go crazy, but legit, the opening song to the Illumination Pictures, why am I fucking blanking on it? I Speak for the Trees. That guy. Whatever his name is. The Thneedville guy. The Lorax, thank you. The opening song to that is such a banger. It's so good. It's actually so good. The part with Aloysius O'Hare. Oh, look there, it's Aloysius O'Hare, the man who found how to charge for air and became a gajillionaire. What a fucking legendary line. Ah, so good. And he jumps out of the hot air balloon. The opening is legitimately good. That's messed up. The rest of the movie is very forgettable to me. Like, I've seen the Lorax a shocking amount of times. Long story short, one of my exes had 2 kids, and so I spent a lot of time watching hanging out with and watching her kids, and they were awesome, and we got along very well. But they really liked watching the Lorax, and so I saw the Lorax a shocking amount of times during that period of time, and yeah. The rest of the I barely remember the order of events in that movie because it's so forgettable. But there's a couple of good songs in there. Obviously, everybody's like, "How bad can it be?" That song. I don't even like that song, but it's catchy. But the opener is where it's at. Especially that one dude, when they have the guy do the fucking crazy high note. Beautiful. I would pay money to see how a Thnid is made. We know how the Thnid is made. It's not nice. Do I speak for the trees? I do my best. I don't always do the best job, but I try at least. Have you heard Biggering? I don't remember that one. Speaking of movies and kids, I saw Godzilla last night, and a guy had his young kid there, and at the end he was like, "Were you able to read the subtitles and follow along?" And his son was like, "Most of it was cool." That's kind of great. That's really cool. I actually think that's a really cool way to like encourage your kid to learn how to read. It was cut, but it was, wait, you can't listen. I can't listen to this because it's gonna get me hit. Isn't this copyrighted? This is definitely, yes, this is definitely gonna get me hit. It's literally got the, I can't do this. I'll have to listen to it at some point. I'll put it on my watch later, you guys, and I'll tell you if it was crazy or not, okay? God, I hate the future. It's free on YouTube. They had to cut it because it goes too hard with climate change and anti-corporate stuff. All right, I'll do it. I'll listen to it. Did I miss the Dark Souls? No, we haven't even begun it, to be completely honest. In fact, we're about to begin the call-ins, okay? All right. Infamous guests are in the waiting room with video, audio checked, ready for you whenever you are. Let's do this. Hold on, let me see. I'm going to get in there now, okay? It's time, everyone. It's time. My lovely imps, we now begin our infamous, the final celebration of Impmas, the signal night that signals the end of a wonderful Impmas. But before we get into that, before I truly begin taking calls, I just want to say thank you for a beautiful Impmas. As you know, we continue celebrating Impmas as long as you want, but unfortunately the Impmas tree is drying out, so we're going to be taking down the Impmas tree after this stream and putting up some of the some other decorations. Then I am going to begin, within the next week or so, I'm going to begin building my new studio. That's right. I am reconstructing the studio because we have another room that we are going to be moving the studio into and restructuring things. So there might be a short break at some point, probably not immediately, but at some point where we are moving everything over to the new studio so you guys can see the new design. It's going to be a whole fresh new look. But I want to say thank you, before we make all the big changes, for a beautiful Impmas. It's been wonderful. As you guys know, I've streamed quite a lot over the last month and a half. Since we started celebrating Impmas. We gave away a bunch of games. We had a whole bunch of fun. We did a bunch of wild stuff. It's been a really, really good time. So, I just want to say thank you for that. And I hope you're all ready to have a nice night tonight, because it should be pretty amazing. I am going to hop in and we are going to begin taking calls. So we have a handful of pre-registered guests who are going to be coming in, and then after that we're going to open full registrations for everyone. So surprise guests are coming soon, and I still don't know who the surprise guests are. I haven't been able to see it, and I'm not looking. So here we go. Without any further ado, let's do this. Okay, let's do this. All right, let me just wait, hold on. Let me just make sure I got this all. Okay. Real quick. I'm going to be prepared for us to put on video, because as I understand it, the first few guests are going to have video. Hello, hello, hello! Hey!
How's it going, Demon Mama?
Good. How are you? It is wonderful to hear you. Did you want to do video tonight? I don't know if you were up for that.
I do have video up actually. If you wanna, let me go ahead and turn that on real quick. There we go.
Amazing. Let me get you up on the big screen here. Blam! Suris, welcome.
How is it going? Let me go ahead and do my quick post on Twitter to let everybody know I'm over here as well.
Yay!
for funsies. But how has your stream been going so far?
So far, it's been really good. It's been very all over the place. I've had a lot of very goofy things to talk about. We've been, what have we talked about? Hazbin Hotel, and for some reason we talked about the Lorax, and we talked about a little bit about AI. It's been a fun time. The warm-up has been very, very good.
Fun. My me and my girlfriend have actually been watching through Hazbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss recently, so it was nice hearing the commentary on that. I'm like, oh yeah, I knew that reference.
Yeah, well that's great. I watched Hazbin Hotel, and I watched like the first episode of I watched like the first episode, I think, of Hell of a Boss. I don't know what happens after that, and I don't fully know the drama right now because I know people are like mad about stuff, but I don't fully understand it. I know there was one thing that was like legit, which was like the people were being underpaid or something. I don't know. It seemed fun. Hazbin Hotel was great. I liked that little pilot. I didn't. When I first set out to go watch it, somebody said, hey, you want to watch Hazbin Hotel? I'm like, yeah, sure, I can watch an episode. They're like, well, there's only one. And I was like, what?
Well, that's perfect.
Yeah, so,
yeah,
I mean,
I've enjoyed the series up to a point. It has a weird start. Like, the pilot's amazing, and then episode 1 and 2 are kind of a little flat, almost, okay. and then it picks itself back up and becomes properly what it's supposed to be. Hell of a Boss also has been really, really fun. I know you mentioned that that one is like a spiritual sequel to the other. It's more that they're two shows that happen within the same canon, kind of like a bunch of comic books that all happen with like DC or Marvel canon.
That kind of makes sense to me. For some reason, I thought they were like it was like a legally distinct spiritual successor or something like that.
No, so like in the pilot episode of Hell of a Boss, like there's a character Luna who's like literally watching the TV news broadcast that happens during the pilot episode of Hazbin Hotel, where Charlie's like trying to make her initial pitch for the hotel.
Yeah,
so
where
like
she's like, the two are happening
or whatever. Yeah, the two series are happening congruently with one another, and every bit of lore that comes from one feeds into the other. So like you'll meet certain overlords in Hazbin Hotel that you won't meet in Hell of a Boss, but they're all vying for the same like power struggles.
Okay. All right. So that checks. So, but now there is a Hell of a Boss series, and that has,
yes.
I don't know how many episodes it has, but it's been...
There's 2 seasons of it so far.
Oh, wow.
And
okay.
In terms of like major demons, we've met Gluttony, we've met Lust, and we've met Mammon.
Nice.
And it's been, I'm not gonna lie, I almost prefer Hell of a Boss a little bit to Hazbin Hotel. Though the last episode of Hazbin Hotel has made me go, okay, maybe I like them both about the same now that Hazbin's picking up.
One thing that's cool is that somebody did make fan art of me as a Hazbin Hotel character.
I mean, it fits cool. Given your aesthetic. Like,
yeah.
Like,
I mean,
it 100% fits.
I really like the aesthetic of the show, and it seems very fun. I think I'll probably at some point. I have like the most massive media watch list right now, so I'm like buried in it. But I probably will watch the whole new Hazbin Hotel show, and I'll probably watch the rest of Hell of a Boss as well at some point. I just like I said, I've been a little bit buried under my media recommendations. I'm currently watching through. I've been watching it with Gayfesh actually, because we hang out and watch movies around here, and we've been watching For All Mankind on Apple TV Plus or whatever. I really like that. Yeah, For All Mankind's been really good. I don't know if you've seen that at all, or if you're into that
I have
kind of
not. I understand the feeling of being buried under media because I finally decided that it was time to start One Piece.
Mm-hmm. Oh God. That's a hell of an undertaking.
Within the last 4 months, I've gone through 500 episodes.
Holy shit!
So the thing that has, I say helped, but not really helped, is that, like, you and I both do very similar content in terms of the types of things we talk about on our channels. I've been dealing with a lot of burnout where that's concerned. It's especially with a lot of the anti-trans stuff that's been getting worse and worse and ramping up and up.
Yep.
And it doesn't help that, so I live in Georgia, in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, and my girlfriend who lives with me, who I had to go across the country to rescue basically out of Alaska, is also trans. So, like, every single bit of that news is something I don't get to separate it from myself.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a cishet white guy in the Georgia South, and all of it hits way too close to home because of every other bit of circumstance.
Yeah,
So I've been dealing with a lot of burnout, and I've also been really sick.
On that.
So, due to a combination of being sick, having burnout, and my house trying to fall apart around me, I've had more time to dedicate to other projects that are a little less intensive on my brain. And one of those has been, trying to go through and start One Piece. It was also one of Saki, my girlfriend's favorite shows, and she only got to like episode 800 or so. So she was like, "Hey, if you want to watch One Piece with me," and I'm just like, "Oh, so chance to spend time with my girlfriend? Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm doing that." That sounds
awesome.
Good. That sounds like a thing I could do.
That sounds really good. Yeah, I weirdly enough, I know a lot of people who are going through One Piece. I have so far been like dodging One Piece like fucking Neo in the Matrix because I'm scared. I'm genuinely scared of it. And I already know that I would like it. I already know this. I can tell I'm not a hater. I don't have any fucking hate for it or anything like that. It's just a matter of I can't. I know I can't do it. If I add this, it's going to eat up everything else, and I have lots of other things that I love, and it's just a little scary,
So what I would recommend to somebody who's going through it right now, you have two options ahead of you for doing it healthily, and one option that is horrible. The horrible option is the one I've chosen, which is watching the anime. Don't do that. It's a terrible idea because it is more horribly paced than Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, wow, that's a tough cookie.
And I love, I adore Dragon Ball Z, but whenever I go and decide, hey, it's time to rewatch that show, I turn on Kai, because Kai actually cuts out most of the problem stuff in Z and makes it a more watchable show for return viewing. One Piece is paced worse than that. So the two options that are ahead of you are either reading the manga, which, obviously that's paced however Oda wanted it to be paced, so it's fine. Or, so there is a studio right now that is in the middle of getting the license for One Piece so that they can do a remake of the anime from the beginning onwards. And they're going to do it in the seasonal anime structure. So instead of a 50-episode romp to cover a couple chapters of the manga, it'll be, a 12-episode seasonal season to cover that same amount of material, kind of like Full Metal Alchemist and then Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, where it's like, you're watching the same show up to a point, but it's condensed and it's not having to keep up with the manga or anything. So those would be the sane choices for consuming the show. Unfortunately, I have to eat the sunk cost fallacy, so I'm stuck where I am.
I have recently gotten sort of sucked into JoJo's, which I didn't really
where are you at in
intend to.
JoJo's?
We just finished the Darby the Lesser episode, the one where they have to play video games.
Okay, so you're in part
incredible.
You're in part 3.
Genuinely just amazing. Both of the Darby episodes, the gambling one where they have to gamble their souls, and then the second one where they have to play video games for their souls, is like they're just, it was so I was laughing the entire time. Legendary, genuinely legendary.
JoJo's is one of those series that the longer I watch it, the better it gets, and it's astounding.
I totally got pulled in. So my partners started watching JoJo's like sort of independent of me, like literally I think I was like streaming the first day they started watching, and then since then I ended up sitting in for like a whole bunch of episodes, and I was doing the annoying thing where you're like, who's that guy? Okay, what's that guy?
Which is hard to do for JoJo because it's a villain of the week show where you are right now.
Yeah, well, like I started
so there's a
getting
lot of
in
who's
during
that guys.
during the so I started watching it consistently when Joseph Joestar is like young and coming in America, like he comes to America, you know, and he's like, so that's when I first started watching it like fairly regularly, and I missed a few episodes, and then like, but for the whole like part 3, I've basically been on board for that, where I've been watching the all of the like tarot cards and the gods and whatever, and it's been awesome. And so I'm totally in for the whole hike now. And that one I wasn't even planning for, but I've wanted to watch JoJo's. I just never really like, I didn't have it. It's not progressing through my list. So now I'm like, okay, I got JoJo's, and now I'm like, okay, yeah. So I think JoJo's is my thing for now, and then I'll see. Maybe someday I'll have the courage and the time to undertake One Piece, but I can certainly
definitely do yourself the favor of doing one of those quicker options. That way you can get the same amount of story and enjoyment, but you won't have the giant wall.
Yeah. Those walls can be pretty intimidating. I've also been reading through Berserk, which it has been on my list forever.
I need to do that.
Oh,
yeah, Berserk is on my list because I grew up watching the 97 anime.
Oh, that's
that covers
awesome.
that covers everything up to Griffith's turning point.
Yeah, which is crazy because that's like that happens so quickly in the manga.
Yeah, it's such a small part of the manga, but it is the entirety of that anime.
Yeah, and also that anime has one of the best openers, like anime openers of all time. The Pen Pals Tell Me Why. Oh my God, what a legendary opener. Oh my God, beautiful.
Yeah, I want to go back
tell me why. So good.
I want to go back and rewatch that anime at some point. If I wasn't like, I'm in the middle of One Piece, obviously, the middle of the Hazbin series, both of them,
yeah.
And then I'm also trying to finish My Hero and Spy Family.
Oh wow!
So I've got like all that stuff that's going on, and then I'm working on a second channel right now as my other main project I'm focusing on. So like,
what's your second channel? I didn't know that was a channel.
It's a Suris MTG. It actually.
Oh, cool. Wait, I've seen you tweeting about it actually. Now that I think of it.
Yeah, I just hit the amount of subscribers required to put in my application for monetization now.
Yo,
because the channel's been. Thank you. The channel's been growing really well, and it's been a nice break because like I don't want to stop cultivating a space where people who are queer, LGBTQ, just in general, have a place to go where they want to chill and they don't have to feel like the area around them isn't trying to just destroy them, even though we're in America, so it kind of is. But I recognize that the way that I had created that space before for a lot of my community was very much around content dealing with politics, which then created kind of a catch-22 for a lot of them, where some of them wanted to engage in escapism from those politics, but to be part of a community that involved me meant that they didn't get to do that. That was impossible.
Yeah.
So working on my Magic the Gathering channel has given me a chance to keep cultivating that community in a different direction, but still advocating for the same things. And it's been less of a drain on my mental health. So I've been doing, one of the things I like doing is I like building budget decks. I like making sure that everybody who wants to play a game can play it regardless of their income level.
That's awesome.
I think it's very, very irresponsible when somebody goes into a card shop and says, no, you're not allowed to play with me unless you have a $2,000 deck. And there are some people who have that mentality that I've met. So I built a bunch of decks and I keep building them on a $15 budget. You're only allowed to have $15 for the entirety of the deck. But the deck has to be something that I'm willing to take into a card shop and compete against other players with and win with. And everything I've built so far has had a pretty good track record for the physical decks that I've built. So I've been releasing basically a deck a day on that channel for people. So there's, no matter what kind of player they are, they've got some type of access to a budget deck that will give them something that they want. I have a Galea Enchantress deck I'm working on that should be going up in a few days. I just got dragons built under a budget, which was, a lot of my comment section were noting they didn't think that was even possible because dragons are like notoriously expensive in Magic.
Yeah. I traded a single dragon card that I pulled from a random pack. And now I don't play Magic very seriously, and I don't keep up with it all that well. But during the D&D crossover, I got a couple packs, and I pulled a red dragon. I don't remember what it was, and it was it was worth enough that I traded it for an entire Ashiok themed deck that I just wanted. And I was like, I love the Ashiok cards. I have that deck downstairs. It's like, I love those cards. I love the theming. Ashiok is like such an amazingly visually designed character, and the deck is
especially
like my
that
style.
they're literally just an NB nightmare. Like their entire personality is non-binary nightmare.
Incredible, and also the art is let's just say it goes there.
It's fantastic.
It's amazing. The fucking demonic feet on the skull type shit is incredible.
Especially like the story that Ashiok has, like the shit that Ashiok gets up to within the lore is fucking fantastic as well. During the Phyrexian invasion, where like the Magic the Gathering equivalent of the Borg were going and taking over everywhere, Ashiok was partially responsible for saving everyone by being an asshole. They basically went into the main villain's mind and just went, I wonder if a machine can experience fear. Let's give them enough nightmares to find out.
That's so awesome. That's incredible.
And so like the culmination of that whole story ended up being, oh, now the main villain is afraid of one particular person, basically enough to throw a temper tantrum and ruin their entire empire, all because Ashiok decided to have fun one night.
That's fantastic. I don't follow the lore at all, so that's like new to me, but also really cool. But yeah, I traded that one card for that deck because I was just like, I love this theme, and also I tend to love decks that are like I mean it depends on the game you're playing, but like mill decks, like where you force people to discard and throw, that's like one of my favorite overall formats. It's almost never viable and in almost any game, but once in a while one will slip through, and when they do, I love it. And I know why they're never viable. It's because they're horrible to play against. But that's fun. I love making a deck that's a nightmare to play against.
So it's weird though, because in Magic, Wizards has actually made a concerted effort to make mill a super viable strategy. So like,
cool.
we got what's called the Crab Engine, Hedron Crab, and a couple other crabs. They all are basically the same card. They're either 0-2 or 0-3 creatures that say when you play a land, target player mills 3 cards. So you just stack a bunch of those 1-mana crabs on the board, then you play like Evolving Wilds. Hey, mill like 20 cards. I tap Evolving Wilds. It goes to the graveyard and gets a basic land out of my deck. I guess you mill 20 more. Oopsie doodles.
That's incredible. That sounds awesome. I love mill. There was so yeah, I anyway, what I was gonna say is I think it's really cool that you're doing the like budget builds, and I think that's an awesome thing. And hey, if you're out there listening now you know where you can go find some cool builds that don't cost much. You can play a game that is sort of notorious for often being a little pricey to get into.
It's the main reason I wanted to build with that restriction, because so at the card shop that I go to, there's a few kids who started playing Magic at that shop, and I've been playing with them for years now. So like they're like 17 now, but they were 13 and 14 when I started playing with them at the shop. And so I watched them start with precons that they got, from the store, and ran with them, and then got beat by a bunch of the adults who, we make money working, so we've got money to spend on trading cards. And watching them get more and more frustrated with losing and hoping that, one day they'll have enough money to spend on the expensive cards. Actually, because of that, at the Magic tournament that we had recently, this last Saturday, one of the players up there was a mom, and she brought her kid with her, and her kid was playing just an Urza precon, like $40 right off the shelf, and got in a pod with me, and I won that commander pod pretty handedly, and then got that, same telltale, if only I had enough money to afford the cards I need to win. So I pulled out every card I used to win, priced them out on the table, and went, combined everything in my hand right now is $5.
That's incredible.
There is no world in which you need money specifically to win in this game, unless you are playing CEDH, which everybody basically considers a different format. You don't need money to win in Commander. You just need to know what you're doing when you're building, and that comes with time, not with sinking every dollar that you get to, fucking Wizards of the Coast. You don't have to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's an awesome undertaking, and it makes the game a lot more accessible, which means there's going to be more people playing, which is always a really good thing. Yeah, I've never really been able to keep up with any tabletop game for very long. I've played a lot of different ones, mostly because my really good friend who lives around here it is super into lots of different card games. So I've played like Card Fight, I've played Digimon, I've played oh my god, what's the one? It's like it was super anime.
Weiss. That's Weiss Schwartz.
No, not that one. It was a different one. I don't think it was Weiss.
Different one?
It was called
Force of Will?
Yes, Force of Will. I've played Force of Will. I've played Magic, obviously. And of course, then we've played all the like more limited games that aren't like the collectible pack opening types, like Star Realms and
right, the deck building games like Tanto or the Resident Evil game.
I love deck builders. Oh, I like Netrunner too. I'm probably going to be playing more Netrunner in the future. I really like deck builders. Are like one of my favorite types of games where they're like, I don't know, the collecting aspect almost always gets too big for me, where I always feel like I can't keep up with it, especially with Magic, because I feel like Magic releases a lot of packs. And I'm always like,
they've been releasing way more lately. Like the community's actively been telling Wizards of the Coast that they've been releasing too much for most of us to keep up with.
Yeah.
So like, for me, I'm a content creator. I can write off packs that I buy because I use them on my streams.
Right.
Not everybody has that luxury, and nobody. It should never be an expectation for somebody to have that kind of luxury. So, that's one of the reasons that I tried to do that. Also, mainly because of the leftist content that I've done, there's a lot of conversation about third places that comes up when you're talking about like building walkable cities and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So for me, my third place always has been a card shop. That's where I grew up. I grew up in Pensacola Christian Academy, and the only place I could go for any type of sanity was certainly not my house. So the idea that,
oh my God.
Yeah, the idea that a third place, which for those who aren't aware is just your first place is your home, your second place is your work, your third place is where you go to hang out. For a lot of people, it's a bar, it's a mall. Malls are closing across America. Bars are becoming more atomized. You don't really meet people in bars as much as a lot of people used to. So like, hobby shops are one of the few third place specific locations that it's still socially acceptable to go into and just loiter for 8 to 10 hours, and that's important for a lot of people's mental health.
Hang out, yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, because like you go to a bar, somebody comes up to you and goes, "Hey, do you want a drink? Do you want anything off the menu?" And then congratulations, you're at your table probably for the entire night. Congratulations. Hey, Saul Gracious in the chat knows the same line we all used for PCA, Prison Camp of America.
Oh my God. Yep.
All of us used that when we were, as soon as I got to public school, that was the name everybody had, everybody who escaped it. Prison Camp of America. But no, because I care about those third places, and my third place growing up was a shop.
Yeah.
Making sure that going and having fun with people at those places, I know it's important for my mental health, so I know it's important for other people's mental health too. That's one of the other reasons that I do that on that channel. I don't think that lack of funds should be lack of funding should be a reason you're not able to go out and help your mental health.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. Well, we are just about up on our time slot here, Suris. It has been wonderful to talk with you, and we should definitely
you
do
as
it
well.
again.
It's been a while.
I'm sorry we only have such more limited slots, but you know we have so many people who want to call in on these call-in streams. So, but please feel free.
It
to
is
come
what
back
it
in the
is.
future. And yeah, it's been absolutely wonderful getting to talk with you and hear about what you're working on. I do hope that the burnout abates a little bit and you're able to keep pouring, your heart and soul into everything that you're making. Your alternate channel sounds awesome. Everybody, please go check it out. And I just want to say thank you again so much for coming on. It's been amazing getting to talk with you, and I hope we get to talk again in the future soon.
No problem. Well, thank you very much for having me on. I really appreciate it. Thank you for putting time out there so that other people could come in and talk on your channel. And
absolutely.
Hey, if anybody's watching right now and hasn't already subscribed or donated to Demon Mama's channel, maybe consider doing that.
please give yourself a full shout out before you go as well. I would love to be able to tell everybody. Thank you. But yes, of course, I
Okay.
appreciate all subs.
So I guess for a full shout out, my name is Suris. You can find me on Twitter at SurisSkeptic. My channel is Suris on YouTube, Neko Suris on Twitch, and if you want to go to the MTG channel, it's Suris MTG. There's also a podcast that's ran on there on Fridays called Spicy Tech, where me and a couple of my real life friends get together and we talk about different things that have happened in the game. So like if you're wanting Magic news stuff, I don't really get into that a whole lot, but we might cover it a little bit on that podcast. But typically, there's that. Main channel is mostly just talking about leftist content, a lot of religious trauma stuff. If you have the spoons for that, then by all means, I would not mind you spending them on my channel.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and hope to speak to you again very soon.
All right. Thank you very much.
Bye for now.
See you.
Yay! That was so good. Oh, that was such a great talk. What an absolutely wonderful conversation. Yay! It's been so long since the last time I got to talk to Suris. I'm really happy we got to catch up. All right, well, I'm ready for the next caller. Let's move right on, I think. Hold on, let me see here real quick. Let me just change real quick. Let me change guest text here. I'm going to get to a point where I'm not going to update the guest text. It'll just be the chat button. Hello!
Howdy. How you doing, Demon Mama?
Hi, I'm doing
turn on my camera
great.
here?
Let me get you up on here real quick. Yay, RiverboatJack, it's so great to see you. Hold on, let me get you up on the big screen.
Hi.
And put the text up here. Now everybody can see you. Wait, why is it not full screen? Go full screen. There we go. Sorry about that. Sorry about this
No
little
worries.
lumpy here. Yay, it's wonderful to have you on. Wow.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to finally talk to you. We've
it's been a
like
while.
crossed paths. But have we ever just like one-on-one talked?
I don't think we've won a, well, maybe for a little bit. I came on for that PV event that you did a while ago.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe like a long time ago we have, but it's been a long time regardless. So
Yeah,
it's
for
really
sure.
great to have you on. So yeah, well, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for coming on for this wonderful signal night. We are
Yeah.
sort of celebrating the end of what we call Impmas, which is it happens in the vague area of Christmas, but it's distinct from Christmas, and it goes on as long as we want, and it starts as early as we want, and we've had a fairly long one this year. In fact, you can actually see the tree is still up with all the ornaments people sent as well, and yeah, it's been great. So welcome, and yeah, so how have you been? What have you been up to?
I've been good. I just got back from New York City.
Ooh.
First time being there. I went with my partner. My partner and I are working on like a trans femme inclusive lingerie line.
That's so
and
cool.
We went to like a textile show to like look at fabrics and stuff, and then I went and like got like professionally fitted by like a business in New York that does like professional industry fittings. And it was super interesting.
That sounds amazing, honestly.
It was really cool, but it also really hammered home the need for what we're trying to do, what my partner is really trying to do, and because part of the problem with like lingerie, if people aren't like aware of this, is just that sizing is in the lingerie business, sizing is basically catering towards the most common body type.
Mm-hmm.
So if you happen to have a larger rib cage, even if you have relatively small boobs, your ability to wear cute underwear is basically non-existent.
Yeah, it takes a lot of shooting in the dark. Yeah.
Well, and it was really hammered home because like I went to this professional fitter, and she was deeply ashamed and embarrassed of like her company because she couldn't find like a bra that they had in stock that was both like fashionable and like would fit my rib cage. And I'm not like a super large person. Like she was trying to find stuff that would fit me, but like they just didn't have it in stock.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it was really validating to basically be like, even this place that like has tons of underwear on hand is running into this problem.
Yep. Yeah.
And so yeah, my partner's working on like expanded sizing and also working on like cute feminine lingerie that also like doesn't require tucking, which is nice.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I please keep me up to date on that. Is there a newsletter I can join? Because that sounds genuinely incredible, and I would love to be a part of that. I would be an early adopter. Okay, we got a whole household of people who'd benefit from that here.
Yeah, there's a website actually called ImogeneOlivia.com, and
how's that spelled?
It is spelled IMMOGENEOLIVIA.com. And you can sign up for like a little email list. We're trying to launch in the summer, kind of around like June or July. It's gonna vary depending on like shipping fabrics and like all that stuff. But that's kind of the window. And
I'm on your list.
It's really exciting. So yeah,
That
we were
sounds
there to do that.
Amazing. So okay, not to pivot from the real reason to go to New York, but how'd you like New York?
I loved New York. I'm from the Midwest.
Yeah.
Like grew up kind of, fundamentalist Christian country, kind of stuff.
Similar background, different part of the country.
Yeah. And like there's not in the Midwest there is not public transit really. Yep. You'll find like bus lines in some major cities, but otherwise it's mostly just you drive or you suffer.
Yeah.
And it was amazing to be in New York and like be in our hotel and then go down onto the street, walk like 10 minutes, get to a subway station, and then you sit on the subway for like 20 minutes and you get to your destination. You don't need to drive. You literally don't need to drive at all. It's wonderful.
It is really cool. New York is incredible in that way. You can get just everywhere, and it does feel great. It's chaotic, and New York City transit is not it's not perfect, but it's certainly a huge change up. And it was like so I grew up in Maine, which also fundamentalist Christian background I've talked about pretty extensively. I'm sure most people are tired of hearing me, and my audience are tired of hearing me talk about it, but same thing. In Maine, it's like there is no public transit. Good luck. Your experience with public transit is going to be a school bus, and it's going to be a very long ride. My ride was like it was that one of those things where like I became an avid reader just because I was so bored on the bus, like that type of thing. So I completely get that. And the first time I went to New York, I was like, man, this is wild. This is just it's wild to me. Just
right?
how much you can get to. Yeah. So did you get any good New York pizza? Did you get anything, any exciting food that stood out to you?
So I did get a pizza in New York, but I've been informed vigorously that it is not like, to have authentic New York pizza, you need to be grabbing like a slice and then like walking somewhere.
Yeah. True.
And so we did go to like the first pizzeria in the United States, a place called Lombardi's.
Okay. Cool.
And it was they I think they needed to perfect some pizza after they got here. And that being said, the food that really stood out, there was a restaurant in Brooklyn called Hobra, which was like a Mexican Californian fusion restaurant.
Okay, cool.
That was really, really good. 10 out of 10, would eat there again. We also went to, apparently, and this is something I guess only real New Yorkers know about, but we went to a place called Rollin' Roaster. That is basically like a slightly more upscale Arby's that opened in the 1970s and then just never changed.
Wow.
And has continually run the same advertisements on like local New York television for like 50 years.
That sounds awesome.
It was pretty great. Like a real roast beef sandwich. It was amazing. And I do have to say, I've been converted to bagels. I didn't really understand that bagels could be like a meal.
Yes,
and now I get it.
And magical. In
Yes.
New York City is the place to get the greatest bagels in the world. It is truly a magical experience. And yeah, I was gonna ask about bagels if you got any good ones there, because you can't. I don't know if you can beat New York City in the bagel department. I mean, there's literally bagel food trucks. It's crazy. They're everywhere, and it's amazing.
We went to a place called Bagel Boy, and like it was just incredible. You know, like had like stereotypical like guy with like a bagel head on it. Like it was great.
That's
incredible. Great. It was great.
Yeah, like a good bagel has a lot of flavor. When if you spent most of your life eating those fucking garbage Thomas fucking bagels from the grocery store, those things are trash, okay? I literally don't eat them anymore. And it's just like, first of all, your fucking local you know, Safeway or whatever your local chain is, the bakery is going to make a better bagel in the first place. But secondly, like, even that is not a real bagel. A real bagel, they have a lot of flavor, and it adds a lot to whatever you're eating with it. So yeah, I'm glad you got to have the good bagels. I spent a lot of time in New York City when I was in college, because I went to college in upstate New York. And my partner was from New York City, from Brooklyn. And so I spent a lot of time in New York City, and I'm always excited to hear people's experiences going to New York City, especially if it's their first time going, because my first time in New York City was a wild experience. I was completely overwhelmed. I was like I was not prepared for the magnitude of the city. Like, you can hear about it, but once you experience it, it's unimaginably packed and unimaginably large. It is a truly wild place, and the food's out of control. So
for sure.
Yeah, well, go ahead, please.
I was gonna say, now I've been to both LA and New York, and I feel like they're both sprawling cities, but in very different ways. Like, LA just goes forever, whereas like New York just builds up. Like, it was way more vertical than I was expecting. You know, oddly enough,
it's dense as hell. Yeah.
Yeah,
and it goes down too. It's kind of creepy when you think about it. Like, how many layers? There's like tunnels. There's decommissioned train, like subway tunnels that are on top, or like the current ones are on top of other ones from the past. There's like basically like catacombs under the city of no longer used, you know, subway things. It's wild to think about. It is an incredible city. I've also been. Listen, this is gonna attract some ire from the Los Angelites, but sorry, Los Angeles has got fucking nothing on New York, and I know that's gonna make a lot of people mad, but
it's also just a lot harder to get around Los Angeles.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Yeah, the transit's just better in New York.
The fact that the like highway, the I-5, I think it is, going through the center of Los Angeles is like brutal. Yeah.
Like
there they go. There it goes. Oh wait, never mind. All the LA people are saying LA sucks. I'm from LA. It fucking sucks here. Nah.
Yeah. I agree with you though. Like it can be a very overwhelming city to go to. Like I'm a bit on the spectrum, and I walked through Times Square with my partner, and that is the worst place on earth.
It's crazy. Yeah, isn't it?
I hate it so much. I got sexually harassed by an Elmo, like, while like a 12-story tall like M&M like was staring down, and like it's just so overwhelming that like the police have to like put like a flashing billboard telling you to not get pickpocketed.
Yeah, it's wild
crazy.
place. I made the terrible mistake of going to the McDonald's in Times Square, which the experience was something like, well, it's also a New York place, but you know when you see the Wall Street things where everyone's like, ah! They're all yelling at each other and they're holding multiple phones and whatever, and like you don't even know what they're doing. You're like, this is not a real action. You're just doing something to like, I don't know. That's how it felt going to the McDonald's there. It's like 14 registers across, all of them shouting out like order numbers at different. It was absurd and terrible. Although I will say I had one good experience that was next to Times Square, and I had to cross through Times Square in order to make it happen, which was by literal pure chance. I got to meet Ian McKellen and Sir Patrick Stewart by pure chance. We were leaving Times Square. We crossed like through Times Square and went down off like past Broadway and all that, and we went down a side road. And while I was there, I noticed like a theater. There was like a small crowd of people around a theater, and I was like, wonder what's going on over there. And I noticed up on the little billboard that it said, Ian McKellen, Sir Patrick Stewart. They were doing some, I don't remember what the show was, and I was like, oh my god, like are they actually there? And then so I just ran over and I just hopped in the crowd, and it was like genuinely an amazing experience. I will say, Sir Patrick Stewart was not very happy. He did not seem particularly jazzed. Ian McKellen, on the other hand, was loving it. He was like loving the praise, and it was really cool to get to just like shake hands and see them and stuff. Yeah. That was like a celebrity moment that I strongly remember. So, New York.
They're friends in real life, right?
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
that's so cool.
They're like super close, and they've done a ton of projects together. And like as I ended up looking up later, and like they were like live blogging their whole like tour in New York. They were doing a bunch of small theater shows in New York, and I just didn't know. It just by pure chance happened to work out that way. Complete roll of the dice, which was wild.
That's so fun.
Yeah, New York is a magical place. I'm really happy you had a good time there.
I'm really excited to go back.
That's awesome. And also, it sounds really cool. I've never heard of a textile expo, but I wonder how did you get to feel a lot of cool fabrics while you were there and see a lot of, or was it more like talking about them?
So I didn't get to go personally to the textile show. Just my partner got in.
Oh, okay.
Because it costs money to go in, and I'm not like a textile expert.
Okay.
My partner went to like a very elite fashion design school for lingerie.
Wow.
So like she knows what she's doing. I really don't. But so she went, and it's a lot of touching fabrics, but it's also like business schmoozing, because it's a lot of them are basically,
to be fair,
they're trying to basically sell you like, hey, are you going to buy 5,000 yards of fabric? We can get you all the fabric you need to cover your outdoor chairs, kind of situation.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, to me a fabric touching expo sounds very fun.
It does sound fun. I'm excited to go next time.
Yeah, I would fail the schmoozing part, obviously, for the same reason that you mentioned. I have no expertise on this, but going, ooh, soft. That sounds nice to me. Yeah. So we have a little more time. I wanted to ask, I haven't been following what you've been up to lately as far as online and everything. What have you been up to? What have you been doing lately? What's been your beat, so to say?
Honestly, I've been covering a lot about the a lot of like geopolitics. I've been covering, obviously a lot about the genocide in Gaza, and been talking about like when I got back, I did a big show about kind of this Christian nationalist border crisis situation that's been brewing.
We talked about that recently too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like torn between considering that one like an existential threat, because I am familiar with Christian nationalism and like nationalists, and also like kind of like, well, Biden could federalize this and like kind of put a stop to it, but I'm genuinely unsure about how this is going to like develop. So it's
I saw some of Biden's responses, and I was not impressed personally. But,
yeah. No,
it's that's been the case for a while. It seems like I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel
Oh,
like
man.
Biden's been isn't it a nightmare right now to just be sitting here going, oh my God,
such a nightmare.
Is fucking grandpa gonna fumble it? Is he gonna fumble the easiest win that's ever come? And I'm actually like, I know I get a lot of reassurances from a lot of different people. You know, I'm no pollster, and I know even the pollsters don't know what the fuck they're talking about half the time. But I'm sitting here and I'm going, everybody keeps telling me, oh yeah, it's not going to be Trump again. There's no way. And I'm like, and a part of me says, yeah, that checks, because there's not all that many in the Trump cult. Like, it's been dwindling. They're intense and they're angry, but there's still a small group of people. But I'm like watching the fumble, and I'm watching the hardest fumble, and I'm going, is it possible that he fumbles so hard that we lose to the fucking dwindling Trump cult? And there's a small part of me that goes, oh my God, we need, like, run, you know, like there's that part where I'm like, oh shit. And I really hope not, but I've been shockingly unimpressed with Biden's recent decisions. And of course, then you have like Pelosi today. I don't know if you saw that, Pelosi going on and being like, we should have the FBI looking into these, looking into the fact that Russia is funding Gaza, people in support of Gaza. I'm like, oh, get this.
It's literally, it's literally more imaginable to like the Democratic establishment that like foreign powers are funding like people objecting to a genocide than like
genocide is bad.
Like they can't imagine that like the common people would ever not like what Biden has accomplished. Because they think he's done wonders, right? Like they look at like the economy, like, turning around for some segment of the population, and they're like, yes, we've done it, we've secured the victory. And it's just like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
no,
it's
you
such
haven't.
a weird thing. I'm like, it's just like I genuinely don't understand like the thought process, because it's not even like, it is one of those things where there's not even an ounce of self-preservation, because you would assume that like a cold calculating politician would go, oh shit, we're losing popularity on this. Time for me to change my position on this issue to match what the voters want. That's what you think when you go, yeah, politicians are cynical. They'll do whatever for a vote. But then you see the Democrats and you go, they don't even want to do that. What is their motive? Are they just so deluded? Is it just that they're so siloed off and there's no outside information, that there's just, it's all calls from inside the house and back clapping? Is that, I don't know. Is it like that insulated that there's just no one who can say you're losing popularity and making decisions that go against your general political base? I don't know. It's shocking.
I think that they are insulated from like the truth. Like people just aren't telling them that like this polling is actually real. You know, like they think this is a temporary thing, that by the time the election rolls around, people aren't going to remember, they're going to vote for Biden, they're going to fall in line, etc. But that's really hard.
Gamble on that. Like, it just doesn't make sense. What's the motivation? And it's just
especially because some of them have gone beyond just like, oh, people will forget about it, to like actively antagonizing their voter base. Like John, I don't know if you saw that. John Fetterman, like getting on the rooftop of his offices and waving like an Israeli flag, like at demonstrators outside where he works. And it's just like, what are you doing?
Yeah, why would you? And then also like his like whole pivot away from like, I'm not a progressive, when it's like, dude, you literally ran on. We live in a strange time, and I am not looking for the thing of like I meant to say the thing that of people saying, oh, they're going to forget about it or whatever, it's not going to matter, is the biggest cope I've ever seen. And it's crazy because they've been saying that like basically since this all started happening, and nothing of the sort has happened. If anything, people are like more angry about it because nothing happened. Like, yeah, it is true that like there's less overall coverage of the situation. Obviously, that happens with every single news story. Like, other time moves forward and other events happen, and so people get distracted and stuff like that and whatever. But like, as far as the sentiment that I see online and offline, basically all over the place, like, it really does feel like people are more pissed off that like it's like, no, we're not only have we not forgotten about it, we're remembering that you told us we were going to forget about it. And it's just like, oh Jesus, like the doom fumble is like just floating there in the future, and I'm going, oh God, oh dear God.
The other part about it is just that like they're banking on like his economic wins, right? They're banking so hard on them, and it's just like what most people remember about the economic wins are like, promising student debt relief and then not getting it.
Yeah.
Or like
the check at the very beginning, the COVID check, where it was like, oh, actually, we said we were going to give you a $2,000 check, but we actually were including the money that came before. Technically, it was like trying to weasel out of having to pay for the bill at dinner or something like that, and it was just like, I don't understand it.
It also it's driving me nuts because I mean, like I saw like 2 stories in the last week where it's like half of Americans' rent is now like taking up half of their income.
Yeah.
Like, or it was something along those lines, and then like the other story was we have a record number of people over 65 continuing to work and not retire, and it's like these are not signs of like the economy doing well. This is actually a sign of things getting worse for people at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like we live in a particularly diluted political timeline, and I feel like reasonable conversations about politics are harder and harder to find. And I that sounds like, like the preamble for like a, everybody's too extreme, but I don't mean that. I just mean like, who the fuck is actually connected to reality? You have like like Republicans today. Fucking Lindsey Graham is going on every social media platform and being like, bomb Iran now! And I'm just like, and this is like, and then the Dems are like, well, maybe we should consider making a strong policy on the border since Greg Abbott says there's an invasion. We got to take him at his word. I'm just like, okay. And then you have Nancy Pelosi being like, Russians are the reason why people are mad about what's going on in Gaza. Just deranged. What is going on? Deranged. It's derangement. I don't know what else to call it. It's diluted.
Well, and then Biden's response is just like, oh yeah, sign a bill into law and give me the executive power to shut down the border. I'll do it day one. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Listen, I want to put the razor wire down. It's just like, oh, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, Biden's like comms are basically just like, the economy is doing great under me, and I personally want to put razor wire across the river to slash 3-year-olds as they swim across. Like, what are you doing?
Deranged.
Why?
Yeah.
You don't have
diluted.
to take this L.
It feels like we're the goose is cooked in more ways than we've seen in a long time, which is wild to say, because I feel like, I've been plugged into politics for a very long time, long before I even started streaming. That's part of why I started streaming, was because I was interested in politics and whatever. And I'm like, man, it's been getting less and less possible to make sense of literally anything. And I just feel like, I don't know, the Republicans especially, the Dems are really fucking bad, and I don't want to give the idea that like, the Dems are like just as bad as the Republicans, because again, like I said, Lindsey Graham on Twitter fucking screaming about bombing Iran is just like, that's normal for the Republican Party right now. They're screaming about things that do not and should not exist. They've created a total reality warping vortex, and I don't know. I'm like, part of it reminds me of just like, I don't know, like contending with the fact that we've always had to contend with like extreme religiosity and stuff like that, where people work themselves by one means or another into like a worldview that is totally incompatible with anyone that doesn't agree with their worldview. It's just they can't. There's no agreement on basic facts. But with Christianity alone, when it's Christianity, it's like there's a religion there. There's thousands of years of history. What the fuck is going on with the Trump cult shit? Like, I don't know. I guess it plugs into Christianity and they're siphoning off fumes from it. I don't know. Yeah.
I have a theory, and I think my theory is that we're approaching the conspiracy singularity.
Yeah.
Where it all just converges into like one abyssal black hole of ideology. Because like I don't know if you heard about like the trucker convoy that's going to the border to like fight for the border rights.
No, I haven't heard about that yet. Another trucker convoy, huh?
The guy heading it got interviewed by like Tucker Carlson a couple days ago, and I was like, what is this deal with the convoy? So I went to their website and I started looking at it, and like their biggest backers are like caravanning Christian nationalists who like go around, who don't have any like home base, and they just travel around the country in these caravans. And they also have a presence at like flat earth conventions.
Oh,
and
incredible.
Like I mean, and like they all these, like several of the people behind this caravan are QAnon influencers, and it's just like it's this growing movement that is like fusing Christian nationalism with QAnon, with flat earth, with like every conspiracy theory. You know, like even Candace Owens is getting in on it now with like the moon landings were faked, and like it's just becoming like this thing that's getting more and more traction. And
gravity well.
I genuinely don't know if there's anything we can do about it, because they've created this insular media bubble that rejects anything that would potentially like pull people out of it.
Yeah.
And
it does remind me of how hard it is to reach like how hard it is to reach people. Like, I mean, the church that I grew up in, the cult that I grew up in, like it's so hard to get any info or news in. It's like it's chance that you get out sometimes. Like it was chance that that my life path took me to the fact that like I was in public school before my parents got into the cult. And then when I went to their stupid cult school, my grades started struggling, and they were like, "Oh, that's not good. Maybe we should let her go back into public school." And so I went back into public school again, and because of that, like I experienced some worldviews that were different from my own. But so many people didn't have that. It's like literally like a dice roll. And when you're in those churches, it's so hard to even receive a signal from the outside world. I don't know what the answer is to penetrate that, but hopefully we can figure something out.
When you're in that space, no one is like, "Hey, why do you believe what you believe?"
Yeah.
No one asks you to articulate it, because there's a fundamental set of assumptions that they've like kind of grown into you.
Yeah,
right?
There's a hostility to inquiry. There's a hostility to doubt. That like doubt is in and of itself like a sign that you're an enemy. It's incredibly popular, and not just in conspiracy spaces, but obviously in fundamentalist space as well, as I'm sure you know. But
I was actually a Bible camp counselor for 2 years.
So, like a VBS type thing, Vacation Bible School type thing. Yeah, me too. I did that as well. It seems like it's that's like the fundamentalists like favorite favorite thing to send kids to go do.
Are you? I feel like it's a weirdly common track for a lot of trans people as well. Like
they're like, your parents are like, there's something different about you. You must want to be like a camp counselor. Like for me, we had to do. It was like there was a bunch of theater involved with it as well. Like if you were a part of the VBS, you also were a part of the shows. They would do these little Bible story shows and Veggie Tales-esque, I shouldn't even compare it to VeggieTales, because at least VeggieTales is funny. These things were terrible, but
Did they ever do? Did you ever get shown like the kind of like answers in Genesis adjacent or prior to the internet. Like, it's impossible for evolution to be real because the eyeballs exist.
100%. Yeah, like,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
fact, for the year that I was in their Christian middle school program, that was like they had a science thing that was entirely built off of creationist only science books,
no.
and there was a huge part of that. And it was like, and of course, I've told this story before, but the sort of infamous Kent Hovind, do you know who he is? Yeah, Kent Hovind. I met him and had a one-on-one counseling session with him at one point, which was very weird. And
Oh my God.
yeah, he was a weird guy, and yeah, but he came to our church multiple times, and now he's in prison. So I don't think he's out yet. So probably won't be out for a while. But yeah, he went to prison, so that was fun. But everyone in chat, Kent Hovind dodged the IRS and beats his wife. Yeah, exactly, that guy. Yeah, he's a weird guy. Well, we are just about up on our time, but I wanted to thank you very, very much for coming on. It has been an absolute pleasure getting to chat with you, and I thank you for telling me about your project. I am on your mailing list now.
Anytime. And likewise, I love talking with you. I extend the invitation. You're welcome on anytime on
That would be
my
awesome.
stream.
Yeah, let me know if you're ever doing any events or anything or whatever. If you just want to chat about something, I'd be totally down.
Will do.
And if you could real quick just shout yourself out to the chat, that would be incredible.
Yeah, hello everybody. My name's RiverboatJack. I talk about news, politics, and I'm a socialist and calm at heart. But
Based.
I talk about the need for workers to control their own workplaces and how we can actually make that happen, and also do like current events. So if any of that sounds interesting, come on over. And sometimes I also talk about video games and movies and stuff because I used to be a video game journalist. So all
so
that
awesome.
stuff,
I didn't know that.
cool and wonderful. Come on over.
Please go check out RiverboatJack. And thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
I'd love to speak with you again in the future.
Absolutely.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Yay! What an excellent conversation. Man, today's been off to a absolutely wonderful start. That was so cool. That was so chill. Yeah, RiverboatJack's awesome. I'm happy. It's really great. I don't know. This has been great. It's been great. It was great talking to Suris. It was great talking to RiverboatJack. What a blessing. Is there a raid feature within the White Forest site? Not yet, though I imagine it's probably going to happen. Right now we use YouTube, usually. I don't think there's a raid feature within White Forest. It would be cool if there was a way to like, but I think that would require people having an account across individual sites, and that doesn't exist right now. As of right now, there's no unified White Forest account that like appears on all other White Forest persons things. So I don't know. Maybe that would be pretty cool if it could happen. I don't know. It might happen someday. I've heard that there's something being worked on, but I don't know for sure. All right. Well, let me grab a quick drink. Hold on. All right, let's bring in the next caller. Next caller. Next caller. Hold on, I should type that in the thing. It's just a little right now. Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
How are you doing?
It is I.
It is
I
you.
shall turn myself on
Okay.
camera.
I'm going to put you up on the screen as well, and I'm going to put your name in here.
Now that I'm on,
Hello.
I'm going to...
I can see you.
Yes, it's me. What do I...
I've been forgetting. I've been
forgetting my name?
No, I've been forgetting to do everybody's pronouns. I've been so out of it today. But
what happened?
I don't know. Well, because this is my own fault for doing hybrid protocols. Previously, I would always type up everybody's info up on the screen, and then we moved to the new system so that I could play video games, and we just use the guest text. But then now, out of because we're doing a weird hybrid stream today where we're having a couple of guests and then we're like a couple of creator guests. So now I'm like doing halfway and I keep messing up my own protocol.
Oh.
But see, we have it. See that the guest text on the chat is working fine. Oh,
Nice.
Real quick, an announcement before we get to talking. The sign-up form will be opened up in 5 minutes. So if you want to sign up, go ahead and grab onto that sign-up form. All right. Welcome,
Yes.
Lucy. Welcome.
Hello.
It is wonderful
Hello,
to see you
hello.
and hear from you. How are you doing today?
Yes. Pretty okay. I had a debate.
A debate?
Yes,
a
I don't
debate
have
with who?
many. With a streamer called Food Shops.
Food shops? Food
Yeah.
shops? Why the fuck you need to buy your food in a shop? If I had my way, there wouldn't be a single fucking food shop on this planet. There would just be food distribution centers.
I would like that, but right now I have to buy my food in shops. It's
Yeah,
unfortunate, but
So food shops won is what you're saying?
well, it's more like, as always with me, the debate turned into a conversation.
Well, that's all. That's kind of a talent, though, right? To be able to diffuse. You can use that
Sort
to
of.
great
Well,
power.
it's not as much as I diffuse as it never gets fused to begin with.
Oh, boy, there's a lot of discourse going on in the chat immediately about this person. Okay, so
I know.
all right, tell me. Okay, so what did you debate
I can
about?
imagine.
What did you debate about?
Genocide.
Oh, okay. So there was like a 50-50 with as far as which direction that could have gone as to what you were debating about, and both of them were bad, and it ended up being genocide. Yeah, actually, in fact,
What's one of the topics you thought genocide?
I assumed. I don't know much about food shops. In fact, I only know about 2 things about food shops, and both of them, let's just say,
I
both,
think
yeah,
I know
it's
what
genocide,
one of
and
them
there's
is.
another one. Yeah, there's another one.
Yeah, I
that's,
know the other one.
yeah.
I am familiar, unfortunately.
So, okay, so genocide, that's great. Everybody knows that genocide is the best topic to try and make money off of on the internet.
Yes.
You know,
I mean, that is the thing that I'm reading about all the time now.
is genocide. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Okay,
8
but
books.
to be fair, when I say make money off it on the internet, I don't mean talking about it in like a scholarly and educational fashion and also, making a living doing that. I mean going, all right, everybody, we're coming down here to throw down about the genocide. How many people died? How many are dying? Should they be dying? Today on the debate show. That kind of thing.
Well, it wasn't that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad it didn't turn out that way. It has been in the past. I've seen it myself, but.
Oh. I mean, it's another debate under my belt. I think it's my 3rd or something.
Wow. Well, I hope it went well. And
It won with Loner Box as well.
Oh, you had one with Loner Box? Wait, already? I can't remember.
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's an old one. It was about. It was about when the Holocaust started, when it became a genocide, and also a bit about
that's an
genocide.
old one. I remember that. Okay, I do remember this now. It's coming back to me.
But that one also turned into a conversation from debate.
Yeah, well, Hey, sometimes that's for the best.
Yes.
To be fair, I also had a debate that turned into a conversation.
Today?
Yeah, no, that was on Friday. When I went on Deep Fat Fried with TJ Kirk and Paul Zigo.
I saw it.
Yeah. And
The AI.
Scotty Kirk. Yeah, I had a good time. But it definitely, we started debating about AI and then we kind of calmed down and talked about other things like Trump.
And then you talked about Bush.
Yeah, Bush and Trump.
But
it wasn't super debatey. It was more like a conversation. It was it got a little debatey at times, but
I even did a short talking about Bush and Trump. Wait a minute. You want the short? Would you like to see the short?
Yeah, sure.
Clip. No, it's a clip. It's a clip.
You gonna share your screen to us?
Oh, how do I do that? Wait, hold on. 1 second.
You might have to DM it to me, and we might have to watch it later.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
All right, you can send it to me, and I'll if you DM it to me on Discord, then you can send it to me.
There's so many things here. What Herzl said about spreading Zionism. Great minds. Sunday is incorrect. Your viewers are troglodytes.
Oh.
I'm just reading out the names of the the clips.
You have some
I'm not making
avid
the names.
clippers, I have to say. I receive a good amount of Lucy clips on a pretty regular basis, and there's some pretty damn good ones. You got a talent. You got a talent for the short form, I have to say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You can listen to it on the stream.
All right,
With
we'll
its
have to hit it
main-
up later because it'll be a little difficult for me to play now. But
Here it's here. Boom.
yeah. So what have you? So besides the debate, what have you been up to lately?
Well, I've been reading about genocide.
Well, that makes sense given the debate.
No, I'm preparing for Loner Box again.
Oh, you're gonna talk again?
Yes.
Oh.
About the Holodomor.
Oh. Okay, so hit me with your. All right. Well, I don't want you to give away all your secrets, but you want to tell me your position?
Yes, it's a genocide.
Yeah. I think that's a fairly. I think that's a fairly. I don't know. I think that's a fairly reasonable position. I've heard a couple of debates about it, but yeah.
Loner Box says that there's not enough evidence to, intent is not sort of established, and my argument is that it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I've heard people go back and forth on it. It's never a topic that I've really jumped into because I haven't been super invested in arguing over it in the past. But I can absolutely see why you would. Well, you'll have to let me know when you're doing that debate.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I haven't been watching very much
of me.
Well, no, I haven't been watching very much of any type of political content. I've been. In my off time, I've been avoiding a lot of political content. In fact, recently, I've mostly been watching internet comment etiquette and then Chariot's Titanic 4-part Dark Souls 2 guide. That's what's been taking up my free time lately, has been watching the Dark Souls 2 guide, learning how to be smart and enjoy Dark Souls 2, and then laughing at internet comment guy. Who's very funny, by the way. If you've never watched, like, not that he needs any help, his channel is insanely popular. But if you've never seen internet comment etiquette, legendary.
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm into learning how to be smart. I'm not sure if that's my.
Yeah, you don't know if you want to. You're smart enough already, is what you're saying.
No, I'm just being smart is not my thing.
I see. Yeah. Well. I don't know about that. I'm taking a look at your background and I'm getting some mixed messages about that. I don't know. You got there's a lot of words in there.
Yes, I've inherited it. It's like a multi-generational library thing.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
My grandfather's from my mother's side, and I think there are books from her boyfriend that she's been with for 10 years, language books, because mom used to be with some guy that was learning 10 languages when she was in.
Did he succeed?
When she was in high school, and I mean, he was learning them, and they were together for 10 years. And I asked, so why did it end? And she said, he got boring.
Oh, damn. He needed 11 languages. That would have done it.
He got boring, so.
Damn. 10 languages learned and still couldn't. He couldn't. What's the thing? God damn it.
Couldn't keep the girl.
Yeah, he couldn't keep it. He couldn't do it. Couldn't cut it. Damn.
Oh, yes. I've been reading the book called Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Work. That's
a hell of a title. Oh my god.
You can show it. It shows a person who is holding the remains of his family in his hands.
Oh, that is terribly depressing.
And it's written by a Polish Jewish author, a very famous war journalist. He spoke with the perpetrators of the Rwanda and the Bosnian genocide.
Oh my god. Wow. Well, sounds like a very heavy read, but probably incredibly informative.
Yes.
Grim work,
And
but
then
necessary nonetheless.
and then 2 chapters of this are actually sort of dedicated to the Holodomor specifically.
Wow.
I'm reading in order to get into the mind of the perpetrator, the new biography of Stalin by Oleg Khlevnyuk. Here, this is the.
Damn.
And I've learned
Stalin.
that Stalin's sort of Georgian nickname taken from his name is Soso.
Sosa?
Yeah, little Soso.
Huh.
And his mom's sort of Georgian nickname is Keke.
Keka?
Yeah.
Hmm.
K-E-K-E. K-E-K-E. So Soso and Keke.
That's
As
incredibly
her name was.
unique information to know about Stalin. I will
Yes.
say.
Was his mom's name was Catherine Keke.
Ah, okay, all right, that makes sense. Well, do you feel like you've gotten into the mind of Stalin yet?
Well, I'm still in his beginning years of being a revolutionary. I'm not super far into it yet, but yeah, I think I've gotten. I mean, my father had a weird obsession over Hitler and Stalin, so he made me read a comparative biography of Hitler and Stalin when I was in, like, when I
I'm
was like,
sorry. A comparative biography of Hitler and Stalin. That is so conceptually funny to me. Hitler
oh, I've read,
versus Stalin.
so I've read
Go.
it when I was like, I mean, I think, gosh, 11 or 12.
Damn, that's a hell of a book to make you read at 11.
I mean, I mean, I on my own read the book when I was 7 or 8. I read the book "We Children of the Zoo Station."
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you
I'm
know
not familiar
"We
with it. No.
Children"?
Mm-mm.
It's a German book. It's a book about a girl in the 70s
Uh-huh.
who was 13, and due to the circumstances in 70s in Germany and a difficult household, got into drugs and then into child prostitution to pay for the drugs.
Whew. That sounds also extremely grim, and also, yeah.
Yes.
Well,
It's like a biographical book
uh-huh.
because it actually really happened. The person is real.
Yeah.
All the things actually happened to the person, and the rest of the book was, I think, written from the perspective of the mom of the girl, of the therapist, and someone else. And then
Yeah.
years later, as an adult, I learned that the person was had her custody of her child taken away because she relapsed back into drugs.
That's really, really sad.
Yeah, it's really weird to read about a person as a child and then sort of by at by random chance read news about that person.
Yeah, that is pretty strange. Wow. Well, that sounds like a hell of a lineup of things to think about and read that you've got on your mind. And the fact that you're able to smile at all at the moment tells me that you have a robust soul that is resistant to the horrors of the world, because you're basically dipping yourself into them in maximum velocity. Yeah, that's stay strong, okay? Don't overdo it. Don't hurt yourself. That sounds like a lot to read and deal with.
Well, there is also where is this? Oh my gosh, what other books am I? Because I'm reading 8 in total. There's the book. Oh, one's in English actually. Bloodlands.
English referenced.
Yes, Bloodlands. Europe Between Hitler and Stalin by Timothy Snyder.
Oh my god. Well,
Yes.
by the end of this, you're gonna know these motherfuckers like better than anybody else.
That's right. Under Hitler and Stalin, the Nazi and Soviet regimes murdered 14 million people in the bloodlands between Berlin and Moscow.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So the killing fields extended from central Poland to western Russia. So I hail from the bloodline.
Wow. Well, that's very metal, I will say. It sounds like you come from a Dark Souls zone.
Yes, I hail from the bloodlands,
Bloodlands,
and I mean, my family was
Lucy of the
during those.
Bloodlands.
Yeah. What else?
There's a little summon sign pops up at the beginning of this call, and I just clicked on it and pressed A, and then Lucy of the Bloodlands went.
That's right. The blooded duck.
Yeah, the blood duck.
And then you have the book Peace with a View on War
Okay.
by the same author who wrote the book about the genocides.
Okay.
This is the history of Israel.
Wow.
Peace with the book on war. And I've also been there's this book, The Great Hunger in Ukraine, but this is just a collection of primary sources.
Wow.
And
Well,
also
that one has an unassuming cover. That one just got a little piece of grain on it, and you're like, wow, wheat. What could be so scary about wheat?
Yeah, and I've also been looking into the homelessness.
Homelessness? Damn.
Well, the criminalization of homelessness.
You need to. I think you need to pick a happy subject. I think you need to pick a happy subject to be able to touch on. You need a book on like puppy socializing or something, to like balance things out just a little bit.
I've been reading a 60 pages.
Okay, you know you're not exactly beating the Polish allegations right now. You know. No offense.
What are the Polish allegations?
The stereotype of Polish people.
What's the stereotype?
Is that you're like you have like the most grim world, and that you dip yourselves into the grimmest things, like maybe intentionally, maybe not intentionally. That's like the perspective that a lot of Americans have, is like, damn, Polish people really love that dark shit. And you're not exactly beating the allegations right now. You're like, oh yeah, just doing some light readings. We got Hitler and Stalin. We got a book with a guy holding his own dead relatives. We got like a stack this big of books about like death and destruction. Gotta say, not beating the allegations right now.
But I've been reading about the lack of. This one's about the U.S. The lack of publicly run toilets.
That is a real problem. Yeah.
Which creates a paradox, because there aren't enough public run toilets to accommodate the homelessness needs, which means that the homeless are forced to urinate and defecate in public, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are no toilets. But since it's criminalized, it's basically ends up in de facto criminalizing the existence of the homeless.
Yeah, it's terrible. That's actually like a super prevalent. Basically, anybody who lives in the U.S. will tell you it's fucking difficult as fuck to find public bathrooms in the U.S. It's like a nightmare. It's genuinely so awful.
There's a fine for urinating and doing other business in public.
Yeah.
And since a homeless person can just pay, I don't know, $500 fee for peeing in public. Instead, they land in jail. So it's like a way to just make it illegal to be homeless.
Yep. Yeah, it's absolutely deranged and terrible.
And I covered the new Kentucky bill put forward by the Satan Party, the Grand Old Party.
Oh yeah, the excuse me, I take great offense to them being compared to my kind. Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, the GOP is. I was just talking about RiverboatJack about how unwell the current state of the GOP is in the U.S. It's like, we're very unlucky in one way, which is that the Democratic Party is a giant flaming pile of garbage as well. But the Republican Party is basically screaming at every cloud that they see and then shooting a gun at it. That's like their mental state right now. It's
Speaking
just
of guns, the Kentucky bill will allow people to confront the homeless with a gun without any repercussions.
Oh, that sounds very reasonable, and like that won't have any negative consequences whatsoever.
For example, if they sleep on quote unquote their territory. So for example, if a homeless person sleeps in their car, a person can come out and confront them with a gun.
That's terrible and inhuman.
I
look forward to a day when the GOP no longer exists in this world. That's all I'll say. I genuinely think it's one of the most evil institutions to ever exist. The amount of
Yeah.
machinized fucking misery that organization has put out in its history is almost beyond compare.
I mean, you don't even have to look to history.
Yeah,
That's
right now.
another clip that I have listing the grand old party. Like, from the beginning, Ukraine should be abandoned. Ukrainians should die. Europe, should it be attacked? It should be abandoned. It should die. Taiwan, should it be attacked? That's Trump, but Trump's basically basically the face of the grand old party.
Yeah, it is pretty bad.
Taiwan, it should be abandoned. The homeless, they should be shot or arrested. The LGBT, they should be shot.
Yeah, that's basically his.
That's the GOP.
Well, by the way,
Republican
if you're
Party.
listening right now, please consider donating because there is absolutely no goddamn way in hell that this VOD is ever going to be monetized either. This makes about 15 VODs in a row that won't be monetized. So if you want to help me make a living, please consider throwing a tip into the jar because otherwise I don't make any money. But anyway, yeah.
All of my videos have the yellow sign.
Yeah, I'm lucky if I get a yellow. Half the time I get a fucking red. But
Yeah?
no.
I got a red on one of my videos. It was unboxing books.
What?
Yes.
That's
I got
weird.
a red
That's really
on
weird.
because I used the knife to open the box.
No! Never show the knife on stream.
To show a sword
you
now.
You have to just imply it. You can show a gun, but you can't show a knife. That's how America works.
I can I show a sword?
I don't know about that. That's depends on the length.
It's a dull sword. It's not sharp.
No, they can't tell.
I mean, I could do that with the hand in the sword.
It's a knife! So you're a duck running around with a knife and you just expect YouTube to monetize that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's fun content.
Yeah.
Family content.
Family friendly. Yeah, listen, you mutilating that poor box that contained a book in it was unfair. But, you know, YouTube serving weird, like, revenge porn ads to children is totally fine.
Today, I had a weird moment in the debate with food shops.
Uh-oh.
A really strange moment.
All right.
Because I'm arguing that what's happening in Ukraine now is a genocide, in my opinion. That Russia is waging a genocidal war against Ukraine. You know?
Okay, yeah.
So I cited the children being transferred from one group to the other. That's one point in the UN Convention and other atrocities. And I didn't expect that sort of response from food shops when she said, well, yes, we have the genocidal rhetoric from Russia. We have the transference of children from one group to the other. But do we know if the Russians really mean it?
Yeah, totally. It's kind of wild. I always find it funny people downplaying Russia, having like watched the Russian, watched Putin's addresses when this whole thing began, and just remembering all of that, how he was talking about how like
all the
this is our the rebirth of the Russian Empire, like motioning towards that stuff. It's just like, dude, no, it's so obvious exactly what he wants to do here. I don't know. It's just
I've even been asked at one point of the discussion. So, should Ukraine lose? Do you think you're next?
Yeah. Well,
I unfortunately believe so.
You think Poland's next?
Well, maybe after Lithuania or something.
Yeah. Well, I hope it never gets to that point. That would be...
We'll see. The Grand Old Party is doing all it can to make it happen.
Yeah. Wow.
With the blocked aid, with the tying the border issue to the Ukraine issue.
Yeah. Well, I wish I could say there was a better opposition. But unfortunately, we're
Trump
stuck with Snoozy
saying,
Joe.
and Trump saying we actually should just forget about any compromise with the border deal. I want to actually campaign on it, so
yeah,
I want to campaign on it. So let's not actually make a deal.
Oh, depressing state of affairs. Politics is so depressing.
Yeah, that's why I cover it.
What's that?
That's why I cover it all the time.
That's what I'm talking about. You're doing it again.
That's right.
So Polish people have just an inverted thing where sadness makes them happy and happiness makes them sad. Is that what you're admitting to here? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're admitting to here?
Yeah. I mean, what else would I read about? Oh yes,
What else did you read about? God damn it! There's so many things in the world.
I started reading. I'm gonna wait one moment, okay? I'm gonna bring it.
Oh no, it's gonna be the most depressing yet, isn't it? I swear I'm being trolled at this point. Lucy is completely trolling me. There's no way.
Okay, so it's an 800 pages brick. It's a thick one.
You're gonna flip it up and there's gonna be a dead person on the cover.
Fascism, genocide, cult. Stepan Bandera,
yeah.
life and myth of the Ukrainian nationalists.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it's got a very nice cover, but
it's the first
designed.
academic biography of Stepan Bandera.
Oh, that guy. I know that guy. I know that name.
Yeah, Uon and Upa.
Yeah. I think he was he's an actor, right? He's a movie actor.
A movie actor. I mean, depends on how you define an actor.
No, I'm just kidding. There's a famous actor who has a similar last name, and I was just making a dumb joke. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Look, I consider myself someone who quite likes dark media, and am more than willing to look into the face of terrifying things. But you put me in my fucking soft and watery American existence next to your average Polish person, and it's just like, oh, like I eat landmines for fun, like, oh, like it's great, it's wonderful. I have a good time. My day feels better when I watch a video of live combat or some shit. What the fuck?
I've been doing book reading on stream.
Yeah, I know. Well,
you know
what?
You know, I've been doing a book readings on stream.
No, I know
I've
you
been
do
reading
book readings
a book
on stream. I don't know
review.
what you've been reading on stream, but I'm sure it's something that's going to give you
I've
nightmares
read.
just with the title.
It's about the because after the war, Poland was gobbled up by the Eastern Bloc, and so it's about Nazi trials in Soviet Bloc Poland after the war.
Nice. I imagine that's a real knee slapper. I feel you're probably laughing a lot when you're reading that, right?
Yes.
Having a lot of funny moments. You get some.
Yes.
You get a little soundboard.
A lot of puns.
Yeah, exactly. I do not reject it. I do not reject it, Aska. It's just, listen. I'm getting misery flexed on right now. Okay, this is something I'm not usually used to. Okay. Yeah. I'm not usually not used to getting into a phone call and then someone just rolling out, look at how many books that will give you like that would kill like a Victorian child if they even looked at the cover of it, and just like, I'm reading 8 of these at the same time right now.
Maybe I should be more a person of action. There's a Belarusian Polish crisis on the border now, so I could go there and see what's happening and do some filming.
Please stay safe. I'm not challenging you to be even more. I'm not challenging you to gain any more proximity to the darkness, Lucy. I'm not. I'm actually encouraging you to do the opposite.
The opposite? What do you mean?
Stay safe. Breathe some fresh air. Smell some nice flowers. You know, enjoy some beauty. Don't only plow through the suffering, okay? Stop encouraging me. I don't need any more sadness.
Reading is beautiful.
Reading is beautiful, but you're using that to mask another fact here, okay? Yes, reading as a whole is beautiful. Oh, look, everyone in chat's agreeing with you. But they're all frauds. They're all frauds.
So yes.
Aska says,
And
Mama,
also I've
Mama
been-
needs to visit Poland in winter. Listen, in the future, I'll do a whole. I'll come visit. I'll come visit as much as I can. As much as I can. That's not an active war zone. Okay.
Yes.
And I say
oh,
that.
you're expecting Poland to be invaded soon.
No,
oh
no,
my
I'm
God.
just saying. I meant most of the entire
Whoa.
eastern side of Europe. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'll do it. And guess what? You can't even make fun of me for that because guess what? My fucking half of our country might be a war zone by this time next year. We don't know what's going on. Texas is out of here, and Texas is like most of the landmass of the United States. So.
There's the situation in Texas. I actually forgot that it's ongoing. I actually forgot that the Supreme Court has been like, whatever.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, I don't know. It's really funny that I'm glad I decided to do my RV trip this last year because I'm pretty sure it's going to be like extreme. I'm going to need like a passport and 16 security checkpoints to do it this time next year. So, you know, I'm
What a beautiful precedent that will send if nothing's done about it.
yeah, it's incredible.
We're doing this law that will basically ban all trans people, and the Supreme Court does not agree. Well,
yeah, who cares? Yeah, it's genuinely the fact that this is the thing. Like we've talked at multiple points in the last 4 years or so on this show about the growing and sort of. There's like a loud buzz at all times in the background of American politics, and that's the ongoing constitutional crisis. And I haven't talked about this in a long time because I've been doing a lot of other things, but I used to talk about this a lot, how the way that Trump and the GOP was going about politics was basically undermining the idea that any of our politics means anything at all. And instead sort of caving away to fascistic whimsy of strongmen. And I feel like that's where we're at right now. That and you know, I'm not a liberal. I'm not all like, you know, rule of law and the American Constitution and all that, you know, proceduralism. I'm not all about that kind of stuff. But I think we can acknowledge that like the state of affairs is that increasingly more and more areas of the United States are just convinced that none of it really fucking matters at all, and you win by throwing your weight around
GOP,
guns. Yeah, GOP primarily. Yep. So it's
like
I look forward to getting drafted into the Free Cascadian militia, and I know that I will fight to protect the border against the cruel Idaho, Texas allegiance in the future. I'm prepared. I know that I will be. I know that I will die you know, for the pine tree flag and whatnot and all that nonsense. I'm quite sure of it. We know the Pacific State Alliance is going to happen. Free Cascadia and the Imperium of California under gruesome Gavin Newsom is almost assured. And let's just say that our people here in Free Cascadia, we love freedom, we love beauty, we like the fact that there are trees that can give us air. The troglodytes of Texas, they breathe sand. All they ever smell is the smell of pump jacks and oil refineries. They have no culture. They've got nothing going for them, and they're from Texas is flowing this like a billowing smoke cloud. That just disgustingness. I'm prepared. See, I'm already practicing my propaganda.
What a sad moment to mention that I've got family in Texas.
I'm so sorry. Get them
in
out.
Austin,
get them out
Texas.
Okay,
it's
all right.
called
Austin is like one of the holdouts. Okay, they're the resistance. That's like I don't know. It's like Alderaan or something. You know. Wait, that's a bad comparison to make.
Yeah, but I don't know, the way things are going, like the whole army ban is starting to sound like some sort of a mild thing when Trump is promising to just ban all trans people altogether if he wins. He promised it several times that he will just ban everything, all transition, everything. He'll just ban via 10 executive orders. I don't know.
Again, I stand strong for Free Cascadia. Come to our green lands and we at least our state constitution. Hey, we have trans rights in our state constitution. Free Cascadia will stand strong against the encroaching.
That's actually one of the points of your debate that made me sort of like go, what? And my sort of blood pressure rise
Which part?
when Paul said, "Well, you know, trans people might have it bad, but have you considered how bad it was in the 90s
Oh
when
yeah,
trans people were the butt of the joke?" And I was like,
it's like a very
"Excuse me?
different. It's like a very different.
Excuse me?" I mean, there's a little bit of a difference between being the butt of a joke, which will hurt me, and like it's not nice, and then being legislated out of existence. I think those are a little bit different.
Yeah, thankfully he didn't hold too hard to that point. He backed off of that one. I do think he was a little misunderstanding the scope, because no, it's there are things that have gotten better for trans people. Some like life conditions are better. HRT is easier to access most of the country, even in red states. A little bit easier for now. Obviously, Obamacare out ruled out pre-existing conditions and stuff like that. But yeah, the fixation on trans people. I mean, fuck. It's like, I mean, god damn it, like. Every single culture war thing on the right is obsessing over trans people and trying to muster hate and violence towards us. And yeah, it's not the same as it used to be. Sure, there was a passive random bigotry that would appear very rarely in media when people were writing an insensitive or joke or whatever, but the average person just didn't think about that type of shit. It was actually, fairly and there were, like I said, there were some things that were worse. Like access to HRT was worse, and that's a really bad thing. But but it was possible at that time for changes to be made in the right direction because there wasn't a mobilizing culture war that's trying to make it impossible, that's trying to make us a active enemy. Things were bad in the 90s, things were bad in the 80s, things were bad in the 70s, but they were different, and it's important to recognize the difference between a malaise of ignorance and bigotry and a lack of access to a active campaign of eliminationism. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I don't think in the 90s we were quite as flooded with bills.
Yeah.
With legislation. And again, today, because today's debate was genocide, so of course I touched upon the topic of the trans genocide, because why not?
Yeah.
And the
why
argument
not? For a treat.
Was...
It's like a cherry on top of a Polish sundae.
Yes. And the argument from food shops, the part was, but they're not saying their intent is not to eliminate trans people as a group. They say they're doing it to protect the children.
Oh, that's complete bullshit too.
To which I said, well, we have to finish that sentence. We have to protect the children from what? From trans people existing, which
from
basically means
themselves.
Which basically means we want to eliminate the group. We could easily turn back the clock and change the phrase from "we want to kill Jewish people" to "we just want to protect the German people from Jewish people."
Yeah. Well, let me just double check on our time here. I haven't been keeping good track of the time. Let me just double check and see how we're doing.
Which means you're having fun, even though the
True, we went 15
grim.
minutes over, which is fine. Even though, yeah, of course I'm having fun. I quite like talking to you. I told you. Listen, just because my misery tolerance isn't as high as yours doesn't mean mean it's non-existent. Okay. You don't flex too hard.
Talking to me tests your misery limits?
No, not at all. In fact, I quite like talking to you. But let's be real. The topic of conversation has been fairly dark.
I mean, maybe you can lead the topic now.
Well, I could, but but you're on here to talk about what you want to talk about. That's the whole point of a signal night. It's not for me to blabber about everything.
It's true, but
I'm supposed to just crack jokes and keep the flow going. Anyway,
okay.
We should probably wrap now because we do have we have a number of other callers who are now waiting. We've started to open stuff, but Lucy, thank you so very much for coming on, and seriously, don't overdo it, okay? Don't break yourself under all that darkness. I know that you're doing the Bane line. I was born in it, molded by it. You're doing that right now, but still, All right.
Plus, I
Thank you.
cry a lot because of the HRT.
Well, maybe that's good though. That could be catharsis, right? HRT does it will make you cry a little more, or at least a little easier. Anyway, can you shout yourself out real quick?
Yes, you should all come to, especially the page lucyhazet.org/live, and you should all subscribe and donate.
Please do. Lucy is amazing, and you all should go
And
flock over
I'm
there.
now a big streamer, 1,104
Yeah,
subscribers.
congratulations! Growing every day. It's wonderful to see.
Right.
Why am I getting roasted? Hold on. Why am I getting roasted in chat?
What happened?
Who's roasting me? Okay, true,
happened?
Nasty. True. Okay.
Oh, what happened?
We'll talk about that in a minute, Nasty. Anyway, nothing. I'm getting roasted by the other Eastern European folk in chat. They're all.
Oh,
they're all
what did
coming
they
out.
say?
Oh, they're saying,
Or-
Pathologic 2 is my favorite game ever. Oh, recommend Dark and Darker, or not Dark and Darker, Fear and Hunger, all the shit that all the dark, insane garbage, demented shit that I recommend to people to go read. Yeah, well, Stalker's gotten, I don't know, actually. I have played Stalker. It's pretty dark. But anyway, thank you so much for coming on. It's been wonderful, and we will talk again. I know we will, for sure, in the future.
Thank you very much.
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye for now.
Bye-bye. I will disconnect. Should I disconnect?
There we go. That was a great conversation. Lucy is amazing, and I love every conversation I get to have with Lucy, of course. Lucy is wonderful. And I sit in a black room with red lights and wear skulls and only talk about media that will make you develop clinical depression and also help you get out of clinical depression once it gives it to you. But I think Lucy has me beat. I don't have a stack of 18 books on the most horrifying and heart-wrenching genocides the world has ever seen. But Lucy is amazing. And of course, Lucy talks about all of these topics with a wonderful and radiant soul and an incredible amount of wit and intelligence. So you should go support Lucy. All right, everybody. Next call. I'm ready. I'm ready for our next caller. Let's do it. Let's keep the pace going. Let's keep this going. Wait, I should have said that in the chat. Hold on.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going? I'm here to make
great.
you laugh.
Yay! Retcon 404. Wonderful to have you. Thank you so much for coming on. I am so excited to have you come on, and I hope you're doing wonderfully. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. I feel a little sick. We went out to the theater for the first time in like 2 years last night, and of course the next morning I've been taking Dayquil. So I've been on a steady diet of Dayquil and Taco Bell.
Hey, Taco Bell. Hey,
So,
can't go wrong with that.
We're doing good
I guess
now,
you can,
but
yeah.
Oh, you definitely can.
Yeah, I mean, to
I
be
did.
fair, the last time I got food poisoning was from a Taco Bell, but
I didn't even think that was possible. They just throw that shit all in the fryer in like 8 million degrees.
I don't know.
But
I think it was the I think it was.
I don't think you need to get food poisoning to have diarrhea from Taco Bell though.
That's
that might
true.
just be a side effect. I did cough fart and it was close earlier. So, you know.
Danger. Yeah,
it is.
you cough farted and it made the fucking Metal Gear Solid like spotted
When
nose.
You cough fart and the hairs on the back of your neck stand up and you're like, oh god,
Run!
what have I done? What have I
my
done to
God.
myself and those around me? Anyway,
Holy shit.
no, I'm doing good. I'm glad that you guys are doing good as well. It's been a while since we like actually talked over voice.
I know. Yeah, I've been running like crazy the last few months. It was like we left, we came up to visit, then we left, and it's just been, I don't know. I feel like it's been a blur. It's been like crazy. Time flies. But
yeah, that's definitely true. It definitely doesn't feel like the end of January 2024 already.
it really, okay, so January has been fucking hell, but the upside is, or I don't even know if this is an upside. The side effect of that has been that the month just disappeared underneath me. And I'm like, I swear to God, it was just New Year's. And I'm like, and now we're a whole month into 2024 already. And it's like, I don't know. It's been a rough month. It's been a hell of a month. This week especially, I've been like crazy.
I guess I'm proud of what I got done in January, but especially because I got me and Felicia both got COVID at the start of the month.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Christmas.
So
COVID. That's the second time. It wasn't so bad for me this time, but I am vaccinated and boosted like
help. Yeah.
Normal people are. So, yeah. But anyway, I still got a lot done, and I'm looking forward to 2024. I've been like really trying to focus on positive stuff because you go on Reddit and you go on YouTube, and it's just like, hey, like, did you know that there's a movie coming out by A24 called Civil War? And I'm like, could you not with the timing? Let's
could we not
hold off for a couple years until we can laugh at it.
I have a fucking bone to pick with that movie already. Okay, and I haven't even seen it. You want to know what it is?
Yes.
Okay, so that movie, there's a part where they show the map and like how the United States breaks up, and they put Idaho and Washington together in like a single alliance, in like the Pacific State Alliance, which is the most ridiculous thing ever. That would be like putting Maine and New Hampshire together. It's like,
yeah, we're gonna fight you off with our swinging log traps. It'll be like Endor.
No, it's just like you couldn't pick two states that have more like opposing cultures. You know what I mean? Like Idaho is like super red and Washington is like super not. And it's like, oh yeah, those two states are gonna fucking fall into an alliance together. Yeah, right. Not gonna fucking happen. I was just like, what the fuck are you thinking? The obvious answer is
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, Oregon and Washington become free Cascadia. California becomes the Imperium of California. We all know this is going to happen. We all know that's what Gavin Newsom wants to do.
He's already working on the Space Marines. We know that.
Precisely. Yeah, he's got a Space Marine program. He's got, he's throwing all in.
Gavin Newsom, the Gavin Newsom gene seed has been brewing for a while. So
somebody in my chat says Eastern Washington is super red. Yeah, that's why it will probably break off and join Idaho. But it doesn't matter because they'll immediately be struggling because, look, okay, this is another thing I was going to say. The idea that, like, maybe I should give a little more credit to the movie. Maybe what they're implying is that Washington conquered Idaho, which is a totally viable and believable thing. Like,
that definitely seems doable.
The diet of the average Idahoan is just corn, as in nothing else, only corn. That's basically.
Don't they also? Don't they do potatoes too?
Oh, I guess they do have some potatoes. Damn it, that's where their nutrition's going to come from, isn't it?
If that movie,
I forgot about the potatoes.
What's that movie where Matt Damon goes to Mars and makes the potatoes?
Oh,
they can live
Martian,
off potatoes.
Right?
Is that Matt Damon? Anyway, so I wanted to talk about. I saw Godzilla -1 last night.
Ooh, please do. Tell me about it.
I no spoilers because it's a great movie and I think you should see it. I would give it like a 9 out of 10. And even my worst complaint is a nitpick. So I have no spoilers besides very like premise stuff. But we were able to see it in a black and white showing, which looked phenomenal. I am interested to see it again in color to compare and contrast that. But yeah, it was a really good Godzilla movie, and I'm not a huge like Godzilla fan. I haven't even seen Shin Godzilla yet, which I've heard is great.
It's awesome.
But,
yeah.
So Godzilla -1 is basically a period piece war drama about a kamikaze pilot that refused to go through with his mission, and it goes through him dealing with like survivor's guilt and PTSD, and he goes home to Tokyo that's been firebombed by the US because this one takes place in 1946 and 1945.
Oh, wow.
And it's just a really, really good movie. And I think it would be a great movie even if Godzilla wasn't in it. So you've got this period piece war drama that occasionally has a giant monster in it. And it's a really good Godzilla too. The design's great. The movie only cost $15 million to make, which is insane. I don't know how much the black and white like covers up if there was any dodgy CG, but in the theater we went to, it looked great. So yeah, if you guys were worried about Godzilla -1, it's really good. So I definitely recommend it.
It's been on my list for a while, so it's probably I don't know. I guess it's still in theaters, so maybe I'll make that my next theater fucking movie that I want to see, because I haven't watched anything in the theater in a while. The last one I saw was Killers of the Flower Moon, and that was totally worth it. I love that film.
Yeah, the last movie that I saw in theaters was the Demon Slayer movie in like 2021. So
oh my god,
it's been a while.
Yeah, I have not been, well, obviously because of COVID and everything. I've been dodging the theaters like crazy. But there's a couple of I was glad that I went and saw Killers of the Flower Moon. Also, when I saw Killers of the Flower Moon, we went to like a daytime showing, and there was nobody else. There was like one other group of people in the theater, and they were sitting on the complete opposite side. So it was like felt nice to be able to just kind of like not worry about having somebody eating a fucking onion pizza behind you or whatever. You know,
our theater was mostly full, even with the movie being out in December, I think. And like I said in chat earlier that like there was a couple of people that had like little kids there, like maybe 6 or 7, which I thought there's nothing like terrible in the movie. I think it's PG-13. So like I don't think it's bad to show kids anything in that movie, but there are some heavy concepts. But I did want to say that dad or uncle or whoever brought his like 7-year-old to see Godzilla in black and white subtitled, that's super based. And then was like, could you understand the subtitles? Yeah, and the kid was like, yeah, it was cool. I could read most of it. I understood most of it. And I'm like, yeah. They're fast subtitles too, so that is one thing to know. It is not dubbed at all. Like you cannot see it dubbed. It's so subtitled that when they briefly have English audio in it, it puts Japanese text on screen. So that's how subtitled it is.
That's kind of a flex, to be completely honest. I've never been bothered by subtitles in movies. Like I am a fast reader, to be fair, so I I don't completely dismiss people's complaints about it, but like. Yeah, to me, I don't mind at all. There's I do recommend you watch Shin Godzilla at some point, because I think you'd really like it. Shin Godzilla is like, it's kind of a discussion or a meditation on like government and how it handles disasters. And it also had like, it almost at points it leans into like dark comedy. But it has a lot of what you were sort of talking about, where there's like so much other stuff going on that like the Godzilla smashing buildings, while awesome, is like not even really the focus of the movie. It's more like the human stories that are being told, which is like that's like the thing that like American takes on Godzilla and have never been able to succeed. Whenever all of the human protagonists always fucking suck in these goddamn Godzilla movies, that the American Godzilla ones. It's just like, what the fuck are they doing? And so you're always wishing to see more of Godzilla smashing up buildings. But I don't know. I found that Shin Godzilla did a really good job of like making the entire movie compelling and not just like a spectacle fest. But yeah, it's really
I would say
good.
The exact same thing about -1. The Godzilla stuff is really great, and I'm honestly impressed with how much they could do with $15 million for CG. But the human drama part of it was really, really interesting. And my nitpick for the movie is that there are side characters in it that you don't get to see enough of. There's this one boat captain that is like an ex-Japanese Navy guy, and he hates the Japanese government. And every time they're like, oh, we have to come up with this plan, he's like, well, it's the government, so it's not gonna work. And I'm like, oh, I want to know more about this character. He seems cool. And there's a guy who's like a doctor, was like a military scientist, and he's really cool, but you don't really see too much of him. And if my biggest complaint about a Godzilla movie is that I didn't get to see the human side characters enough that I was interested in, then I mean, I think that succeeds.
That's a good sign. Yeah. Also, Shin Godzilla was directed by Hideaki Anno, who did like Evangelion and
yes, it was.
And all that. So it has that energy, and it's like his touch is present through all of it, and it really shines through.
All his weird sexual repression really comes through in Shin Godzilla when they're blowing him up with tanks.
Okay, I will say
Gushing everywhere.
One of my favorite things in Shin Godzilla is the baby Godzilla design. It's like fantastic. When you see it, you'll understand why I say I love it so much. It is amazing. But
also, I have to give the film props. They bring back that original Godzilla like score from the 50s movie, the like blah 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 blah, and I'm like, look, I've never really seen the whole 50s movie. Like I've seen snippets. How did they make me nostalgic for a movie I've never seen? I don't know, but it worked. It was so cool, and they used that. Yeah, they use that classic score a couple times throughout the movie, and every time they use it, it just hits really hard. They also do a really cool thing with the sound design where that classic Godzilla roar sound effect, they just kind of like incorporate into the score. So you're like, oh shit, is Godzilla coming now? Or is that part of the music? And like, it's really good. It's also like the kind of movie where shit goes down for like 15 minutes and then like they go to a next scene and you can hear like everyone in the theater breathing because your eardrums have been pelted like for like an hour, and it's just like everyone all of a sudden is like
the quiet becomes its own percussion instrument. You're like, oh holy shit.
Yeah. You're like, oh my god, I'm really close to this guy's feet behind me. I was Godzilla distracted me for a while, but
oh god, you went to one of the screens where they have the recliners then.
Yes, we did, and I broke mine.
No!
So, technically it's still reclined, but I thought, like, okay, so on the left side, I was all the way on the edge of the row. And so, like, the buttons, they just put a little plastic cover over, and I was like, why isn't this thing fucking working? And I just, like, pulled on it, and it came off. And then the little LEDs on the inside that, like, plug where the little electric piece is were just, like, really bright off that hole. So I was like, well, hope that doesn't bother anyone. I'm just gonna leave this plastic piece on the floor. I did find the reclining buttons though. They were on the other side.
Have you seen so speaking of the movie theaters, have you seen the new Dune popcorn buckets that I think it's Regal, it might be, I can't remember which theater line is doing it, but they have a unique and interesting design. I don't know if you've seen them at all. Everybody instantly the dussy.
No.
When you get a chance, search it on social media. Just look up the Dune 2 popcorn buckets. They
oh, the worm pussy. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, the Dunussy. It's incredible. I need to get one of those popcorn buckets now.
I shit you not, it popped up on my Google News feed, and it was like, people are making these memes, and it was a screenshot of a Twitter post that was like, the fucking Wormosi popcorn basket got me feeling feelings. And I was like, why am I getting a push notification for this?
Why am I doing it? It's so
I like it, but yeah.
It's
Google definitely knows me better than I know myself sometimes.
It's I'm like, oh man, this somebody knew what they were doing. I'm actually looking forward to seeing the second Dune. I like the first Dune.
I have not seen the first one with Timothy Chalamet.
Chalamet. I love Timothy. I do like Timothy Chalamet a lot.
I've only seen the scene where they get the Fremen suits and they're like, walk across the sand without rhythm, and then it looks pretty funny.
Yeah, they do the sand walking.
Yeah. So I've seen the sandworm scene in that movie, and it looked cool. I've never seen the old Dune either, or read it, so I'm pretty uninitiated with Dune and Frank Herbert as a whole.
I love Dune, so I really like the Dune the old Dune movie, the David Lynch one, which was obviously it's sort of famous that David Lynch hated the fucking film and he never watched it. He refused to watch the final cut of it.
David Lynch hates everything.
Well, yeah, he can be a little. I mean, he hates some things. He definitely hates most things to do with the like corporate structure of Hollywood. But I mean, he notoriously said that like they took editorial control away from him. So there was a bunch of stuff that he really didn't like. Like one of the things that I remember him saying that he like hated was they added a bunch of narration, which was very weird. But I really liked that film regardless. And it actually was like, it kind of like got me into like a Dune appreciation before I even ever read the books. And now I'm like reading through the books and I'm really, really liking them. And, but I was excited. And the new Denis Villeneuve Dune movie, I quite liked it. There's some things I don't like. One of the things I like about Lynch's Dune is that all of the designs are fucking insane, which is way closer to how it is in the actual Dune book. The way things are described in the actual Dune book, it's like there's a lot of alienness in the designs. There's no like gritty, grimdark future. Even though it is a grimdark future of its own type, it's not like, it doesn't do any of the like cold military, you know, that type of stuff. It's very
it's kind of like
he activated
strapped
his bubble,
together stuff.
like,
Because
it's
in
weird,
Dune, in Dune they have like, don't they have energy shields? And if you shoot them, they explode in like a thermonuclear explosion or something. Isn't that why they use sabers and shit like that?
Yeah, the thing is like laser weaponry is like a thing in Dune, but but one of the ways that it works is that like personal shielding causes energy weapons to backfire, and yes, at the maximum level it can cause like a thermonuclear explosion, but on the minimum level it just eradicates both the shield user and the person who shot they're called laser guns. And so as a result, like laser guns are only used like when there's a relative guarantee that people aren't going to be using energy shields. It actually is really important in the books and adds like a lot of tension, because like they can't use energy shields on Dune in most places because energy shields make the worms go fucking crazy. And they'll basically prioritize eating an energy shield over anything else because the signature like activates their nerves or something in some way. And so what that means is like there's a ton of like asymmetrical combat presented in the books of Dune. But yeah, for like when they're using personal shields, it's like there's like a ton of like hand-to-hand combat with like little vibroblade things, and it just, there's a lot of texture to like the future. And of course then there's like all of the like even the non-combat stuff is like crazy. Like in Lynch's Dune, okay, so this was one thing I didn't like about the new Dune. In the new Dune, in the new Dune they have like, there's a part where the Spacer Guild like comes to give the the deed to Dune to the family, you know, the Paul Atreides and his father Duke Leto, and they're like getting this. And in the book and in the Lynch Dune, the guild navigator that comes to give it to them is like something that's nearly unrecognizable as human. It's like in a tank full of spice. It is so addicted to spice that it literally cannot breathe normal air anymore. It has to breathe a environment that's infused with spice. And in the Lynch Dune, they wheel in what appears to be like a gilded aquarium full of like orange gas, and then this like gigantic like fucked up baby thing with a giant brain like puts its face up against the glass, and it's like, and it speaks like with like a fucked up mouth. It's all like, it's disgusting and fucked up, and it's amazing. And
I'm
that's
gonna
like,
have to
it's much more of like what it's like in the books. In the Villeneuve one, it's just like a guy in a suit, and a guy in like a suit that's full of spice, and you never even see his face. And it's just like, no, like that's the only thing. My biggest complaint about the new Dune is that they're like not as bold with a lot of the like visual designs.
A lot of the design.
Yeah, there's just like crazy shit I mean, fucking people, I don't even know. There's so much shit that's insane in Dune that like was done very well, that like you know, Lynch was able to just like totally run with, because he does crazy fucked up shit all the time in all of his movies.
Yeah,
That's
it's
like
kind of his thing.
It's like kind of his thing. And so like he was like, okay, completely unimaginable future with everybody doing copious amounts of hallucinogenic drugs all the time. How do I like create a world that looks like that? And he did a great job with it. All the characters are messed up and weird, and they look off the fucking rocker all the time. Every single character in that movie. And there's like, I don't know. I'm excited to see the second movie because there's some stuff that's going to happen that I know that's going to happen from reading the books that I'm like, I'm interested to see how they handle this. And I've enjoyed it. The writing and acting is good. And the Hans Zimmer's score is like, it's Hans Zimmer. It's always at least solid.
Yeah,
you know?
Hans Zimmer's score, you can always tell it's Hans Zimmer, but it's never bad. And at the very least, it's never like distracting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I hate when a score pulls you out of a movie or a show or whatnot.
Yeah. He's okay. He's had a few missteps. Obviously, there's the "he lied to me, Spider-Man." That one.
Spider-Man, he lied to me.
That one was certainly a decision. But for the most part, he definitely seemed like he was phoning it in for Spider-Man 2, though, I'll be completely honest.
That was such the amazing. Wait, was that Spider-Man 2 or Amazing Spider-Man 2? Amazing Spider-Man 2 is the one with Electro, right?
It was
where his
Electro,
where he falls into the vat of eels and it fixes the gap in his teeth for some reason.
Where he was like a nerd before, and then
he's like, "I love you, Spider-Man. You didn't give me your autograph." And Peter Parker was like, "Fuck off, nerd." And he went, "Oh, now I have electric eel powers." Oh.
Yeah.
They need to stop being cowards and make a Static Shock adaptation because that show is actually based.
Like,
the show is great.
What a nostalgia trip that one is. What a great show.
Yeah. Oh, before I forget and I run out of time, I wanted to mention because you brought up Dune. Do you remember? I can't remember where we were, but do you remember the guy that was like, "The spice must flow," and he just like screamed it in the middle of a room full of people?
Yes, that was when we
Where
watched.
was
That was when you and I want to say our old coworker from Hertz went and saw Ender's Game up in the fucking cheap seats. And
was that when the tile fell out of the ceiling and almost killed him?
No, that was a separate time.
Was that a different time?
That was a different time. But that was the time when we went and we sat down and yeah, there was like 5 other people in there, and I don't even know, it couldn't have been a preview for the new Dune. It must have been for something else, but
that was like 2011.
Yeah, it would have been
at
too
least
long ago for that. It must have been for something else. I don't know what it was, but yeah, some guy yelled. It was dead silent in the theater. Okay, there was like 10. It was like us and like a small group of 5 other people, and at one point this person just yelled out, and like the trailer ended for whatever it was that made them think of Dune, like while they were talking, so like the theater became very quiet all of a sudden. It was just like, "The spice must flow, flow, flow," like that type of shit. It was so just great. Embarrassing.
It was amazing. I'll never forget
an experience. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna end my time tonight by suggesting that we need to do another collab video because we
need to do the alien thing. We lost track of that.
The one collaboration video we made, which was really good, is the only video that I've ever gotten an actual channel strike for. So
no! Wait,
yeah,
which one? Wait,
the Dragon Ball Z Big Green Dub video. They will not let me. Toei came to my house and were like, "All right, no lube, here you go. You can't upload a bootleg review of a bootleg movie.
That's
you
fucking
little bastard."
bullshit.
So
oh yeah, I had so much fun watching that too. But yeah,
I just remember we were watching it and it was like, "Goku, take off your clothes." That's a good idea. I'll strip down too. Like, I love this video. I love this movie. It's so stupid.
It was so incredible. Well, yeah. I'm 100% down for that. I'm sorry the previous plan. I don't know where. I don't even remember when we were planning that. But I would love to continue. I would love to still do that if you want to.
That's okay. I've been thinking of an idea. I don't know how it'll work out on my channel because I'll have to figure out how to not get like struck. But I think it's safe enough. I recently watched the original series of Pokemon, like the original like whole run.
Nice.
And it's insane. There are so many jokes and just insane moments in that show. I would love to cherry pick them and show them to you at some point because it's really funny. So that's an idea I've been thinking about, but we'll have to talk about it.
Yeah,
there's some
literally anytime. I would really love to do that. That would be amazing. Please, by the way, before you go, please shout out your channel because I know a lot of people know you from chat, but some people in my chat don't know about your channel. So please let them know.
Yeah, if you want to follow me, I am over at retcon_404 on YouTube, and I cover anime and gaming retrospective reviews. So I focus mostly on mecha anime, and a lot of the times that ends up having me talk kind of about politics, because that genre broaches that subject a lot. Honestly is like very leftist a lot of the time. So I've been doing a retrospective of every single Gundam series in release order starting back with 1979, and I'm up to the shows that have come out in like 2013. So I think that playlist in that series has 25 or 30 videos in it. So
that's
incredible. long story breakdowns and theme breakdown videos, head over there, and I cover a bunch of stuff and I take suggestions. So.
I promise
And I just
you,
hit.
if you go do that,
I'm coming up. I just hit 23,000 today, I think. So
that's beautiful.
We're coming along good. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Congratulations, that's awesome to hear. And anyone who's listening, if you even have a passing like in mech anime, you got to go see Retcon's videos. They're fucking awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. It's always amazing to get to talk with you again. And yeah.
Anytime. I come on anytime you'd like me to, because this is all I do. So.
Well, I'll make sure that you have you should know you are one of a few people with the gold pass to the call-in night. So anytime there's a call-in night, you can literally roll up whenever, and we'll make sure we get you in. You get to bump everyone else out of the way.
Charlie, you found me, your grandpa, a golden ticket, and not you.
Yeah, literally. It's perfect.
What an asshole. All right. Thank you.
No
Bye,
problem.
chat.
Thank you. Bye. Yay! I love Retcon. Retcon is my oldest friend. I've been friends with Retcon for a majority of my life. Literally, not even joking. A majority of my life, I have been friends with Retcon. Perfect. Need a bathroom break before we go on? No. I am good to go, actually. I'm actually good to go for now. Thank you very much, though. I'm ready for the next caller. Train Kit says, I have 139 subs. It's hollow and meaningless. It's not hollow and meaningless. That's an accomplishment. But if you're not satisfied with where you're at, you know, so be it. But gaining subs can be very meaningful for a lot of people, especially if they're very active. But I can understand if your current community doesn't bring you joy. Maybe try building something new. By the way, hello, and welcome.
Hey, how are you? What's up?
I'm doing wonderfully. How are you?
I'm wonderful. I'm wonderful. I was just listening to Retcon, and I follow him. I was listening to his voice. I was like, "Gosh, that person sounds familiar, don't they?" And so it's exciting.
Wonderful. Well, real quick, if we could get your name and your pronouns before we get started, that would be incredible.
I am Riley Kilo, and my pronouns are she and her.
Fantastic. Excellent choices. A fine vintage. Welcome, Riley. It is great to have you on. What would you like to talk about today?
Okay, so I'm somebody who talks a lot about kink and queer culture, and specifically from like a sex work perspective. And recently, I did a video on the website FetLife. Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Not to, you don't have to out yourself or anything.
No,
but,
it's fine. I talk fairly openly about lots of things, but no, yeah, I am familiar with the site.
And stop me if I'm breaching any boundaries when it comes to TOS and stuff like that. I'll try to keep it above board. So
trust me, this VOD is already fucking done. So don't stress it too much.
Yeah, after you say the G word enough times, it kind of goes downhill. And so so I recently made a video about the website FetLife because they have a lot of active recruitment of right-wing hate groups, including links to Stormfront and things like that.
Jesus.
And when you go on that website, it's like the worst unmoderated Facebook. It's like Facebook like 2015 status, and so I've spoken about that in videos, and they recently copyright struck my most recent video, and so I've been really kind of like trying to pay attention to people and organizations that fly the rainbow flag, but don't actually act on it, or are extremely exclusive to parts of the trans community that might be seen, or the kink community, or rather of the queer community that might be seen as kind of persona non gratas or others. And so, I don't know. I have you had any experience being just, marginalized or anything because of your, experiences with kink? I don't know. I don't know if you have
I mean, I wouldn't say directly with kink. Partially only, partially, and maybe I don't know. I guess I couldn't speak to why, but mostly probably because because most of my conflict has to do with this goddamn channel I'm on right now. Most of the issues and conflicts that I run into are downstream of the conflicts I've had here. I'll be honest, I don't spend a whole lot of time on kink related sites, although I have in the past. A lot of it was very self-driven, and I didn't find myself approaching a whole lot of communities, so to say. I used to do some adult writing in the past when I used to do freelance writing and stuff. But no, personally, I haven't really experienced all that much. But it's something that I've been aware of, and I guess I've talked about a little bit. Some sort of I guess I wouldn't say like direct things, but things that I've come into contact with. I did a video a little while ago about the like weird double standard that's present sometimes online with regard to like people who like sadists, and how there's this expectation of like there's a desire, but also like there's an expectation that you should feel bad about it or be ashamed or that it's somehow bad or dangerous, while also people seek out sadistic partners to fulfill their masochistic fantasies. And so you get a double-edged sword, or I shouldn't say double-edged sword. You get a no-win situation where you're seen as inherently dangerous for which side of the equation you're on. And that can be a very alienating and difficult experience. And I have experienced that, though, not really what you were speaking about before, just because, I don't know, probably mostly because of just how I've approached, kink. I don't tend to be, maybe I should say I'm not exactly outgoing when it comes to like going to groups or anything like that. I've always been a little more private about that kind of thing. Even though I talk about plenty of stuff on my stream, it's just, I guess that's my approach. But,
well, I know you've always had a kink-friendly stream and stuff like that, and of course, I think that the queer community and the kink community are absolutely, they should look out for each other, and if not, hand in hand. And so it's frustrating when I see organizations going rainbow flag, and then they don't support these kind of. A great example today is AVN was yesterday, the Adult Video News, and they did not, Adult Video Network rather, during the awards show, they did not announce the trans performer on stage. So out of all the different performers and stuff that they had called out, they didn't let the trans people on stage. It was just best actor, best female, you know what I mean? And so that is like one of the most coveted awards for the AVN. So it's interesting how even within these microcosm marginalized communities, people are still othering each other. And I think it's just a fascinating topic that doesn't get a lot of light shown on it, because I've had large, trans people and large people with trans followings and stuff like that attack me for just being, I was on a show called My Strange Addiction, in which I did kind of diaper fetish stuff. Okay. And when that happened, all the diaper people were mad at me for being trans, and all the trans people were mad at me for wearing diapers. Neither of them wanted to be represented by each other, and they, and so the kind of othering that goes on within these kind of little tiny micro communities has always been really kind of eye-opening to me, I suppose.
Yeah, this is something, a similar topic I've discussed at, fortunately, various points in my show's history with regard to the furry community, which is that is sort of famously divisive, and also like uniquely has a uniquely large, outsized spotlight. Obviously, the furry community is fairly large as far as kink communities go, but also there's an incredible amount of fixation on it, partially because of like the fact that there are like large furry conventions that anybody can go to and take pictures and do whatever, and there's just a horrible internet machine that looks to sort of like exploit that. But
I think there's an aspect.
Yeah, there's like a tendency for people to, defensively other, to say, oh, well, see, like, you don't need to be mad at me because I can join in with you in being cruel to this other person that I find as an acceptable target. And I think that's a thing that literally basically any community can become vulnerable to, or at least members of any community can become vulnerable to, is this desire to like target and harm on bad grounds people who are different in the name of like winning points or whatever.
Well, and it's speaking of the furries, that's something that's been coming up in the kind of right-wing politic lately is, attacking these people. There's a big article about how they're going to send the animal control after these furries in the college and stuff like that, which is kind of scary and dystopic, but also kind of hilarious at the same time. And I recently had there's a right-wing thing on Rumble, and they're associated with like Freedom Press or something, and they have a somewhat big following, and they've highlighted my episode of My Strange Addiction, which is now about 12 years old, and they were saying, oh, these Zoomers, hate getting work, and they're just all like this and stuff, and it's like, lady, I'm 37 years old, I'm not a Zoomer, and stuff, but they just are finding these culture war issues, kink, transness, queerness, allegiance to certain political views, like the way people represent the people who are speaking about Palestine now, that almost all in the right-wing media, it's people with colorful hair, and that kind of same thing they did with the feminists, and same thing they've done time immemorial to kind of other these groups and paint them as saying, hey, these people are different, and so it's okay to brutalize them or take advantage of them.
There's also like an undercurrent in like you brought up that law of like the animal control thing, which is kind of like it really is like a very diluted and cruel and nonsensical like it comes, part of it comes from that like desire to like own the libs, it's like, look, you want to have cat boxes in schools, well, now we can call animal control, and then everyone is just like, I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Because most of the people there have no idea what the reference to the cat boxes or any of this is, and they're just like, what are you talking about? And there might, whoever introduced that shit is probably, plugged into some meme somewhere. But on the broad level, it doesn't actually serve to target any single group. It's not really an anti-furry law necessarily, but what it is it's normalizing a targeting of anybody who's deviant in any way. And of course, the deviance is always then, in these cases, left in the hands of the most insane and conservative and evil people you can imagine who are piloting these laws. So it's the anti-deviancy, which is almost interchangeable for anti-degeneracy as a broad, in broad strokes, is very dangerous.
PewDiePie called me a degenerate.
What's that?
PewDiePie called me a degenerate.
Yeah, it's a very popular word among right-leaning people, and it has. I mean, that term is, it's literally, it's directly from the Nazis. Like that is where that term gained its popularity. Is like, you are like a term that's used to try and not just separate someone from society, but paint somebody in a light that is like, oh, you are not just not a part of our society, but you're like dangerous to it. You're like something that needs to be out of it, a threat. And
there's this woman in this. Yeah, this woman in this podcast goes in this thing, and she's showing her face and everything. It's a pretty well-produced show, and she says that I'm going to, content warning, I'm going to self-harm myself in prison, and that's going to be the end of my life, and it's going to be this pathetic, sad life and stuff. And I'm sitting here going, well, I don't know about that. Like, like I don't, they try to, it's one thing to paint somebody as an other, but it's another to start enacting this kind of like, well, not only do we not want you to, not only are you not going to play our reindeer games, but we're going to send you to jail for it. And that idea of get help is always kind of like a very fashy signal for me. Kind of like, well, oh, you need to get help. It's like, well, are you going to be the one that makes me get help? Because that's not the kind of future I want to live in, just for expressing my kinks and stuff. And
well, it's also it's also dishonest. Like, they're not actually saying, like, when they say get help, they're it's a quote unquote polite way of saying like, I think that you should be taken care of by somebody else. You know what I mean? And yeah, I do think that there's like I mean, this is on that topic, like the oh god, the conversation around like how you know, psychology can be weaponized to this like disgusting corrective and prescriptive approach, and you know, I mean, everything from things like conversion therapy to to you know, the way that like Freud in sort of the building the foundations of what we understand as like modern psychiatry had extremely rigid assumptions about how people should be and how they are, that were not very well, you know, justified in any way, and yet people were put under his authority and under the authority of organizations that were, you know, sort of claiming from, you know, to come from his science and whatnot. There's a lot of overlap with persecution of you know, deviant or non-typical people, presentation, sexuality. There's never, and a lot of times the entire goal, of course, is for these people is to avoid ever actually talking about harm, to avoid ever actually making a case whatsoever. They wanted to exist entirely in a realm of like pure emotional reaction, of pure disgust-based reasoning. They never want to ever, and I mean, God, there's so many. I'm thinking about like a particularly large conflict that once unfolded around this channel, that was very much in that same realm. A conflict I had with a fairly large at the time, now not even a content creator, but a fairly large creator at the time who actually started as an argument around about furries, and then went just months down the road, it became this extremely public fight about expressions of sexuality in public, and her position was very, very extreme, and yeah, it's just something you see a lot, and a lot of it was based off of this sort of like inability to inability to state harm, inability to rationally and analyze harm, and instead relying on a very emotional, anger-fueled, disgust-fueled response. And I think that like the fixation on degeneracy or deviancy is like very, very, it's a commonly used tool in this type of
so I didn't just come here to complain, right? I'm all about praxis. I'm all about figuring out what the hell we're going to do about this. So we have decided over the last 20 minutes that it is antithetical to the kink movement to antithetical to any sort of progressive queer movement to bash kinky people, right? Like kink, sexual expression, it's all good, you know, as long as consensual partners, nobody's getting hurt, you know, maybe a little eco-friendly stuff like that. So what do we do when a big organization that is as intertwined with the kink scene as anything is actively promoting fascist causes and silencing anybody who speaks against them? Because I, again, created a video expressing my frustration with their fascist, you know, alignment, and they copyright struck it and put a strike on my account and took the video down as a way to silence me. And
that's terrible.
And so what do we do about it? And you don't get a lot of traction from it because there's always well, we just don't like drama. We just don't like politics. And it's like, well, you know, I know there's a lot of cisgender white people in the kink scene and a lot of people that are more interested in wanking than they are in social justice. But how do we break past that kind of barrier of nonchalance to actually get people to effing care?
Yeah.
And you have to give me a solid answer right now.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, there are some things that are just, it's very difficult to have I mean, I personally think that, you know, one way, and this is kind of my general approach, I find that, like, there are times where the simple answer is that there isn't a one-stop shop solution. There is no way to, you know, for example, there's no way for me to change YouTube tomorrow. I don't have the power. Me and every person that I know do not have the power to fix the problems, like the labor problems on YouTube, for example. But
no ethical consumption under capitalism,
yeah,
et cetera, et cetera.
But what we can do is we can start to build foundations. We can start to build connections that will allow us to open new doors that may give us a solution in the coming days. And when it comes to something like this, where it's like a popular and central website, a social media site, if an alternative social media site, but a social media site nonetheless, that has an undue amount of power, an undue, amount of influence over an audience, there might not be a way to take down that beast, easily. But what can be done is that people who do care, people who are invested, can start to network together. They can start to build other solutions. They can start to build other spaces that are safer, spaces that start to sort of rob the power that these hyper-centralized locations do have. And I think that's a good thing to do. I think that it's always good when there is even if it's gradual, even if it doesn't fix the problem overnight, a divestment. Unfortunately, there is this thing that happens online, which is like it's not exposure, but the idea of, like, I guess it is exposure. There's this idea that a lot of people, I mean, I don't even know, I feel like it's sold from a very high level that like the media structure of America can solve every problem just by shining light on everything. Yeah. And sometimes good can come from that. I'm not saying that it doesn't solve anything. Sometimes it does. Sometimes exposing something can really make a change. But there are times where it either cannot be exposed easily, or the expose doesn't fix the problem, doesn't stop it. And that's a tough place to be in. And I don't know, when it comes to a site like this, I don't know what the answer is, besides saying, hey, here's how we start building connections with other people. Here's how we can start building spaces that don't rely on this. And I don't mean it like launch a new website like, kick.com, but for kink or whatever. Obviously that's not realistic, but even having the ability to even building things like, chat groups or friendships or email chains or anything that can begin to substitute people's need to rely on such a central source can be powerful. And it also it opens doors, because once those people start talking, you never know, there might be somebody out there who does have the connections and the funds to start a new project that could make a big difference. And this has happened before. We've seen this. Sometimes the replacement ends up being as bad as the one that came before, but other times it doesn't. And I mean, there's a similar problem going on right now with Twitter, on an obviously much bigger level. Like, what is anybody supposed to do about Twitter? Twitter was a place that had some function. It always had problems, but it had uses, and people enjoyed themselves on it, and it had a certain amount of functionality, and it served certain purposes. And it's just not anymore. From the top level, it was corrupted. It was made worse. It was broken down. It was deconstructed, and
intentionally.
Intentionally. And there's just nothing that any person, even if we feel very strongly about it, can do about that particular aspect. But what we can start to do is say, okay, so what were the things that people were going to Twitter for? And why were they going there? And can those needs be met? Can those needs be met elsewhere? Maybe in structures that don't even look like Twitter. Because obviously now there's a glut of people trying to do exactly what Twitter did and not realizing that, like, you can't just make Twitter too. It doesn't really work that way.
Wait, you're not on Threads anymore? You're not using Threads? What are you talking about?
I'm not on it. I'm on Blue Sky, but I don't really post there ever, and I don't really browse it ever. I'm technically on there, and I'm on the Fediverse, which has its own whole slew of problems, but it's just there's not really a one-to-one solution in that way. And so it is not an enviable position for anyone to be in, and there's certainly some horrors that you just have to kind of that are just hard to watch. Like the Nazi problem unfolding on Twitter is it's like a massive, like it's terrible. It's so fucking bad.
Yeah, there was somebody named CB who stalked me, and when that TV show came out, like literally made my life miserable. I had to get a restraining order and stuff. and just at the beginning of this year, they were back on, at the beginning of last year, they were back on Twitter and celebrating it, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Musk. I've been suspended since 2013, but my account's back." And you know what the first thing they did? They started harassing trans people with all their followers and all the backing and the power and the approval of this man. The final thought for me, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
One of the things that is worrying kind of about the things I see in common parlance when it comes to the trans community is how antagonistic people are towards sex or sex work in general. And, you know, a lot of people my age, 37, and you know, older trans women, we're sex workers because we didn't have a lot of options, you know, in life, or we decided to, or, you know, for me, I worked in regular industry for a long time, but I was severely abused there. So I got into sex work to have my own autonomy and freedom and stuff. But nowadays there's so much kind of like political single-mindedness on issues that people will antagonize sex workers and stuff. So I just want to thank you for making this a place where people can actually talk about kink and sex work without people sticking up their nose at them, because that is us. And as we try to polish our image as the right wingers and people come towards us, but some people want to kind of shine the ball of trans and stuff, but there's a lot of people out there, you know, people of color and people with disabilities and stuff that just get forgotten in this you know, community. And it's just it's frustrating when we try to sanitize ourselves for a group of people that will never accept us. And so why not just, you know, keep flying our freak flags and expressing ourselves and let this truly be the sexual revolution it's intended to be, instead of letting ourselves get cucked by the right wing and being too humiliated or shy to truly have this sexual revolution that we've all been promising. So anyway, sorry.
I do think I think you have. I mean, first of all, like I appreciate your kind words about the community. It's something that I've always wanted to be the case, you know, because I do think that, like, you know, like you mentioned, there's nothing anybody really can do if like a piece of shit just gets you know, pardoned on social media by Elon Musk, by, like, you know, diktat, by from the top level. It's just it's a thing we can't really do anything about, and it just sucks. It just sucks when that sort of thing happens. And a lot of it has been happening recently. You know, people who have no business having access to a platform or to social media that have demonstrated that they're harmful. But you know, in my mind, like, there's a lot of strength that can come from being able to rally and build strong connections elsewhere. And so I've wanted to have a community that's able to talk about things, that's able to be supportive of one another, and that doesn't you know, that it has resistances as an immune system that resists of like, you know, just raw emotional reaction. And then to follow up on the other thing that you said, wait, no, I'm losing my train of thought. God damn it, I hate that when that happens. God damn it, what was I going to say? Well, regardless, most of my point was made anyway.
No, I appreciate it.
I remember now. I remember what I was going to say, which was just that I've always had you know, a pretty strong anti-assimilationist approach. I think that the assimilationist stance is one that is dominated by fear. And it's an understandable fear, but nonetheless, it's dominated by fear, and I think it leads to dark paths. You know, you see people, I think that you're not convenient for our quote unquote, you know, our quote unquote image, you know, our quote unquote PR. And there's always like a question, well, who are you actually? You're drawing a circle somewhere, and you're saying this is the group that matters and deserves to have its voices heard. You know, and there's problems in doing that. And I'm not saying that, like, you know, everybody's, you know, giving every single person a giant megaphone is a good thing, but obviously, you know, some people don't know how to use a megaphone and aren't going to do it well. But also there's the idea that you just need to, like, sort of, you need to fear anything that you think might damage your public image in the eyes of people who don't consider any of us, you know, human. that's just
Yeah.
it's just bad tactics on a very baseline level. So, here you're always going to find me pushing back against the assimilationist approach because I don't think it's effective and I don't think it's good.
Yeah. Well, next time we'll get into puppy girl discourse. How about that?
Puppy girl discourse. What? You saved the puppy girl discourse? What?
Well, you've seen those. There's a posters up where it's like a little trans puppy girl, and people are like, "How dare they?" And they're like, and then I think the response from the trans community was, "Arf, arf."
Yeah, I was gonna say the puppy girls. I was gonna say puppy girls. I've been bending the algorithm on Twitter to serve me even more puppy girls. There's so many. The puppy girl posting is like in vogue right now. It is like the most popular thing on. I don't know. It could just be the bubble that I've gotten myself into. I did.
That's a good bubble. That's a good bubble.
It's good. It's fun. I don't know. There's a lot of it going on. I also feel a little sad because I'm sitting here going, why is this all happening on Twitter? There's so much sadness and depression. Oh, we got to get these. We got to put the treats, somewhere else so that all the puppy girls run elsewhere. I don't know, but yeah.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to talk a little bit about sex work and kink and stuff, because I think it's important, and some people can be a little shy about it. But I've been a sex worker my whole adult life, and I'm happy to, like I said, happy to have the opportunity to talk about some kinky shit. So,
well, it was wonderful to talk with you, and I appreciate you coming with a great topic, and yeah, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I want to say,
can I shout out
Please,
Pennsylvania?
Yeah. Yeah,
trans stuff. If you're in Pennsylvania, support transminersrights.org. You can sign up for this group, and we have a big petition for hormones for people over the age of 14 for informed consent. We're trying to push the legislatures for Pennsylvania to get this forward movement and allow that people over the age of 14, which is the same age that you can get birth control pills. If you're over 14, you should be able to get hormone pills and stuff. So that's what we're doing, and we're hoping to spread it around Jersey and all over the East Coast. So transminerrights.org if you're in the Pennsylvania area. And thanks again. And I'm Riley Kilo. Just type Riley Kilo into the internet, and you'll find a bunch of stuff that you might not want to see. So.
All right. Well, thank you very, very much. Thank you so much for coming on. It was great talking with you. Bye for now.
Peace.
That was a great conversation. Yeah, to be honest, this year, I guess I haven't talked about it as much, but that's not saying that much because I talk about kink and I talk about issues related to it and anti-assimilationism constantly. But that was a very good conversation, though. Great topic. Yeah. Excellent. Dark Souls 2 win? Oh, true. I was going to play. Ooh. Shit, I forgot I was going to play games. Well... yeah, I guess I can start playing games now, but should I play Dark Souls 2? Maybe I should play Brotato. I should play something brainless like Brotato. Yeah, I'm gonna play Brotato. Because Dark Souls 2, I can tell my brain, my focus right now is struggling. So I'm gonna do Brotato instead. Because I like Brotato. And alright, next, we're ready for the next caller. Hold on. Wait. Oh yeah, hold on. I gotta hide the text here. All right. We're doing Brotato. We're gonna play Brotato. I have to beat this damn fisherman. Whoa!
Hello.
Hi. How's it going today?
Very well. How are you?
Oh, good. Hold on. Let me just get the audio check real quick. Can you just speak real quick for me? Just a standard tone.
Hello. 1, 2.
All right. Perfect. Just going to adjust that slightly.
Sure thing.
Awesome. Welcome.
Yeah, this microphone, I have to get like right up next to it. Otherwise, it starts to drift a little bit. So
well,
I'll have to be good about that. That's true.
Welcome to the show. If you would
Thank you so much.
kind as to state your name and your pronouns, that would be
absolutely
wonderful.
My name is Calliope. My pronouns are she, they.
Awesome.
And I'm just a little imp.
Okay.
I don't really have anything super serious to talk about. But there is one thing I wanted to show you, and also to give to the community.
Okay.
So I know that everybody in this community has like been blessed by the Demon Mama bathroom song.
True.
By the lovely Gay Fesh, yes. Well, it got stuck in my head too, like everybody else's, I'm sure. And I really wanted to see if I could do like a remix of it, and luckily I hit up Gay Fesh, who got back to me with some stems really quickly.
Wow.
And I was able to put together a fun little remix of the Demon Mama bathroom song, because I guess I thought the original one wasn't like hectic enough.
It wasn't hectic enough.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. So let's see. So wait. So are you working on this now, or is this something you finished?
I finished it. I gave it to your mods to send it over to you if you wanted to either give it a listen now or wait until you had to use the bathroom.
Let's give it a listen now. Hold on, let me pause. I just started playing my silly game, but
I know. I apologize for that.
No, that's totally fine. I can. Let me see. Wait, where is this? Oh my! I don't know if my mods gave it to me yet. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay, now I have it. All right, let's give it a listen. All right, here we go, everybody. Hopefully this will play fine. All right.
Each Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. Streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break.
Loving it too. Holy shit.
Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stay on the most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break.
So hard!
It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little list, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bobbing while she's taking the break.
Holy shit! I love those! I love those! That's the imp noises. Oh, this goes so hard.
Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door in a little...
Bathroom song after 7 cups of coffee. True! Way of the mackerel! Holy shit!
You're just fucking with me now.
That is legendary! Oh my god! Incredible.
over. Stop. Somebody.
Like and subscribe.
Oh my god! Legendary! Holy shit! This is fucking incredible! What the fuck? You just fucking come in here and hit me with this shit? What the fuck? This is unbelievable. I am fucking floored. I can't believe you got Way of the Mackerel into there. And the fucking Bazingas too. Holy shit.
Oh my god. It's actually really funny with the Way of the Mackerel. I came in a couple of streams ago trying to find if anyone had it. I was like, oh god, how silly would it be if this like ended up fitting? And you actually linked me to like an archive page or something with the songs on it. All they had was the song in its entirety, like with its drums and guitars and stuff, and they had the instrumental. And I was like, oh, that sucks. There wasn't really much in terms of like that I could work with. But they made a mistake. They uploaded the instrumental and a version with the vocals, and they're the exact same file, except one has vocals and one doesn't. What that means is you can throw it into Ableton, and you can actually reverse the phase, and it will cancel out everything that isn't, everything that's the same in both tracks. So anything that was left was the vocals. So I got a relatively clean vocal track of
it sounded amazing in here.
Which is now
incredible.
Like the most amount of work probably done on that song since it was recorded.
Oh no, Gay Fesh. This is about the part with the Way of the
Mackerel.
Yeah. You did fine. It was the church militant guys who fucked up.
No, the stems were totally fine.
Oh,
I had to just like bootstrap some militant. Church militant.
This is fucking
vocals.
incredible. By the way, can I ask you for can you send over if here I'll just let me add you. I'm gonna send you a request here on Discord real quick. Hold on. How do I do that? There we go. I sent you a friend request on Discord. Would you be able to send me over a file version of this so I can play this during streams? Because holy fucking shit, this goes so goddamn hard. That is genuinely. Yeah, the link is right here for everybody who wants it. We're gonna bam. We're gonna have to fucking put that in the. Oh, it's got. Oh no, it's giving me link.
Yeah, it's got all this. It's got a lot of link noise.
Hold on, let me see.
We couldn't.
Hold on. Let's see if this works.
Couldn't figure out.
Oh no. Oh, why is it like that? Well, whatever. People. Okay, who cares? Just click on the big fucking dumpy link. I can't get it to do anything else. Apparently, SoundCloud likes to put that stuff on there. I don't know. I thought Firefox would get rid of that stuff, but.
I think it might be because it's like a private file.
Oh,
so it needs
that's totally.
It needs all that fancy data to
keep it private.
To get through.
Okay. Well, whatever. There's the link for everybody. Bam. Yeah. If you're willing to, I would absolutely love to be able to play this frequently.
Of course.
Because that goes so hard. Now, what I need to do is we have to begin the search. We need an animation to go with this. And then I can actually take fucking proper bathroom breaks without fucking people. See, that's the secret that I learned. Is that I learned that I have to have a like slime squishing and flashing lights on the screen whenever I go to the bathroom, or else people will fucking log off. You give them music, you give them hours of entertainment, and they still go, oh, I'm bored now, and click somewhere else. Fucking assholes.
I know.
Anyway.
You can't even win.
But this is incredible, genuinely.
Thank you so much
completely and
for
utterly floored.
letting me share.
It's amazing. I'm completely blown away. This is I should be. I want to thank you, not the other way around. This is fucking amazing. Holy shit, it's incredible. I love that. That is like unbelievably flattering and incredible. Imp flavored. You know what? I should just make my own. I could do it. I could just record my own slime video of me crushing slime. There are Etsy shops that literally make slime, unique looking slime for slime crushing video YouTubers. Isn't that crazy? But yeah, I should do that and I should do it myself.
Special lens? Isn't there don't they use like special kind of like fisheye lenses?
Yeah, I guess they do. I don't know. I think a lot of them use their fucking iPhones, which is a fisheye lens. So, but
that's true. That's a real hustle.
Yeah, I could do my own one, and then we could have. I could put a bunch of crazy effects on it so that you can barely even tell it's a slime squishing video anymore, and then we could play this over it, and that'd be absolutely legendary.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Oh my god, it'd be amazing. Holy shit, that's fucking incredible. What an absolute, you have some fucking crazy talent.
Thank you.
Holy shit.
I really appreciate that.
I really appreciate it. Holy shit, thank you for using your unbelievable talent to make something cool for me. That is like, it's like the fuel of my entire life. That's like life fuel right there. And you've given me life fuel. Holy shit.
I really appreciate that. You know, I think it's great to be in a community where it's like a domino effect of like inspiration. You know,
yeah.
I don't know what inspired Gayfesh to make the Demon Mama bathroom song, but I imagine it was probably something that you did, and then Gayfesh did something that inspired me to want to take my own take on it. And I don't know. I guess if there's like an animation that comes along, it just keeps going and going.
Well, that is an effect that I aspire to do and only make better. I want creative people. I mean, that's part of the reason why I do Signal Nights, is because I want people in this community of all different types of creativity, all different types of I guess creativity is a very broad. So all different types of creativity to be able to come on, have their voices heard, and meet other people, inspire other people. It's something I'm very interested in doing with my community, and I think this is, and it also makes me feel really good when I get something cool that's based off of something I built, and also includes something that's very special to me as well, which is the Way of the Mackerel, which is by the way, still we are like, that's another one of those little magic things where it's like the whole Holy Mackerel thing. It's like us
so
and
legendary.
Gayfesh are basically the only people who've ever really meaningfully reacted to that we know of.
It's unbelievable. I really didn't believe you when I first heard you like a couple of months ago say like, if you haven't gone back and actually watched our Holy Mackerel videos, you need to do it.
I know, right? I need to run an ad campaign for him or something. I don't know.
It was unbelievable.
Isn't
Holy
that fun?
moly, what an experience. Yeah.
It's crazy, right? I know, it's like I have this it's there's just like there's so much magic in Holy Mackerel. I genuinely love Holy Mackerel, and in all of its problematic glory. It's something that like, but oh man, that is incredible.
I actually find myself getting legit inspired by the bridge in Way of the Mackerel.
Yeah, right?
It's like
so
it's sink or
good.
swim. It's like it's really hard.
Sink or
like
swim now.
Yeah, you gotta have devotion. Holy
Gotta
shit.
have devotion. Way of the Mackerel. The other one too is the. Have you seen? So I assume you must have seen all of the episodes now. But have you seen the one with No Day to Dine? Have you seen that episode?
Have I not?
Oh my god.
Maybe not.
Oh my god, you gotta go watch it. Hold on, I'll send you the episode. Hold on,
Please.
I'll send this. We recorded it fairly recently, and it was the newest season. And there's an episode of Holy Mackerel that we did. Wait, hold on. I gotta go to my channel. Here's a question to YouTube. Why the fuck do you make it so hard for me to get to my own goddamn videos, huh? How come it's gotta be so many clicks? Hold on. Hold on, give me a second here. Mackerel. It is it this one? No, it's not this one. It is, yes, here's the one. No, wait. Yes, Fruity Escapades, that's the one. Oh god, why is it out of order? Okay, hold on, here's the playlist. And
Was this the same night where we went over like the
watched Holy
really intense Milo video where he's talking to the founder and they're just like eye fucking each other?
Yes, it was the same night, and then later we watched they did the
so I
James
was there
Bond
for that.
parody. So you saw the No Day to Dine song that they did?
I must have.
Okay, you got to watch it again. Okay, hold on. I'm ggoing to give you the episode. Okay, well actually this whole thing right here.
Well, did it all like explode? Can we not like go to the actual website and
Oh yeah, you can. As far as I know,
anymore?
well, I haven't checked in the last few days. Hold on. Let's see.
Oh, that's good.
churchmilitant.com. Let's see if they're still up. Their website is still up. Let's see. Do we still got the video? All shows. Let's see. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel's still up. The real thing that we're gonna see is we're going to. So we have a few more episodes we still gotta watch because obviously we watched the trans rights one,
Right.
which was crazy. We have a few more episodes to watch, and then we're gonna wait and see because Lent is coming up soon, and if they're still making episodes, then
They
we
have
keep
to do
observing.
it. That's the only time.
Yeah, I mean that's when they usually do it. They usually release a new season during Lent. That's when they like launch
Got
all
it.
the episodes. And so each season has come out on Lent of that year. So we're gonna see if when Lent comes up, if another season comes out, and if it does, then we continue observing. And if not, then I'm going to be writing I have a proposal that I've been drafting.
Yes. You're
see.
you're trying to auction the rights. If I'm
trying
not
to purchase them,
mistaken.
yeah, hopefully.
That's
and
right.
Secure them, and if so, then I will be the ultimate patron of the Holy Mackerel.
That's
but
pretty exciting.
We'll see.
I think you need I think you need a pseudonym though if you're gonna bid.
I might need to. I might need to just. I might need to. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I might need to do to get a shell corporation so that I don't have to approach them as Demon Mom. But of course, there's the other side, which is that they no doubt know that I'm reacting to their stuff. Like we're like 100%.
Oh, there's
sure
no
at this
question,
point.
right? I mean,
Right,
I can't imagine that there is like that they could point to any other person giving such a concentrated boost of attention.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see it anywhere.
The trans positive Holy Mac episode is the one that made me go, I know that I'm not just crazy now for sure. You can't tell me that they didn't film this. Like you don't have Holy Mackerel come to a trans positive conclusion without knowing, you know. I know they know. There's no way. Look, I'm a creative person. I fucking name search. I know not to name search, and I still occasionally name search just to see if other people are talking about me. And there's no way if you're making a little comedy show that you're not going and searching Holy Mackerel on YouTube every once in a while.
Oh, completely,
to see,
right?
You know, yeah.
Yeah, for anything that I do, no matter as much or little attention as I get, sometimes I'm searching it like years after just to see like, is anyone even talking about it, doing anything about it? And there's just simply no way that they haven't seen somebody in this community making a post about it.
Here's the,
or
by the way,
something.
Here's the, wait, where can I think I should be able to DM it to you. Here we go, maybe. There, I sent it to you. There's the actual song, No Day to Dine. Wait, that's the episode, I think. Yeah, that's the, no wait, is that the song or the episode? Yeah, this looks like this is the actual song.
Oh, it looks like, yeah, it looks like they made a video of the song. That's what they did for Way of the Mackerel too.
Yeah, so there's that one. That's No Day to Dine. And now, listen, No Day to Dine, it's scuffed, okay? But I fucking love it. It's way more scuffed than Way of the Mackerel, but I still love it. It's too good. And the lyrics are so scuffed that like it goes all the way around from like being like what the fuck to being like what the fuck, this is excellent. Where it's like what is it, like I've seen casseroles fall from higher shelves or something. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, because it's supposed to be it's a parody of Chris Cornell's James Bond theme, you know. I've seen angels fall from blinding heights, you know. But you yourself are nothing so divine. You know that one? And that
they had to work in mackerel puns into that.
Yeah, and they were just cramming it. It's just like, oh, the mackerel juices are spilling all over the sides. It was not a clean shove. But I love it nonetheless.
I get to listen to this for like the first time again.
Yeah, seriously, the episode No Day to Dine is also just amazing. That's the one where I don't want to spoil it if you don't remember it. You got to go see it. I had the wait. Where did I put my? Oh no, did I? Oh, I'm dumb. I closed the link. Hold on a second. Let me reopen. Here we go. This is the one. I'll send you this link as well. This is the actual episode, so you can go watch that one too.
Hell yeah.
Where it's great. It's the one that features Milo Yiannopoulos, and
so good.
It's incredible.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you'll have fun with these. I think so. Nasty says, "Hello, Church Militant. I hope you like the thumbnails I made." Listen, if Church Militant, I believe, I don't think Church Militant does, but I bet you Charlie Hornbacher, the director and writer of Holy Mackerel, gets a feeling kind of like I have right now when I listen to this song whenever he sees us put out another thumbnail featuring Holy Mackerel.
God, I hope so.
Yeah, I know it. I know it. I speak the language, you know? It's like I can see the love that he put in there.
Yeah, I literally don't know who else would be driving a traffic to them at this point, especially with just everything crumbling the way it has.
Yeah, it's
for
in
them.
A bad place. I mean, it makes sense to me that their website is still going. I haven't gone and done an update. Like, I've just been busy, but I haven't gone and seen how their video production side is going. The last time I checked, there was a massive slowdown in their video production, and they had, not to be mean, but they had the B team on the maybe even the C team on the presentation. They had the people who they had on their videos reading the news and stuff were not experienced. It was very clear.
Oh no.
And so it seems like they're still getting blogs and stuff out, which makes sense to me.
Is this after the holidays that you've seen this?
The last time I checked was geez, well, maybe it was before Christmas. I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe
I wanted to give them a Christmas holly jolly out if I could.
Maybe it was that. But I mean, also we know that both of their top presenters, Michael Voris and what's her name? I always forget her last name.
Ooh, I don't know.
We watched her whole video and I can't remember her name.
I remember
whatever.
She's their main.
She's
mean.
Yeah, she's mean. She's really mean.
I don't know her name, but she's really mean.
Yeah, and she's presented as like mean in the Holy Mackerel as well, but she actually just seems to be like that. Like whenever you hear her talk, she's like Christine Niles. That's right, Christine Niles. I was like, is it Niles? That doesn't seem right. But anyway, yeah, it is. Christine Niles, like, yeah, she left too. So that's their two main. Voris and Niles did most of their frontline shows. I've seen them posting episodes of like the Papacy Watch, which is just like, I'm just gonna be completely honest, the views on that are fucking abysmal. Okay,
yeah.
Nobody's watching the Papacy update, unfortunately, you know. Yeah, but we'll see where it goes. I personally, like, as much as the meme is great, the idea of like holding on to the rights to Holy Mackerel. The truth is, I would rather just see them keep making good episodes, because this latest season has been a fucking banger.
I know, it's that bizarre line too, where you obviously want them to keep making content, but in no way do you want to support their work or their message. Like it.
Yeah.
I want them to be the most productive and least effective church ever.
Yeah.
I just want them to churn out content and to be, you know,
I want
completely
Charlie Hornbacher
outlandish and turn everybody off the whole time.
I want somebody to offer him the ability to make a Holy Mackerel feature film. That's what I want to see. That's the future that I want to see.
God.
That has no affiliation with Church Militant at all. It can be as Catholic as he wants. I don't care. You can have your religious.
He would take it, right? He would drop
Oh,
Church
I think he
Militant
would.
in a moment.
I feel like he
would.
would. And I don't know. That's my theory. I mean, I will say, like you know, I know of his social media, so I've seen his social media and I've seen what he says publicly, and he does seem like a right-leaning guy. And some of the things he retweets is like what I would consider to be kooky. I mean, he retweeted a post that was like, it was like some young Earth creationist shit, but and I was like, but I've never personally seen him tweet anything like super bigoted or whatever. So I don't know. They often run together, and he works for Church Militant. But there's other shows out there. Like I know that for example, Jesse Lee Peterson. If you're familiar with that guy, do you know who that is?
I am. That's that's amazing, right?
Amazing. Yeah, that guy.
Amazing.
That guy. His staff are like not on board with his politics. Like that's something I've heard from multiple people. Like there are people in our spaces that know members of the team, and they're just like, the job pays damn well, and this guy's funny as
Yeah.
shit. And they're just like,
Oh, for sure.
I don't buy into like a single thing this guy says, but I just work camera for him, you know? So that's
Honestly,
not unheard of, you know?
I would pay money probably to work on Hake's show, at least for a little bit. I want to at least just hang out on Hake's show for like a week, or like shadow for like, you know, half a month or something, and just like, oh man, just like give him thumbs up every time he says something, and encourage him.
Lesbian.
Precious.
People in chat are saying the way JLP says lesbian. Lesbian. I can't even do it perfectly, but it's so good. It is true. Yeah. She was
I don't know how much time I have left, but I did want to thank you for mentioning and talking about Monster Hunter Rise, because I decided to give it a shot after you talked about it, because I saw it on Game Pass.
Hell yes.
So I gave it a shot, and I'm having a lot of fun. You know, I watched my partner play World many years ago, and it was just, the way that she described it was like, you know, you run 30 minutes, you show up to the monster, and you whack it a couple times, and it runs away, and then you have to chase it for like another 20, 30 minutes.
That's a little bit of an exaggeration.
Okay, that's a little much.
A little much.
But it kind of turned me off a little bit. But you're talking about how much sort of more fluid and movement based Rise was, so I decided to give it a shot.
Crazy movement,
and I'm having a lot of fun.
Yes,
that's beautiful. The movement is great. I don't understand how there could be an experience like that without the movement. But for example, I just keep like finding secrets and shit just by hunches. It's kind of like an Odyssey thing, where it's
the
like
map design is awesome.
Yeah, where it's like, oh, I bet there's something. And there is, and you get like all rewarded for.
I don't want to
exploring.
spoil, but when you get to the DLC, if you continue to keep playing it, you get to Sunbreak. The new maps in Sunbreak are like that times 2. They go even harder with the map design in Sunbreak. I think they just realized that people were really enjoying like the exploratory aspect of it, and in Sunbreak, the maps in Sunbreak they're awesome. They're really, really great. So you have that to look forward to.
I don't know if the Xbox Game Pass version has the DLC, but I think if I end up liking it enough, I'll just throw in for all of it.
Yeah, it's not too bad. The price isn't too bad. But yeah, also once you're done with Rise, I would recommend giving World a try.
I think I can do it.
Yeah, World is really good. There's a lot that I really like about World. It is the movement is, there's still a lot of pace to the game, but it doesn't have like the ninja stuff where you're like throwing a wire bug and pulling yourself all over the place. The maps are designed like, and have always been for Monster Hunter. They've always been designed with their type of movement in mind. And in Rise, they went with very extremely vertical maps with lots of little ledges that you can grab onto and stuff, which aren't as present in the other ones. They're a little bit more like movement mazes and stuff like that. But it's really good. And I started on Rise. Well, okay, to be fair, I started on World. I bounced off of it, and then I went to Rise. And then after I got the hang of Rise, I went back to World, and I've actually played nearly as much World as I have Rise now. I really do think it's a good game. They're very different, but it's not as bad as that. Like, you do chase the monsters a little more in World, but it feels good to do so for the most part. There's like, I have some complaints about like the way that they show you how to follow the monsters. They're like these little scout flies. I don't really love that, but the actual experience of traversing across the map and cool stuff like stuff that is like shared between both Rise and World is like, if you learn your map well, you could outpath the monster itself by taking different paths. So like something that's really cool is like if a monster starts running and you're like, oh, I'm gonna cut across here, jump off the cliff and land on top of the monster and get a mount attack. It's like, it feels awesome. And there is a lot of stuff in World. So like, I got the like itch, and I was just like, I need more monsters, even more. So like, I need to try more things. And each game there's no like the core experience is like it's aiming at the same thing, but the everything else is so different. They make so many changes between the games. The armor sets, you know, they're totally rebalanced if they have even the same ones. Like there's a couple of classics that are in every game. The Rathian and Rathalos set are in every game, but they do different things in each game, and it's amazing. So I am really happy to hear you're enjoying Rise, and I hope that
I am.
I hope that once you get like you hunt your way through Rise, you'll want to play the other one too, because I certainly did.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying the insect glaive, which
awesome.
is great, and it's really mobile. I have no idea how that could possibly work in a game that isn't this though, because I'm just flipping around like a lunatic.
It is the
is
most
that how it
mobile
is in
yes.
World as well?
In fact, old school Monster Hunter purists are all like, the insect glaive is where everything went wrong.
Oh, I'm sure.
Not
because
really. They're not
fun?
that bad about it. But no, it's just because like the insect glaive was the first. It was the first weapon that like flung you in the air and took you off the ground. Where in the old games, you're pretty much stuck on the ground, and that's kind of just how the games were in the older Monster Hunter games. But insect glaive, you're still flying all over the place, even in World. You just don't have the difference is that like World is a little. So Rise is actually very, very similar to. I don't want to spend all the time on Monster Hunter, but Rise is. Most people will tell you that Rise is actually pretty close to the rest of the Monster Hunter series, and World is actually quite a bit of a deviation from most of it in a number of ways, except in one area, which is the wire bugs. And in World, if you're playing Insect Glaive, your mobility is going to be basically the same, except you won't be able to use wire bugs to shortcut across the map, and you won't be able to do wire bug recoveries, which I think I understand where a lot of people get mad about wire bug recovery. You know, I don't know if you probably have used it a million times. You get knocked down and you can pull out of it with a wire bug.
Yeah, you can sort of pull out of it before you tumble.
That is not a part of any other Monster Hunter game. Getting knocked on the ground is a big drawback, and it's like one of the ways that you're like in most danger, and you can kind of like roll chunkily out of getting thrown on the ground. But in Rise, they were just like, whatever, just wire bug out of it. And so it does. That's probably one of the areas of Rise where now, of course, I don't want to shit on Rise because I fucking love Rise, and the difficulty is adjusted accordingly. But it is one of the ways where a lot of people feel like some parts of Rise are quote unquote easier. Because you can do that. Whereas in World, it's like, if you eat like a giant tail hit to the face, you're going to be laying on the ground and crawling back up and going, ow! You're not going to get to bounce out of it with a wire bug. But
I mean, maybe they have a point. You know, as soon as I learned that like I could basically use the insect glaive as like a vault, fights became a lot more like a bait and switch for me. I could just like actually like dodge attacks and then try to land on top of them and keep sort of my combo going. I don't know. Before that, I was kind of getting my ass handed to me, so maybe the pros have a point.
Yeah. We're talking about Monster Hunter. What a perfect... Oh, you were listening. Okay. Did you hear the new bathroom song? You need to listen to it like now. It's amazing. Hold on. I'll send you the link. It's incredible. Yeah, no, they do have a little bit of a point. The wire bugs... But as someone else in chat brought up, there are more attacks in Rise that will just kill you outright, and so it kind of evens itself out where it's like, a tail smack is not gonna inconvenience you as much as it did in all of the other Monster Hunter games, but if you eat a giant fireball to the face, you're probably gonna die. Like, I don't know, it's not that bad, but it does make the combat flow a little different because you can just kind of bounce out of it. But you'll find all I was trying to say with that very long-winded thing is that you'll find Insect Glaive to still be extremely bouncy and extremely airborne in Monster Hunter World as well, so you don't have to worry about that. Yeah. My partner plays Insect Glaive and it rocks shit. It's such a fucking good weapon. Oh my god, it's so good. Well, we are up on our time, but I wanted to say thank you for making something so amazing. It is genuinely incredible. I am going to be playing it in the future on here all the time. We'll make sure we get your name and anything you want linked down in the credits. thank you so much for coming on and having such a nice conversation with me.
I really appreciate Demon Mama. Thank you so much for being so supportive and for just having these things exist, like Imp Nights and Signal Nights, so I can actually have an excuse to share some of this stuff. And I really appreciate you taking the time to talk.
No problem at all. It's my pleasure, and have a wonderful night. Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry. Could I do a plug real quick just before I go?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't even mean to do that.
No, it's all good. I have an EP coming out on Friday. 6 tracks of all original music. It's like all like jungle drum and bass kind of atmospheric stuff. It's on my Bandcamp. You can go to calliope.RAVE, RAVE.bandcamp.com. It'll be out on Spotify. It'll be out everywhere this Friday.
Awesome. There it is. There's the link, everybody. It is in. You can see the Bandcamp link right here. Go check out. I'm sorry. How do you pronounce your name one more time?
Oh, Calliope.
Calliope. Go check out calliope.rave.bandcamp.com. Thank you so much for coming on. It's been amazing.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. Take care.
Bye. Let me check in on the Discord real quick. Wow. What an absolutely amazing. What an absolutely amazing. I gotta send this to Doe too. Hold on, give me a second here. Okay. I am going to take up. In fact, I know this is the perfect opportunity. I am gonna take the opportunity to go take a bathroom break. Doe, if you're listening right now, type in the chat before I take my bathroom break, because I'm gonna play the bathroom song. And if you're listening right now, then I'll play the song. Well, I guess I'll just play the song anyway. But I want to know if Doe's listening. I'll give Doe a few seconds. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to continue doing calls. And I'm going to play some Brotato. Okay. Well, whatever. I'm going to play the song anyway. I'll send it to Doe.
Hey, chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom
Enjoy,
song.
I'll be right back.
Streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Demon Mama bathroom song. It's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stay on the most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little list, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bopping while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. Need a little Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Doctor.
Oh, it's so good.
Within your phone, the screen's still running. Song's over. Stop. Somebody.
Like and subscribe.
Actually incredible. Just god tier. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. Holy shit. What the fuck? Wow. God damn. Holy goddamn. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready for the next caller. We're gonna brotate. We're gonna brotate while we do this. I'm brotatoing. I'm ready to brotate. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you for having me. I will preface this. I think this may be our first, I guess, more serious talk of the day.
More serious? How can you get more serious than the talk I had with Lucy? We talked about genocide. What the hell? How do you beat that?
Okay. Well, I mean it in the sense that it may become a debate. I don't necessarily.
You want to debate me? I see.
I don't necessarily think. I think that looking at it as a debate can be, like, it can not be the best way of looking at things. I really prefer more of a discussion, right?
All right. All right.
But
well, first off, before we get any further, can you introduce yourself and give us your pronouns?
Sure. So, my name is epicninjiali, but most people say it in different ways. I just go by Epic on here.
All right.
Epic. My pronouns are he, him.
Awesome. Classics. The classics.
Yeah. I don't really have like a content or anything. I'm kind of just a viewer. Right now I'm in college, so I'm double majoring and I've got 2 jobs, so I'm very busy.
Damn. Crazy busy. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Good on you though.
In fact, I
actually not too hard.
Oh yeah, I actually got into your streams because they were chill enough where I could listen to it, get something out of it, but at the same time do homework simultaneously.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Like
that's very flattering. I
especially especially the mathier stuff. I think reading is harder because it's like words, 2 lays of words. But anyways.
Yeah, I struggle to be able to read anything. Like I'm ADHD as fuck, and I can't fucking read and listen to like a show like this. But I am glad that I'm able to give people the ability to do like other stuff. But anyway, that's great to hear. All right, so hit me with it, Epic
Okay,
Ninjali.
so what I'll say is this: I feel like on the left, generally on the leftist side of YouTube, there's a lot of debate around self-identification with like trans issues. I've seen your debate with RGR, very old one, and then I've also seen a debate I think Vosh had with this like Catholic girl lady. I mean, she was definitely more like. I think she had more malicious intent. I don't even want to say malicious, but she was going in trying to say like, oh, being trans is logically incorrect or something, right? And it's like, well, no, that's, because she was like a conservative arguing for that,
she
right?
Had a very, very, I would say that she had malice towards trans people. Maybe not, maybe she doesn't have general malice, but she sees it as like a threat to her worldview or whatever.
Exactly.
I remember seeing at least, I don't know if I watched that whole debate, but I remember seeing at least some of it.
Yeah. And I think also too, like I think, and this is sort of what I will say with that. So with that debate, I think she was being disingenuous. I think she was looking at philosophy of language in this way where she was trying to make like mathematical concepts determine it in the same way that gender was, which there's obvious reasons why that doesn't work, right? We can both feel pretty confident that we've got an equal concept of like a triangle, but with gender, absolutely not, right? But she was kind of trying to suggest that it was.
Well, this is something that happens frequently, and I think it's the sort of it's the end road of the sort of sex essentialist and the gender like prescriptivist, you know what I mean? Which is that they end up always having to come to the position where they either have to admit that their model doesn't work, or they have to start trying to come up with the they'd have to start coming up with the equation. I mean, this even happened with the fallout of the RGR thing. A lot of people didn't see it because it only happened in the drama that followed up. But in one of the streams after that debate that I had, RGR had some guy come on and put together a C plus program that was supposedly it would plug in different things into an equation and prove that my interpretation of gender was wrong. And I thought it was embarrassing, like deeply embarrassing on a level that is like hard for me to fully explain, like fully
there was this I'll tell you this I think, and this is really where I say like we may have like an actual debate, but I think I wanted this to be more of a discussion. I think that there is like genuine, like I think that the way we're looking at gender, I think there's a genuine benefit. There can be a genuine benefit, or at the very least it can be reasonable to not necessarily like exclusively look at gender through a like self-identification lens.
Well, I don't look through gender exclusively through a self-identification lens. I don't think, I guess the best way that I can describe it is like, I mean, okay, so this is something that I think if I'm recalling this from a long time ago, so I might be misremembering. But one of the things that happened in the Catholic debate that Vosh had was there was this thing of like, oh, well, is gender only, self-identification? And I don't think I don't think it's, at least personally, I wouldn't really say it's only self-identification. But something that happens sometimes in this conversation is that there's like a schism between like how do we approach this topic versus how do we conceptualize it in and of in ourselves. I don't think gender is only a matter of self-identification, but I feel like it's one of the only ways we can actually engage with another person's gender. And this is where you'll hear me even in my other debates talking about like the comparison to names. Like unless you believe that we live in some kind of like, I don't know, like Wheel of Time universe where somewhere in the universe is written everything's true name, and like all you need to do is discover it and you can cast a magic spell with the true name. Like I think that the only way that you can engage with someone's name is the name that they give themselves or the name that you give them. And if you are forcibly giving them a name that they don't want, that's fairly rude and can be extremely harmful and hurtful. And the same thing goes for gender. We can't be in someone's head, and there's no real way to like, there's no coherent or healthy way to try and like build out an essential gender structure. So I think that the only way we really can engage with it is through self-ID. But of course, within ourselves and how we come to our understanding of gender is much more complicated than that. Like, obviously, I have reasons for why I choose to identify as a woman. And also, building off of that, reasons why I openly identify as a non-binary trans woman. You know what I mean? So those reasons are obviously more than just self-identification. I have experiences and feelings and whatnot tied to those. I just don't think those are relevant with regard to, like how people interact with one another interpersonally. I think at the end of the day, the buck stops at you respect people for their identity, when they're coming to you in good faith. So.
I think in that point, like I wouldn't even really disagree there, especially on like a social level, right? Like I meet somebody, they're trans, right? It's not really my business, nor is it like even something that I'm going to realistically be capable of figuring out exactly what that means when they say it, right? To them, of course not, right? But I think that the position, like I think that when we're looking at it from the perspective of activism, at least for me, I don't think that the case is as clear cut. Which is really where I think like we actually would disagree, I guess.
Okay, so
probably.
how so? Like explain how you
okay. So I think that when we are looking at gender, like gender insofar as it is a reality to people, a reality of the social structures that exist, right? Like people are trans, people are cis, right? Sure. We use the word. I would say that like the fact, like when we say something about somebody, if I say like, okay, this person is a woman, right? When I am like uttering the sentence, there's an idea that like I'm trying to communicate something. There's something, some form of information, some form of knowledge, right? That I'm trying to convey. right? And especially from the perspective of I'm looking at somebody, they are identifying as a man, right, or a woman, doesn't really matter, right?
Sure.
They're identifying with a certain gender, right? I interpret that as they are trying to communicate something. Now, I 100% agree. Like, how do we know exactly what that means? No idea. But when they say like I identify as a man, they don't mean that they identify as a carrot, right? There are things we know for sure that gender is not.
Well, we don't know. I mean, you could say we don't know if they identify as a carrot, but that is a. I mean, I think it's a safe assumption most of the time. But I think that we can also come to the idea that like plenty of people who identify as women are identifying as something alien from what other people might identify as women. For example, like the biggest example of this would be Christian womanhood. If you like, if you listen to what womanhood means in like super fundamentalist spaces, they have basically what equates to like I would call it like a kink xenogender that is applied to the word womanhood that almost no one else in the rest of the world actually shares except for other fundamentalist women. And so in that case, they may as well be saying that when they identify as a woman that they're identifying also as a carrot. And the reason for that is that their concept of womanhood is so alien from even what you might be expecting. That it can be it doesn't communicate much, right? Because like when I mean it's the same reason as why like if you confront a like a fundamentalist Christian woman with the fact that they may have interacted with or been friends with or whatever with a trans woman and didn't know it, they will vociferously deny this even in the face of like complete confrontation. And the reason for that is that even if they were 100% convinced that they engage with a woman, they can't accept that because their definition of womanhood is one that is incoherent, first of all, and secondly, one that doesn't actually line up with what everybody else would call a woman. They would say, oh, you're not a woman if you don't have kids by the age of 25, or if you don't serve God under your husband. They strip womanhood away from women who are in the workplace. They strip womanhood away for all kinds of reasons that are very strange and don't make sense to most people. So that was a bit of a long ramble, but I was trying to hopefully you understand what I mean. I take contest to that small thing.
I do think I understand what you mean. I think my point isn't necessarily to say that there's universality in language. I think that's like trivially false, right? Like we know that, right? Yeah. How would we even have misunderstandings if people always meant the same thing, right? But what I do think that is when someone says something, I think that there is I'm not going to say always every time, and this is where it gets more murky, but I think that generally speaking, when we say something, we're trying to convey information. And in this respect, if there was this like super fundamentalist woman who is trying to convey her womanhood, I am a woman, when she conveys that, she has an idea of what she's saying. It may not match, like it might not be truly what she means, but in this respect, what's happening is there's a miscommunication. She's telling me something and I'm interpreting it incorrectly, right? Now, obviously there's this, like, again, I don't mean to suggest that there's like an absolute perfection of a definition. Again, maybe with math or something really specific, but generally no.
I think that I don't believe it exists. I genuinely I don't believe such a thing exists.
And that's fine. That's fine. That's just like, that's totally okay. But I would say that like, if the intent of speech is to sort of convey meaning, that when we speak, right, like what we say has to mean something to the other person for it to like be accomplishing the goal of the speech. In this case, right? So it's like if I were to say like I am a blarb, right? I'm not necessarily. I was just saying
the classic blarg.
Yeah, it's like if I say I'm a blarb, you can say I don't know what that means, right? And I can say that, well, to me, blarb means this, or blarb means that. But when I clarify what I mean by blarb, why am I clarifying? Well, there's an idea that I was trying to convey. There was some resemblant concept that we would share, right? It's like there's a resemblant concept, right? And it's in this respect that like I think when we're talking about gender, like there is a reality to it, even if that reality is very hard to like identify. It could be totally unscientific too, right? Like it could just be like social or based on my personal subjective understanding. But the point is that like they're trying to convey something. So if somebody like were to come up to me and say like, hey, I'm trans, when I hear that, I interpret that usually as they would prefer that I call them by their gender that they've transitioned to, not by their perhaps their like like what they would be biologically, right?
Yeah.
Or like what would be interpreted as biologically, right? So I interpret that as I want to be called this, right?
Sure,
But a lot of people, when we're talking about it, right? Like when we talk about trans issues, right? Or like trans activism, that ambiguity can cause, I would say, some level of problems. And I only say it can cause. So I'm going to use the example of like, I'm going to use the example more like women. So imagine you are a sociologist.
Sure.
And you are interested in the ways that sexism affects women, right? If what it means to be a woman is just what somebody calls womanhood, then there's no real means of knowing what they're talking about when they say I'm talking about women, right? You're just
I see
referring
what you're
to a bunch
saying,
of,
but
yeah,
also like
yeah.
that's kind of a you're inventing a problem that doesn't exist. Like you're saying that like, oh yeah, in you know, if okay, so there's two things I want to say here. So first of all, like as I'm gonna pause my game for 1 second here because we're getting into the weeds of it. But so okay, so like the first thing is like you're saying that like if a sociologist is asking, you know, I want to identify discrimination against women. And then they go, well, oh, there's people here who identify as women who don't match what I would generally consider this for this purpose. That's a problem with their question. And this is this is something that I've actually talked about in a different context that I think you'll be able to compare, which is, it's a, I don't know the right term for it, but it's like a problem of lexicon. So, there's a huge problem, that happens sometimes, in which people go, you know, we have the evidence for HRT being beneficial for binary trans people, but we don't have any evidence that it actually helps non-binary people. Now, of course, the evidence does exist. There's, of course, tons of people who've had this experience who'd be willing to talk about it, but it's hard to find a study that'll tell you, oh, non-binary people benefit in this way. They do actually exist, but it's harder to find than for binary people. And the reason for that is because non-binary people are often forced to take a binary, even a false identity that they don't actually identify by, because that is the question that's being asked of them. When they go to their doctor, they might have 4 options if they're lucky, 2 options if you're in like a place that doesn't have hasn't really updated to the, you know, modern questionnaires or whatever, and so your doctor's office is prescribing you HRT as a, you know, as a you know, whatever gender you're in there that they give you the options for. So it's a limitation of language and the question, and of course you can imagine, you know, so you can probably hopefully see the parallel there where the question that's being asked is important. If the question is, you know, how do women suffer, you know, in our society in one way or another? Well, the question might actually have to be slightly bigger than that, because there are people who, because what you're trying to ask doesn't necessarily follow. It doesn't actually operate on the same. What should I say? The problem is not using the same language as what you're asking. You know what I mean? So if you're asking, why do women suffer in our society? Well, there are all kinds of trans women who suffer in the exact same ways that cis women do. Regardless of how they identify, there are lots of non-binary people who are identified against their will by hostile actors as women or as feminine. There are even sometimes men who are identified as feminine and sort of excised and mistreated. So the question of like, how do women suffer might simply be too limited. And you can certainly ask that question, but I don't think that I don't know that. I think that you're either having to sacrifice the actual accuracy in order to get a simpler answer, by saying, okay, well, you know, we're gonna choose to divide the world into men and women and then talk about who's being discriminated against here. That's one problem. Or you can also say, when we're talking about this picture, if we're trying to like get a picture of patriarchy and how it operates, trans women, non-binary people are not a significant enough number, or people who are identifying as women but have such an alien definition of women that we wouldn't recognize them as women for our sociological question. They're not going to represent a large enough number to distort the questions about like, does a patriarchy exist? You could still acknowledge that even with outliers. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's two issues with that. Yeah.
I think I get what you're saying. I think the only reason I'm really bringing all of this up is because I think that when you're trying to like argue for different types of trans advocacy in some respects, right? Like if we're just looking at it from the social perspective, right? I mean, I'll admit a lot of this gets murky in the sense of like, what are we actually aiming for? What is justice? What is good? I don't want to go that direction because that's it can get really murky. But my thought process, at least here, is that if you are trying to argue with somebody for something like, for instance, gender affirming care, right?
Sure.
I think there is the idea that the person's going to say, okay, what are the like I guess they're going to ask, what should be the things that lead to somebody receiving gender affirming care, right? Why is this beneficial? Or they might throw some argument, right? And I think you can argue, right? You can just say, well, look, like when we have people who self-identify from this, generally speaking, it benefits them, right?
Sure.
But I think for some people, they might still push back on that. And I think the idea is that if you can ground a gender as something that is, I guess we could say, like philosophical terms, you'd be like, it's something phenomenal, right? Like it is something that is actually experienced, even if that experience is an understanding of your experience, right? There's an idea that like if you can identify it with a reality,
you're saying
rather
that basically
than
we need to pragmatically assume a false construct in order to be more optically effective. But I just don't buy that that's the case.
I'm not. Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't necessarily say that that's true. I'm just saying that I don't think that that's like inherently like bad / inherently false. Like it's just a different way of looking at it, a different way of trying to argue, in my opinion. But
I just think that like, okay, so in this particular example, you say, okay, so I have I can speak from my personal experience. When I, and this was before, this was like, well, it would have been in like 2011 or so, when I was going to my first endocrinologist to begin my transition. I told my endocrinologist that I wanted to take estrogen, and that my goal was for a more androgynous appearance. That was my end goal. That I didn't want to immediately jump to like high doses or whatever, but that I was going to aim for an androgynous appearance. And they were just like, okay, that sounds good. We'll start you on this dose. This is what will probably give you your achieved results, and that was it. And it was that simple. And this was not like this was an older doctor, an older endocrinologist, who was progressive enough, but it wasn't like he was plugged into the discourse of trans communities. He just listened to what I wanted and what I needed. He trusted that I had talked, at that point you needed to have like a letter from a psychologist. He trusted that I had talked to my psychologist, and I had, of course. But even if this were done on what I argue for, which is an informed consent thing, it's still the same thing. Doctor listens to what the needs of the patient are. The patient says, hey, my body is not working for me in this way. We have an easy way to fix it, or a relatively... So like
here's the thing. I don't even really disagree with that. I think the point I would sort of make, right, is that like somebody who's arguing against this kind of stuff is going to say, right, why should I prioritize, for instance, having health insurance cover gender affirming care?
It always comes back to insurance.
Right.
See, that's the real question.
Like they're gonna debate that, and
the question always boils down to insurance.
Yeah.
And
to me,
that's a pretty big thing, because you see what this is where it's gone. We've left the realm of like ethics, and we've gone into shit. Now we have to deal with insurance companies. And I hate to break this to you, but insurance companies will do basically anything they can to get out of paying for anything. And the answer is that as a society, we need to move forward from insurance companies, but also as a society, the answer is not to like fearfully kowtow to their desires. By the way, before we go off this topic, and by the way, the current WPATH, is a great example, but current standards of care already have moved past this conversation. If you go and look at the current like trans standards of care from basically any major medical organization at the current moment, they've already adopted basically my argument, which is to say, you don't have to admit to some sort of essential gender that you're trying to fulfill your soul. You just need to talk to your patient about what it is, and this will be covered under gender affirming care. And in most places, in most rational places, the state has already said gender affirming care is covered, and there's no more questions that need to be asked. The state has decided we're not going to cut down, we're not going to inject the state to try and do mathematics to figure out what people's actual gender is, because that's absurd.
Yeah.
This is between a doctor and a patient, and if the doctor says we're prescribing estrogen for this person's gender, then that's it. It doesn't matter if they're non-binary, bunny, carrot, or plain old classic woman. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It's just doctor has decided, patient and doctor have come together and decided estrogen is the right path. There you have it. Bam.
I mean, I suppose in this respect, in the sense of saying like, okay, well, trans healthcare's moved past that. Like, if it had, I don't know a lot about like the specific details of like what the policy is right now. If that's the case, that's awesome. I do still hear people debate about this though, and I guess at the beginning, I know you brought up like, well, this comes back to insurance, right? Yeah. Where we should look at morality, not insurance. I would say that like, yeah, like we should look at morality, but morality doesn't necessarily mean that this question is invalid. I only say that because
you misunderstand. I'm not saying we don't need to grapple with the insurance question and that it needs to be ignored. I'm just saying that it's a different question altogether. How you strong arm for-profit insurance companies to pay for insurance is not a question of whether or not we should be like policing people's gender more. I feel like that's turning the question on its head. The obvious problem is that there's these giant corporations that get to decide to inject themselves between a patient and a doctor and decide what does and doesn't get paid for. That's the problem. And the answer is you fucking strong arm them. The answer is you say, you don't get to know this. This is between patient and doctor. State backs us up. Gender care is covered. If you don't like it, you don't get to do business here, and your competitors will win. And then guess what? They go, actually, sorry, we'll pay for the HRT because it's super cheap, actually. They always do. They have everywhere. This is how it is on the West Coast. In California, Oregon, and Washington are all basically the same way, which is that you can be a xenogender, and your doctor can prescribe you HRT, and that fucking insurance company is going to pay their thing, or else they're not going to get their their insurance license renewed in the state. And that's, in my opinion, the better way to do it. That's how you deal with the insurance question.
I guess what I mean to say, like, at least with what I just mentioned, I wasn't even meaning to go there. I was looking at it like this. Like, to me, I personally believe that if there were two people, one of them wants a cosmetic surgery just for like aesthetic purposes, like I want a straighter nose or something, right? Sure. And then someone else is trans, right? And they are like not like comfortable in their own body. They have certain like, to me, I personally think that there are grounds, like real grounds, and when I say real, I'm specifically referring to this like phenomenal reality of gender, the social reality of gender, right? I would say that there's real grounds to suggest that the person who is trans should have priority over getting the cosmetic surgery over somebody who is looking at it from I want to straighter nose.
Yeah, but you're creating a conflict where there isn't one. There isn't a shortage of plastic surgery, and there isn't even a shortage of funds for plastic surgery. So that is you've invented you've pit two people against each other who aren't actually against each other. Someone who wants to get a nose job because their appearance bothers them in one way or another is not at war with a trans person trying to get FFS. They're not at war. They're not in competition. It just isn't the way it is. It's not like there's like a, huge battle to get a slot to get a nose job. In fact, nose jobs are, fairly accessible in the United States. I mean, they're a little expensive, but, still, that's always what it comes back to in the U.S. is, cash. But but yeah, they're not. There's no that conflict. I mean, it's a conflict you can imagine. But it's ultimately imagined, and at the end of the day, but also at the end of the day, I think that we should, as a society together, be more open to to embracing people's general need to have control over their body. And that doesn't mean that, like, you know, you wake up in the morning, you say, I want a nose job, and then you get a nose job instantly. Obviously, that's ridiculous. That's like you know, that's not how it works. But,
yeah.
But I think we can acknowledge that it probably should be easier for people to be able to get cosmetic surgery at an affordable rate if they want it, and if they need it. And also that people should be able to access other options as well, because there's multiple sides to the cosmetic surgery thing. But the I don't know, like I do think that there's like a pressing need, but the pressing need is self-evident. Like a trans person says like, and not only this, but of course there's already existing science that shows that if somebody is like coming to you and they're like, here's the thing, if somebody is coming to you and going, I feel like I'm going to kill myself because my nose is something that I'm thinking about all the time and it makes me feel ugly and people are making fun of me or whatever, and like I feel like denying them that is probably not the right path. Like they probably have a good reason for saying that. I mean, if somebody had like a horrific, you know, burn on their face and they said, I want to have cosmetic surgery because this is impacting my life, most people would go, okay, yeah, you have a pretty pressing and reasonable need for this. And yeah, there's probably some cases that are less so than others, but there isn't like a scarcity at the moment. There's no scarcity of these things. And I don't expect that there will be. I mean, the biggest scarcity that exists is one that really only trans people care about, which is, you know, bottom surgery. Bottom surgery is scarce, and there's not many people seeking bottom surgery, even among the trans populace. Not, you know, there's still a lot of people who don't decide to pursue it. And the reason it's scarce is because there's no education, because there's no doctors who have been taught how to do it, and because there's still pre-existing prejudices against doing it. So there's only a handful of doctors in the country that will do it. It's not like there's like random cis people who are like, today I want to go, I would love to get a free, extremely difficult and painful surgery to readjust my you know, genitalia. That's not a thing, you know? So.
Well, I suppose then in this respect, like I guess given everything you've said, I guess we don't really disagree, to be honest, maybe at all. And I know it might sound controversial, like what the heck, but what about what you said? I guess to me, like when I brought up this sort of point, it was not really even to say like, okay, there's this like real life issue where like this is happening. It's more so like, it's kind of like how when you debate with abortion, they'll always like, I've seen this a lot where I'll debate people about abortion and they'll talk about, oh, what about when the fetus is like 2 weeks from coming out and it's conscious and it's a subject human being, and then you look at the data and it's like that's like basically never the case. People are not usually having abortions at that point. But at the end of the day, right, like if you are engaging in a debate, if you are engaging in like an argument, then that may come up, right? And it's not to say that it's like that, even those like 5 people where it matters. Same thing with trans sports. People talk about trans sports all the time, and it's like, how frequent is this?
So what's the
even
so,
right?
So what's
so yeah,
to draw the parallel? Okay, so like to draw the direct parallel, so what if somebody wants to get a nose job and they want to get a nose job so bad that they've discussed it with their doctor multiple times and they've done, you know, they've demonstrated a need and a want, and they've expressed their so cover their nose job.
Yeah, I mean, in this respect, you recognize. Yeah, in this respect, though, like all I would say is like
easy answer.
Yeah,
like,
but I mean, in this case, though, we recognize that we should affirm this because we recognize that there is like a need there that is a real need, right? And I think that I maybe just misinterpreted you, to be honest, because I think that I had gotten the impression from other debates, and could be my fault, that there was like I felt like there's like a certain level of like, I guess saying like, oh, but the phenomenal part doesn't matter. Ignore the phenomenal part. Ignore the reality. I say reality part. I don't even mean reality part in the sense of like there being trans people, but the reality that like being trans is something that is like more than just a sort of trivial. It's like people will sometimes, especially on the conservative side, they'll argue like people just wake up one day and they're like, oh, I think girls are cool, I'm gonna call myself a girl, right? Like that's like the argument. That's the straw man, right?
Like they're just insane.
Yeah,
and like you can't. You become stupid if you let the terms of your thought be dictated by stupid people. And that's the problem that I think happens all the time, is that there's a lot of cowardice. And part of the reason for this is that conservatives like to talk a big game. They like to be very loud and violent and angry and whatever. But their arguments suck and they fall apart very quickly. They have to strong arm their way and intimidate their way into power, and we don't win by letting them do that. You know, when it comes to gender, it's like, okay, so they're like, oh yeah, well, what if somebody just wants to wake up in the morning and be a woman? Okay, so they want to be a woman, and they're like, oh, so you think they should just get their like genitals cut up? No, I don't think that's the case. They probably would have to talk to a doctor who'd be willing to do that. And then they're like, okay, and then you go, yeah, okay. So if they feel a pressing need to change their body in that way, they should be able to go talk to that doctor. That doctor is an expert and will know the risks and will be able to sit down and talk with them about it. And there's probably in any world there will be a process for this. And if there's and then sometimes they'll go really crazy and they'll come up with some crazy fantasy, and you just tell them, you're engaging in some kind of weird fantasy. I don't know. You want to tell me, I don't know, you want to imagine there's some creepy Ripper doc that's making money. Okay, there's other ways to deal with that problem. That's not really has anything to do with trans people. Trans people have a need they're trying to have met. You're trying to stop them from that on behalf of a fictional book that you're writing. You know what I mean? And I feel like it's important to be able to resist that and not fall onto their terms because of a fear of them coming up with a argument that is a shitty gotcha. Their shitty gotchas are really weak most of the time, and they don't actually convince most people.
I mean,
the scientific community isn't convinced by this. It's purely political.
I guess maybe we have maybe a slight difference then, just in terms of how we're viewing it. The way I see it, right? I see if somebody brings up a straw man of a trans issue case, right? Sure. I see it as just okay, well, it's not hard to argue that there's a real reality, phenomenal reality that leads to people having extreme literally people killing themselves because they don't have the gender affirming the care they need, and I can pull up studies and all that stuff.
That's true for non-binary people. That's true even for xenogender people. There are people who use neopronouns. That is still a true reality, and they can articulate it, and they do very well. It's just that conservatives want you to buy that some types of trans people are, because they seem a little more complicated, or they seem a little more, I don't know, maybe in some cases even cringe or whatever, that means that their case is somehow worse, but it isn't. It's the same, and they're able to articulate it to the same degree. So it's just the problem. Something I wanted to say real quick is just that there's a reason why I call myself a gender ascensionist, because I think that that phenomenon you're talking about of well, people are talking about something when they say woman. Yeah, obviously they're saying a word for a reason, but the problem with woman, the problem with gender as it exists currently in our society, is it's fucking nonsense. Like I said, everybody means something different, and everybody has a completely different, threshold for what womanhood means to them and what they define a woman as. And if you're trans, you get this experience all the time because you will be, sometimes, some people, depends on your experience, I guess, but most trans people, at least at some point during their transition, will have the experience of being gendered one way 1 minute and then being gendered another way within minutes. And you have no idea necessarily why people gender you one way or the other. You can have suspicions, whatever. There are trends, but there's no consistency. And I think that we should move beyond gender as a meaningfully determinative part of our lives. People should be able to express themselves, and as it exists right now, we have to contend with the fact that a lot of our society currently uses terms like man and woman, and they use them in pretty weird ways and sometimes very restrictive ways. And the way that we deal with that is by saying, maybe we don't need to participate in having such strict definitions of man or woman. Maybe we should allow people to identify as they desire, because that's all that we can know anyway. And then we should sort of move to, understanding people in better terms. That's the whole reason.
And I guess I think we've had a good conversation so far. I feel like I have ideas of things I might want to bring up, but I don't want to take up too much time. But I will say, at least for me, I think at a certain level, and I'm just going to throw this out there, not necessarily saying there's plenty of arguments you could give against it, but I do think that there's at a certain level, you don't fully understand yourself. The way when I say that, what I mean in this sense, right? And I don't mean to make this I'm not trying to say that this is the same thing as trans. So don't take this as that's what I'm saying, right? But if we consider the case of somebody who is like a narcissist, like clinical narcissist, right? They have a consumption of themselves, and the reason we call it narcissism is that their recognition of themselves is not correct or accurate to their actual real behavior, their way they treat people, the way they view things, right? It's like if somebody, you know what I'm saying?
Right, but we enter into very murky territory because
I understand, and I'm not
like
trying to
very
say
murky
that,
territory because like
I'm not
again,
trying to I'm not trying to say that like we should look at trans like the same way, definitely not. But my only point really is to say that like when we're talking about different examples of like need, like you brought up somebody who is suicidal about how their nose looks. Well, at the end of the day, like it's that person's experience that we have to figure out at some level, at somehow, if we're going to appropriate their need versus someone else's needs versus someone else's needs. And we can argue like, is it scarce? Is it not scarce? I think a lot of the problems with scarcity are really economic problems with like how capitalism works.
Sure.
Right. But at the end of the day, like I just think that like there is a value, and this is why I say I don't think we really disagreed much at the end of the day, because you did affirm like pretty strongly like that sort of phenomenal side, which I didn't. I guess I probably just misinterpreted sort of what you had said, at least in that long ago debate. But I think that there's like a genuine value in looking at that sort of phenomenal side, even if it's hard to like define, just because of the fact that it allows us to better understand like what's happening when people are having those experiences. Again, we can say, is it ever like possible ideally? Of course not. But I think a certain
I feel
level,
like we're getting a little vague here because I don't know. Like, first of all, I mean, I've never, I'm a trans woman who's transitioned. I've gotten bottom surgery. Like, I've been through a lot of this stuff. Like, obviously, I very much recognize and regularly, constantly, more than I even ever talk about, like self-ID, more than anything else, I advocate for people being able to get care. I just don't think that one thing that I think should be shared between the person getting the nose job and trans people is that neither of them should be pushed to suicide to try and prove that they need something. That people should be more compassionate and understanding, and the reality is that the medical structures that currently exist, even in our fucked up society, already recognize that. It's already in place.
In a sense,
people acknowledge that it shouldn't be like that.
In a sense, I do get where you're coming from, in the sense of like there's this idea of like trying to argue for the reality of being trans, but at the end of the day, in a way, being trans is not the issue. It's how seriously people are taking what that means to be. Right? People will take something like, oh, I'm suicidal, right? More like seriously, more so like, especially like if they get conservatives, right? Like if you say like, I'm getting bullied at school and I'm suicidal, they're more likely to take that as like, okay, you need medical help, versus somebody who's trans. They're gonna say,
absolutely.
You don't think
no,
so?
They're not. Conservatives are absolutely not. No, they don't give a fucking shit. And I know this firsthand. I lived within the depths of conservative society. They don't give a fucking shit about that. In fact, they are constantly doing everything they can to cut counselors out of school, to tell kids to get tough. If you could just go sit through some conservative content, you can listen to the way they talk about kids expressing their feelings. Like the way they talk about children, they're like, you kids need to toughen up, and then they cite that weak men make bad times make strong men. That's their whole, that's like one of their adages. They don't believe in any of that. You can't actually appeal to their humanity in that way. It doesn't actually work.
In this respect, maybe it's better to then in this case put it as more of those like centrists, where it's like they're sympathetic to right-leaning views. Maybe they think transgenderism is like nonsense, right? But they do still care about like kids. The idea to me is that if you can convey, because that's the thing, at the end of the day,
but it's so easy to talk to a centrist by just being like, okay, so a centrist comes up and goes, yeah, well, okay, first of all, a lot of the centrists that you're talking about, the ones who are going to go, yeah, well, what about if I want to get a nose job so that my nose looks like the Who's from Whoville, you think I should be treated the same as a trans woman? Those people are in bad faith. They're not actually centrist. They're fucking conservatives, and they're too cowardly to actually say it. They want to pull one over on you. But a real centrist goes, oh, I don't really know about this trans stuff. You go, hey, imagine if you had something with your body that made you feel like shit. Like, imagine if tomorrow you just, like, say you're talking to a guy, a cis guy who's doesn't understand, and they're a centrist. You go, hey, if you woke up tomorrow and you had gynecomastia, a hormone thing that was out of your control made you wake up in the morning and you were developing like large breasts and you didn't like it. That might make you feel uncomfortable, right? They'll go, yeah, sure. don't you think you should be able to go to your doctor and say, hey, help me with this? And your doctor should be able to prescribe you, you know, hormones and maybe even a surgery to help you. And they'll go, yeah, actually, that makes sense to me. That's the entire trans conversation in a single bundle. That's how you can win over a centrist. You don't have to do, but the reality is that a lot of the people that you're talking about aren't actually centrists. They're conservatives trying to fucking take advantage of your desire to be, you know, amicable and whatever, to try and push a conservative worldview, to get you to otherize the ones that they think are too bad, while ultimately holding a knife behind their back ready to kill the rest of the trans people that they don't like. Yeah.
I mean, and to be fair, like what you just brought up, right? Like in a way, like to me, even the argument you just made, like, I guess I don't view, like, I sure, maybe my, like, the way I'm presenting this is like more complicated than it needs to be. From an activism perspective, it might not even be as effective. But at the end of the day, like even the argument you did just make, like I see that as that is an effective argument because it allows that person to sort of place themselves in the shoes of a trans person, more or less, and recognize the real phenomenal experience. And again, I say real, I've seen some people in the chat were like confused. When I say real, I just mean that it is like you're experiencing it. It is like phenomenal. Like, and when I say phenomenal, like you can look it up, whole philosophical thing.
Yeah,
I'm really into German idealism.
I just wonder where the like, where the concept that there was no acknowledgement of the real, like, I don't know where it came from, the idea that nobody was engaging in. That's what most people are engaging in. Like, I don't know. I guess I've never heard even I've never even heard the most extreme, you know, Tumblr xenofeminist say, you know, pretend that there's no like real experience that's being had.
I think the reason maybe I interpreted it this way, at least in the Vosh debate, I know Vosh at certain points in time was trying to argue that like gender was just a descriptive word, like it was a sign for a signified. So like the idea was like I say that's a rock, right? And he was trying to say that gender is just a word we use to designate that's a rock. But if you take that,
it is
but,
though.
I mean
it's a loaded
that's
word,
fine,
but
right?
It is. Yeah.
But here's the thing: like he said that, but then in the next breath said that we don't need to have like a specific definition of rock. It can mean whatever we want it to be. To me, I felt like it's like, well, those two lines of thought, like at least on their own, contradict, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
really.
If I were to say, it's okay. If I were to say, right, like a rock is whoever identifies as a rock, and it means nothing other than I identify as that. But then you say that's a rock without that person identifying that they are a rock. Those two definitions aren't equivalent. Do you get what I'm saying? There's a word for like, it's like an object. It's like there's a term for it that is an object that references, or at least there's the word as it references an object, and there's a word as it references conception.
We're talking about a clash between, well, I mean, we're dealing with lots of incoherencies in the first place with gender at all, and we're talking about the difference between you giving an identity to an object that has no ability to speak for itself because it isn't a sentient being, and a construct that can only exist, arguably only for, you know, humans, as far as we know. Like, as far as we know, like, you know, most animals don't seem to have a concept of gender in the way we do. They don't. Most of them don't even have a concept of sex. They're like, they're looking for, I don't know. They operate on totally different ways of identification and whatnot. But, you know, they certainly don't have it in the way we do. So we're talking, like, gender is only relevant socially. You know, it doesn't matter any other way. Like, in the void of needing to identify yourself as anything, you just are yourself, and you pursue what you want for yourself, whatever path it takes you to get there. Like, so I don't understand exactly what the application here is, or where the problem is arising. Because for me, it's just like, if a woman is like the only coherent and functional definition that I've ever really been able to come up with for womanhood is, you know, somebody who identifies as a woman. It's somebody who includes themselves in the extremely broad category of woman, and they choose to identify that way. That's the only real workable way that we find this word. And also, that's exactly why I am a, you know, gender ascensionist. Some people call that abolitionist, because I think that that's like, it doesn't mean much. It doesn't tell us much about people. And if you actually look into the reasons why it matters so much, they're almost all bad. the reason why like womanhood matters so much is because we have a society that is striated, but that is cleft in two, and that people are forced into different behaviors on lines of an arbitrary thing that was built off of crude observations of sexual dimorphism, extremely crude, I should say, and that were then built into religious texts and then found their way by tradition baked into society. I find that to be a pretty bad reason to like hold on to those types of things, So I think we should move beyond it and just find better ways of things of fixating on. And like, that's not to say there's not gonna be any gender terms. I just think they shouldn't mean that much,
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think in many respects, like, I think they are remnants of a form of social control, right? Like, at least as they exist now.
Of course.
And that's just honestly, like, I know you said you prefer to be a gender ascensionist. I think I definitely do think that's a good way to go, especially compared to like gender abolitionism. Not to say that like I think people who are gender abolitionists, they're going into it from like, I would say, a good place, but I do think at a certain level the social structures are how we make sense of ourselves. It's how we develop a concept of self, right? Like, we're engaging with these means of understanding each other, and it's how we engage with those that we develop self, especially one that we can explain like in words, right? It's why like nobody's out here saying like we need to get rid of the word extrovert and introvert. We need to remove them. Nobody's saying that, right? Because there's no.
But that's because they're not loaded to the same degree. And I mean, some people will regularly criticize, like, usually not to the same level of intensity, but will criticize the fact that like this introvert extrovert thing is just a very silly way of trying to categorize people and doesn't actually mean anything. It's like, I don't know. It'd be like, I don't know. It's kind of like gender is kind of like trying to split the world into like people who play on Xbox versus people who play on PlayStation. In fact, I think the PlayStation Xbox war is probably more meaningful and more easy to like to like categorize than gender is. Gender is a mess. And so like yes, we build our identities with garbage. Like, that's how we move through the world, and it's filthy, and there's all kinds of things that messy, fucked up religions and bad concepts and things that don't actually make much sense, but that we didn't have the intellect or whatever, or the insight at the time to know that they didn't make sense. We build with trash, but some trash is radioactive, and we should probably work towards getting rid of the radioactive trash, or at least encourage people to rethink it. And I feel that way about gender. And I think that like in our current parameters, the way to do that is to acknowledge the simple fact that nobody here can come up with a definition of woman or man that's going to do any justice to the actual reality of the people who assume that identity. So we should just leave it up to the people. That's why I stand by self-ID so much. Because it's just, I don't see any reason for us to try and do it any other way.
I mean, I think maybe in this respect, like, just thinking about like our conversation that we've had so far, I think maybe I am like being too good faith with conservatives or even people who are more centrist trying to argue. I think
there are a lot of so-called centrist communities who aren't really as centrist as they actually are, especially when it comes to gender. And they, if you interrogate them a little bit, you'll realize they have a lot of weird positions. You see this a lot with the neopronouns and xenogender discourse, where if you drill down into it, you realize they're actual positions. If interrogated at all, they know how to do the dance to say, like, to appear as though they're like a progressive. They'll be like, yeah, I think trans people should be able to get the medical treatment they need. And then you drill down and ask them why they think that, and they basically have like a mixture of very from innocuous but like poorly structured to outright transphobic reasonings behind what they say. And their reason that they're so fixated on neopronouns or xenogenders is because of an actual fundamental transphobia, that they don't believe that people get to, like, that people have a say in who they are. They don't believe that trans people are what they say they are. They're trying to placate trans people, and they're willing to accept placation to a certain degree, but the neo-pronouners go too far. And I find those to be like that type of person to be a like what the wolf in sheep's clothing, so to say. They're the they're the conservative masquerading as a centrist.
Yeah, I think that, and I think maybe even the points that I bring up, they may only apply to like a very like relatively minor group in the sense of like, for instance, like I'll tell you this, like I just like on a more personal, like I grew up with tons of like religious trauma. Basically, I was like fundamentalist Muslim household.
Yeah.
But even then, it was like more Christian evangelical because my parents were converts. It's really weird, to be honest, like situation my parents had. But I think that like I definitely kind of developed a kind of like cynicism towards a lot of religion in general. I ended up getting into philosophy, and I've met a lot of people even now where it's like, I think that they do genuinely go in with good faith with a lot of things. They've got this very long, complicated metaphysical argument for this and that and why they think the Trinity is true, yada, 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 right? And I think with many of these people especially, it doesn't even necessarily have to be these people. I mean, I meet some people who are into psychology, and they're convinced that, like, gender is, right, like, the relevant part of gender, it's a remnant of, like, essentially like sexuality or something, right? The point is, right, like there's a lot of people who I think will operate within like certain theories, and we can say like, well, how reliable is that really, right? Are we 100% sure that this is like exactly the whole picture? Totally totally reasonable, no issues with that. But I think at least with these people, like I think it can be, I get the impression that like really focusing on this sort of phenomenal aspect can be genuinely possible, like progressive.
Well, sure.
Like
I
I know a guy,
and I think that's fine. I just think that you know, you got to be cognizant of the framing, and also you don't want to, like I said, you don't want to give up, like in the name of like coming to like I don't know, of like matching someone's framing. You don't want to give up like truth, you know. And I do think that there's tons of people who have real questions about it, but I don't think it's as I don't think it requires like minimizing or cutting down or even you know, negating the experiences of people who you know, who like non-binary people or whatever, or people who may not or who people whose gender situation might be a little harder to articulate. The great example, my partner Doe uses it/its pronouns, not xenogender. That's not what it you know, it's never actually used that term for itself. Other people often use it, but and when asked to talk about its gender in a video that Chariot recently did, gave an unbelievably cogent and insightful you know, description of its gender path that I think would satisfy any good faith inquiry. But nobody cares about that, and nobody did when Doe was I mean, some people care about it. Good people do, but I'm talking about the people you're talking. Some of the people you're talking about don't. The people who are engaging in a lot of this don't give a shit. They will just project whatever thing is whatever framing is most convenient onto it, and then they'll assume what its feelings are. And I think there's a lot of assumptions that happen in this. Anyway, I mean, not to rush or anything, but we have been going considerably over time, and I don't want to wait. It's fine. No, it's a great conversation.
It's okay.
And ultimately, it falls on me, but I don't want to make my team mad.
No, I do. It was a good conversation. I appreciate it. I'm in the Discord if anybody. Like I said, I am very busy, but if anybody wants to message me, maybe, I don't know, maybe we can put something in the debate hall, the Lake of Fire. I don't know. We'll see.
Thank you so much for calling in. It was a great conversation. I really enjoyed talking with you, and I'm glad we got to have a friendly debate / discussion. I quite enjoyed it a lot. Thank you so much for calling in.
Likewise. Take care.
Have a great night. Bye.
Bye.
All right. That was a good convo. But we're ready for the next caller. Might be a gear shift. We'll see. Oops, wait, hold on. I gotta make sure I can adjust the audio. Hello!
Ooh.
Hello!
Hello.
Hi, let me adjust the audio real quick.
I'm probably a little bit loud.
Yeah, a little loud, but it's okay. That's fine. It's how Discord is. Discord defaults to very loud all the time. That should be probably fine. Let's see. We'll put you right there.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2.
All right, maybe a little higher. There we go. Okay, perfect. That should be great.
Cool.
Welcome. Do you want to state your name and your pronouns real quick?
Yeah, sure. My name is Stryx Pulsatrix, and I use its pronouns.
Based. Love the idiots.
Fuck. Love the idiots.
Yeah,
I am
the
of the
idiots.
species, the idiots.
The idiots. It's a power combo. Okay, listen. I'm very
Absolutely.
fond of the power combo. All right. Well, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for joining us on our amazing, infamous send out stream, Signal Night. What would you like to talk about?
Actually, I'd like to give an update because I did call in. I can't remember if it was a few months or about a year ago.
Okay. Yeah.
I talked briefly about, like I'm from Saskatchewan, so I talked briefly about our local politics. Talked about disability support and public transit in our province being basically kiboshed. All that other stuff. And I wanted to provide an update on all that stuff because cool shit happened.
That sounds. I love cool shit, and it's especially this is especially good time to get some good news. So hit us with the update.
I'm gonna get y'all some fucking joy in here after Lucy's whole like I'm reading about genocide thing.
True.
Before I get
Lucy's
started
got a
as well,
talent,
like
okay?
before I get started as well, like shout out to Calliope with that fucking banger.
Oh my
That was
god,
so
wasn't
good.
it amazing? Seriously.
So good. But yeah, so I'm from Saskatchewan, and the last time I called in, I was trying to get on Saskatchewan Assured Income for Disability. I was denied that, but I do have good news about that in due time. Background on Saskatchewan: we were the first North American socialist government, as well as the first North American universal health care plan providers, which then became our nationalized plan, which is kind of like a national standard, and then provinces have their own kind of thing now. And then the Saskatchewan Party, who continues to run our province, is running it into the dirt. However, good news has happened. The bad news in recent news. The bad news first. Sask Party recently implemented an anti-trans student law. So previously there was a policy that they were floating around over the summer where they were saying, hey, yo, anybody under 16 who identifies differently from their birth certificate, we're going to tell your parents forcibly. Which is terrible. Very terrible immediately on the face of it. A judge, it had been taken to court. A friend of mine actually fought that in court, and they won. The judge considered it to be wildly dangerous and potentially harmful to trans youth, and determined that it was unlawful, or at least should not be a policy implemented in Saskatchewan. The Saskatchewan government then was like, well, why don't we just do the notwithstanding clause and make it law anyway, because we think the judge did judicial overreach or whatever. Very bad news. But the good news, since then I became inspired to do something about it because I am sick of just sitting here wasting away and then hearing all the bad news and not having any good alternatives for that.
Fair.
So I have joined the Saskatchewan New Democratic Party as as a Saskatchewan New Democrat disability advocate. I am now the secretary of that particular caucus.
Damn!
I also went to the 2023. Yeah, it's really cool. I like taking notes, so it's perfect for me. On top of that, I was also the disability advocate delegate, or one of their disability advocates delegates for the Saskatchewan New Democratic Party convention in 2023, which happened in October. My first ever political convention I ever went to, and it was sick. The amount of people who were unilaterally behind trans people there was fucking nuts. It was cool. It's so weird, like going to a political convention and seeing everybody like, yeah, trans rights. I was like, whoa, okay, cool, awesome.
It's great to see.
Yeah. Also,
There's
since
always
then,
more
I've
than
also...
you think. I've always found that to be true. There's always more than you think.
Even here in this little rural community I live in, there's like a lot of people are mostly just, I don't care, just let them do what they want. I don't care. Why does it affect me? Like most people are pretty much like don't care. The people who only care are like just
they're
way
very
out
loud.
there.
That's one of the things.
They're very loud and they're very out there. Like the people who are like who cares like tend to look at them and they're like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Yep.
But I also did a little bit of graphic design stuff for the Saskatchewan New Democrats Disability Advocates President who is planning on running a campaign this year when we go to vote. So that'll be cool. I also started meeting some local queers.
Awesome.
Let's go. Yeah, because I had previously been very isolated.
Sounds like it's been a great year.
Yes. Yeah, because I kind of like just sat like after that call-in I did, I kind of sat there and then like I got denied disability and moped for a while and was really sad about it. And then I thought about it and I was like, well, yeah, but I mean like I figured like the way that I saw it was, well, if I just be sad about this all the time, then I'm not really doing anything. And obviously the government's not going to do anything for me. Nobody's really going to do anything for me. So I'm just going to try and do something worth my time and make life worth living. So, I started meeting more local people and getting more involved in stuff. And like, I know politics and the glacial pace it runs at, like I got involved with the Saskatchewan New Democratic Party primarily because I know like that's my involvement is at least going to be one brick in the road towards progress.
Yeah.
Even if it's just one brick, my combined efforts over 20, 30, 40 years is going to be one brick. That's good enough for me.
I think that's a great attitude to have.
Yeah, and I'm also going to be working with like local organizations as well because like I got to get that immediate.
It's good to have tempered expectations, but also never know what types of changes you're gonna be able to do over time. I think that action is empowering in so many goddamn ways.
Absolutely.
And you generate energy by effectively spending energy. And a lot of people, for a lot of people, like you mentioned, sometimes I believe it's important. Sometimes you got to take some time to rest and mourn when something tough happens, but you don't want to stay there forever. And when you stay in sometimes when you stay in one spot for too long, or if you're too sad or whatever, and you spend your time on that, you start to spend energy on staying still. And it can be hard to catch yourself when you're in those, but it's worth it. It's worth taking the time to go, hey, let's step beyond this. And I'm really happy to hear that's been the case for you. It sounds like it's been amazing.
Well, yeah, I mean, I spent 5 years doing that, like focusing all my energy on the negative. Like I spent a lot of time on Twitter, a lot of time on Facebook and stuff, and I'd constantly be reading bad news after bad news article, like just constantly reading that shit
even
and
worse
engaging
right
with
now
that.
on these sites too. It's just
that's why that's why I deleted my X account and then moved over to co-host instead. But
co-host is look, okay, I find co-host a little bit impenetrable in some ways, but the overall post quality is fantastic, and all of the people on co-host seem to be having the people who are able to get established into co-host are having a fucking good time. I have a co-host, but I've just never had enough people.
What the fuck? How did I not know about this? What the shit?
I don't do any. I haven't posted anything on there. It's like the quietest account ever because I got it really early, and then I was like, oh, I don't know who to.
What's your page? I need to know the page. Is it just Demon Mama?
I think it's literally just Demon Mama.
Yeah, it literally is.
Yeah, I think I have my. I don't know what picture I have on there, but it's probably one of the ones I've used in the last few years. So should be.
I believe so. Yeah, black and white, evil grin like with the Kubrick stare.
That tells you that tells you the era when I actually got it too.
Yeah,
it was the same one I was using on other social.
Yeah. It's actually been actually, for what it's worth, co-host has been growing pretty decently lately, which is pretty cool.
They're like deliberately took a slow path, and it seems to have paid off. Because I will say, the fucking post quality on co-host is goddamn incredible.
It's good. It's so good.
Genuinely,
like,
I actually I read a co-host post on my stream. Wait, it was on my stream? No, I think it was when I called into Present Sunday stream. Fucking whatever. It was an excellent good enough that I was like, I want to talk about this in with regard to politics. It's just like incredible. Co-host is really cool in that regard. I do think it has a lot of potential.
It's funny too because one of my metamors actually co-owns co-host.
Yo!
Yeah, I'm metamors with JCap.
Oh yeah! Oh wow! Really? That's fucking cool. I know.
Yeah.
I was like, it's got to be. So.
Yeah. But yeah, JCap is very cool. They're so awesome.
Yeah.
I've hung out with them a few times. Oh my god, anyways. but like, yeah, like my favorite thing about co-host personally is just like you said, the post quality. It's like a lot of it is like even when bad news is coming across your timeline, there's often like really constructive. There's something constructive tied to it. Like this is what's going on. This is what we can do.
I
Or
just remembered
something like
the
that.
context collapse. The context collapse article. The article. I called it an article. It was a co-host post. The context collapse post that I read on stream like a long time ago that like tons of people ended up benefiting from was a fucking co-host post. Again, co-host post quality is incredible, but you can't use it quite like you use you can't quite use it like you do other social media. You gotta be sure to treat it like what it is, because if you're sitting there hoping to get like a constant stream of stuff, that's not how it is. It's more like a bunch of it's more like a blog collation than
and I mean like that is absolutely
shit posts. Oh, and it has supports HTML, so people do funky posts.
Yeah, there's also there's like shit posting, there's CSS crimes, so like you can post like inline CSS within the post container and do some really crazy shit. Like I saw a post recently. I saw a post recently where somebody was like it was a post that was something like, "Hey cat girls, look at this," and it was just literally a red dot like spinning around the post container.
Incredible.
Like shit like that. It was really cool.
I'd love to see it.
But
the things that are impossible on other sites.
But like
really,
also
really
but also like I will say, like ever since like getting off of Twitter and like minimizing my use on Facebook, because I still got to keep connected with my local queer community and they're all on Facebook, so that's what I do. But ever since like cutting X out of my life and then just sticking to co-hosts when I need it, because there's no mobile app either, I don't get notifications, so I'm not reminded of it. So whenever I visit the website, it's when I want to. It's when I'm thinking I'm gonna visit this site. And because of that, I've had a much more healthy relationship with social media, and it's been really good. I've been baseline much happier lately.
That's so
just through co-host, which is fucking incredible. But yeah, like I love that page. Love that website. It's my favorite site. But yeah, like getting back to the other topic we were getting to though, I believe we were talking something about like doing I don't know, like taking action or something, or like feeling like, like spending energy on that negativity because you're just sitting in the junk for too long, and sometimes you gotta spend energy to get energy back.
Than you think. You're not saving yourself any energy anymore.
Exactly. And like one of those things was like I'd spent so long in that cycle of just spending negative energy and just getting it back and then just kind of spiraling out of control. One of the benefits of getting out of that, like by removing X, and then like I think I removed X before I started even thinking about getting politically involved, but when I did, like I suddenly found myself getting more energy back, mostly because I wasn't focusing on all that negativity, and a lot of the information I was taking in felt like it was useful information, even if it was about bad news.
Yes, it tricks your brain, and it really does, and it tricks your brain, and it is like it's a true like it's a genuine like energy vacuum, especially now. God, it just keeps getting worse. And there's a false sense of urgency that's like constantly presented on social media, sometimes intentionally, oftentimes completely unintentionally by the people that are on there. Just this like, everything is everything you see is urgent, everything you see is imminent. It drains you completely, and you'll find like it's this thing that I've talked about. Like I don't like the idea, and it's one of the things that I struggle with the most, like doing a job that requires me to be online and that requires me to to some degree attend to multiple social media sites. YouTube is a place where you can watch stuff, but it is also still a social media site. And like the fact that like people can insert their thoughts into my head is something that really fucking bothers me. Like it really gets under my skin. Like I'm like, god damn it. And sometimes you don't even realize it. Like I mentioned like earlier this month I've had like this month I've had to fucking million dentist appointments because they're finishing off the last of some dental work that I've needed done. And so I had a lot of downtime, and I kind of like felt myself slipping back into like doom scrolling Twitter, which is something I haven't done in a long time. And immediately it's just like, ah, shit, I realized that like I'm sitting here and I feel like my thoughts are not my own anymore. Like I've got all this shit that random people are dumping onto my timeline that gets put into my field of view, and you know, my brain is having to react to it, whether or not it's relevant or not. My brain sometimes will perceive it as relevant, even if it's not relevant, and then you have to take energy to go, that's not relevant. I don't need to be feeling bad or angry about this or whatever. Yeah, it's
Yeah, and I mean, like,
don't let Elon Musk think for you.
Yeah, exactly. But on top of that too, like, not even just like, it wasn't just like removing X from my cycle that helped, but it just like co-hosts in particular, because I adopted it early while it was under friends and family beta, just through being a metamor with JCap. I was able to get myself like not super established. Like I have no way of knowing if I'm even like popular on the site because I don't know how many followers I have, and I prefer it that way.
Yeah.
It's actually really nice to not know if I'm popular or not, because I just feel like I exist now, and that's what I need. I don't want to be popular, but I don't.
Yeah.
Right. I don't want to be popular, but I also don't want to be unpopular either, and I feel like I kind of have this middle ground where sometimes I'll make a post and people will engage with it, or like they'll comment on it, and instead of like engaging with it because they're engaging and whatever, they're engaging with it because they care about the content, kind of thing. And if they don't, they just whatever. My thoughts, I don't care. But
the Twitter like, and social media popularity chase is so wrong. You see, and that's what's made me powerful. You see, because I don't give a shit about being popular. I give a shit about being fucking legendary. That's what I want.
Fuck yeah.
I want the fucking crowds going. I don't give a shit about the fucking popularity bullshit. I want you to fucking pay tribute at the shrine of Mama. No, just listen. Let me just have my ego moment, okay?
Oh, come on. You're gonna joke about that? Play it straight.
Yeah, well, I do.
Be based.
It's community night. I gotta keep it on the down low.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
It's about everybody else. But you all are here. I'm paying tribute to you all tonight. There.
Oh hell yeah.
But wait, still donate. Still please donate. There's lots of bills that need to be paid, including our hardworking Signal Night producer.
Works so hard. Oh my god. Both of you really. But like you know, like speaking of like paying rent and shit like that, like that's kind of the other thing about co-host too, is that like on Twitter I probably had more followers on Twitter than I do on co-host, but because it's all chronological and there's no algorithms or anything, people get shown my posts. So whenever I'm struggling with finances or something, like recently I was about $250 in debt just purely due to overdraft fees and shit like that. Like I wish I could change banks, but the other bank I got is a credit union and doesn't have debit credit cards, so whatever. But that's beside the point. I was $250 in debt.
I think overdrafts are fucking evil. They're genuinely one of the most evil things that have ever been fucking invented.
Genuinely.
But,
but like,
yeah, sorry, not to interrupt.
Yeah, I was $250 in the hole through overdraft, and I posted about it on co-host and immediately had twice what I needed. Which was
awesome.
Great. Yeah, it was great. It was more money than I'd ever received at one time on Twitter, in like, even though I had like a few hundred followers, which, you know, is a decent size of people, decent amount of people who just weren't seeing that shit. And the great thing...
it's rotten. By the way, I can speak from a large account privilege here. Nobody fucking sees shit anymore on Twitter. It's the most annoying thing ever. I get so mad because I make bangers. That back in the day when my account was fucking smaller, that would do fucking numbers. And now because you have to pay and there's all this deboosting and there's all this fucking ad shit and the timeline makes no sense and the algorithm is bungled. Nobody sees my sick ass posts. It makes me so fucking mad.
It's real fucked right now. But like the thing is too, like tying it back to like the negative energy cycle and like instead like giving energy and getting energy through positivity and, you know, stuff like that. Mutual aid can be a really helpful way to like get energy, because you feel really good when you do that. Like, for example, like I said, I had twice what I needed. You know, I broke even then some. So instead of just keeping it for myself and being like, okay, I'm good for a while, I decided to pay it forward to some local queers, particularly the individual who actually helped try and stop the anti-trans policy I was talking about earlier.
That's fucking awesome.
I won't say exactly why it was that she was in dire straits, because she was working with an organization at the time and things happened, but she is in dire straits now. So I tried to give her, like basically as much as I could justify without putting myself in a bad spot. So that I could be like, hey, here, like, you know, you helped me a big time. You helped the province big time. This is at least what I can afford to give you. And that helped me feel so fucking good, because it's like, this person did so much for this province and needed help, and I was in a position where I could help, so I did. And like, even if it was just like small amounts, like $5, $10, whatever, donut link. Ooh, I should have thought about this before, because she's still in urgent need of assistance. But
you can take some time to grab it if you want to. I'm sure
yeah.
would love to do
but
that. We have a very generous community, so I'm sure there'd be a lot of people who'd be willing to help.
I do appreciate it. I wasn't sure if she would be. Well, the thing is I haven't asked, so I don't know if I should or
don't
not.
Worry about it. If you want to, if you ask and whatever, then you can plug it in the. You have my permission to plug that in the Discord if you want to. I'm sure people will bite on it in the future.
But regardless, so like she's like, you know, small things like that also help you feel like you're doing something.
Because
so like
are.
if
yeah,
and I mean it's like even beyond that, just like you know, interacting more with your community, you know, like try and find other queer people in your state that you can talk to, even if they're not in the same city, or maybe they're not even in the same state or province or whatever. Just having people who are near you who, like, you know, you got that, whoop, hold on, they just messaged me, hang on,
Hey.
Okay, I just responded to them really quick, but yeah, like just getting connected with your queer community and being able to, you know, help each other. Mutual aid is going to be really important, especially like it's been important this whole time, but like that can help you pull out of that spiral, because like I was in that for so fucking long,
it's part of the
and
reason
getting pulled
why
out of it.
I encourage like building, you know, tighter connections even online. Like why I encourage people to build deeper connections, because deeper connections can save your fucking life. And
exactly,
in very
and
real
like
ways. It's really powerful.
They are, and like I know that like you know, friendships and relationships over the internet are often they don't feel as connected as real in-person things, but in situations like I'm in, where I'm in a rural community where I don't have any very local, like literally just walk to their house kind of thing, friends, having the internet at my fingertips and being able to connect with so many other like-minded queer people and supportive queer people helped me really get a grasp on things. And kind of stay grounded.
Despite the sad state of the internet, like a lot of good can still be done, and that's part of like, I don't know. I guess that's part of like, everybody here has heard me banging on about the fucking Grand Gardener arc, but that's part of what I'm trying to do personally and with my channel, is figure out how we can start to like, I don't know, grow things that do actually help, even though like, yeah, the internet's in a fucking sorry state right now. And there's a lot of bad on here, but it is true nonetheless still that the ability to instantly connect with other people and also find other people is really important. And I want us to be able to find ways to like make the best of that, you know, to actually, you know, I don't know, I guess to learn what techniques and what structures we can do to make it effective, to make people feel better and to make people feel safer and be safer. Is one of the things I want to do, because I do think it's possible. I think the internet's still good for a lot of that, and I know, God knows, I know I've lived in one of the smallest states in the United States, like right up there. Like obviously Wyoming beats us, but Maine is state I grew up in and spent a lot of my life in is pretty fucking lonely in a lot of ways. And the trans people I knew up there were pretty disparate. You know, it wasn't easy to get to build community, so the internet was really fucking important for me. Yeah.
Yeah. Just one moment. I'm getting a link real quick.
Awesome.
Canadians can e-transfer, others can PayPal, or folks can boost music and stream links. So.
All right. Yeah,
okay, I'm gonna
if you wanna
post.
pop those in the site chat. That'd be wonderful.
Yeah, give me a second. Believe that is the correct link. Let me just double check. I should have checked before I posted. That is the incorrect link. Do not follow that one. I'm
Okay,
so
don't
bad.
follow that one. Don't follow that one.
Can you delete that link, please? Thank you.
Yeah, somebody, mod, can you just press purge on that user, and then we'll get the right
Appreciate
link
you.
in?
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
I am
It's okay, it
incompetent at
happens.
my.
You're not
thing.
incompetent. It's over. It happens. You know how many times I've posted the wrong link? Many times.
I am. Listen,
I'm a
okay with.
professional streamer, and I still do it.
Oh, there we go. Found it. Here we go. There we go. And then also music link. Makes a lot of really cool music. I'm kind of hoping to collaborate with Ariana in the future. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Here, let me repost that myself here real quick.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is eclectic
Media.
Bam, bam, bam. There we go. And the DJ one I'll also do. There we go. So if anybody wants to support, there's how you go. All the links seem to be in there.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Give me pay. Hold on. I'm gonna try and get the PayPal link real quick.
Absolutely.
It's coming. It's coming. Typing.
And also, we'll be able to upgrade. We'll be able to update the plugs thread afterwards as well, so people will be able to check after the stream. People who are watching later. Yeah. Just to be clear, for those who don't know who are watching, we have a Is it plug and not plugs? There it is. No, wait. Which one is it? Yeah, plug. We have a thread. If you are watching this after the fact, you can see it on the screen right here, but we have a thread in the Discord for every person's plug. So if anybody who you were listening to here, you want to find out more about them, follow to that thread that's popped up on the screen right now. And there's the PayPal. There you
There's a
go.
PayPal.
Here, I'll spam the PayPal a few times as well. For anybody who wants to help, there's how you can donate directly. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we have sort of hit the end of our little time limit here. And was there anything else you wanted to say before we wrap up here and move on to the next caller?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, no matter how deep a fucking emotional pit you're in, no matter how shit you feel and how out of control your life is, there is always a path forward. Because there was a period of time after I was denied from disability where I thought I was capable of absolutely nothing, where I was just worthless, valueless, and just needed to exist until God took me. Here's the fact of the matter. I am living proof that that is not the case. I was capable of recognizing the fact that I was just in an emotional spiral. I was having a fit of derealization. I was completely depersonalized from everything around me. I was just not grounded at all. I did what I could to try and keep myself grounded, removed X from my site, removed X from my phone and whatever, deleted the account. Do whatever you need to do to keep yourself grounded so that you can gather your energy up to do something meaningful. Whether it's impactful or not, how much of an impact, it doesn't matter. Just do something that means something to you and you feel means something to other people. And that energy just keeps coalescing. It keeps building and building, and you will find meaning in life again. That is possible because I fucking did it in a time when I didn't think it was possible. And I'm a fucking crippled, mentally ill trans person. So like you can just do that. You can just, it's gonna take time, but trust me, it's possible. You can get out of there and feel like you mean something.
And that, by the way, is precisely why community rule number 1, the only rule, the one rule, is do not fucking die. That is precisely why.
Fuck yeah.
Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing so much with us. Keep strong and keep fighting and and I'm so happy to hear you've had a good year. I hope it continues to be amazing and that you're able to go even further.
Oh, it's gonna be fantastic. I'm so ready for the campaign trail. I'm so ready to help out and get some shit done.
Hell yeah. Thank you
Let's go.
so much. Have a wonderful night.
Yep. Adios, friends.
Bye for now. My lovely, lovely imps, if you are here and you have not pressed like on the stream, please press like on the stream. We need as many likes as possible. As you can tell, this has been a truly fantastic night full of wonderful calls, and we have more time to go. But I would like to say, please consider donating. I will be reading all donations at the end of the stream when we do our along the same time that we do our credits. But all of your donations mean the absolute world. It is how I pay my bills, and also it is going to help Alora pay their bills too. So please consider liking the stream and throwing a few bucks. Even a couple of bucks helps a lot. A donation, a subscription, a super chat, whatever. Please consider supporting. We do a lot of work to make sure that we can keep you all entertained and bring wonderful conversations like these to you. All right. We're going to bring on the next caller. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you, thank you. My second time, I was here essentially about exactly a year ago.
Wow. Well, welcome back. Happy to have you. Real quick, before we go any further, can you give your name and your pronouns to the lovely chat so that they can know, and then we can talk about whatever you would like to talk about.
Yes, of course. If you'll just give me a second, my partner is asking me about medication, and I want to be able to answer them.
Yes, go right ahead. Don't worry at all. I will just continue potatoing. I'm playing a video game. I'm not a potato. Brotato is such a goddamn good game. I've played way too much Brotato, and also I'm gonna re-100% again. When I complete this, if I can win as this fucking fisherman. Also, okay, I need you guys to know, my chat, this character that I'm playing right now is the hardest character I've ever played in this game, even harder than the streamer. Previously, the streamer was the most nightmarish character, which true, but this character is so hard. You guys have no idea how much I've been playing this character trying to win. It's been genuine pain. Such a difficult character to play. I've been losing so many times. Last night alone, I played for like 3 hours just trying this character, and I couldn't fucking win. So if I win live on stream, you guys have to celebrate, and you have to give me large sums of money. No, just kidding. You have to celebrate with me, though. You have to. I will need celebration.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Hello, welcome back. I was telling chat about my foibles trying to have victory with the character that I'm playing in this video game that I'm running in the background. It's a game called Brotato. I don't know if you've ever played it, but it's awesome.
I've never played it, but I feel like I've seen it on like some store to buy games.
It's genuinely just so good. I love it so much. It's legendary. It's very simple on its surface, but it's one of those sort of reverse bullet hell games where, you know, enemies run at you and then you are the bullet hell. You shoot lots of bullets and stuff, but it's very, very complicated. And as far as I should say it's very deep, not complicated. It's very simple to understand, but the depth is very, very high, much higher than most other games of its type. And as a result, I've played an ungodly amount of time in this game. It's also very good for like focusing. So it's one of the games that it's hard enough to be engaging, but simple enough that I can do it while talking to other people.
You might like there's this like series of games that's called like Pixel Dungeon, and they have a bunch of variations. It's based on
I feel like Fortnite
NetHack.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Or like, I should say it's like derived very loosely because like NetHack is like, branched out into a million things, and that branched out into a million things. But NetHack was like based on like OG D&D.
Okay.
And another game that was also based on OG D&D. But essentially, the Pixel Dungeon ones are a lot more like they're smoother.
Okay.
They're not as crunchy, but they're still very like detailed. And I will say the one thing is I feel like very probably similar to Brotato. You don't win, or at the very least, you don't win very easily. Like, it is the kind of game where like you expect to
try to get as far as
to
you can
explore.
Or whatever. Yeah. I love that. Oh,
like
I love
they
that stuff.
have an ending, but even then they have like multiple classes you can play and stuff like that. Just kind of, it seems like something you might like. It's usually like the games are usually like on app stores because it's open source software. So
cool. That sounds
anyone
awesome.
can make anyone can make a variation. My father introduced me to NetHack, and I haven't stopped playing since I was 5.
Wow. Okay, that's glowing praise. I've never played NetHack, but that sounds incredibly interesting.
NetHack
Pixel Dungeon sounds interesting.
So crunchy.
That's awesome.
Pixel Dungeon is the perfected NetHack, is what I would call it.
Okay.
Because they have enough variations. So you can pick like some of the versions of the game are like easier. Some of them have more items, and more combinations, like more alchemy, things like that.
That sounds genuinely awesome, and right up my alley. I will have to take a look into this. Thank you for the recommendation. Seriously.
No problem. And name and pronouns. I forgot to do that.
We missed that one. Go ahead. Hit him with the name and pronouns. It's all right. So far, you were just a masked stranger.
So my name is Ren. I'm usually in the site chat as Renophelia, and that's also my name on Discord.
Excellent.
And my pronouns are he, him, they, them.
Excellent. Good ones.
And
a brilliant combination, in fact.
I quite like them myself.
Excellent.
And what I was hoping to talk about today is actually it's something that I feel like it's hard to describe why there are like pertinent details from this like historic event that are like parallels to what's going on right now. Like for me it's very difficult to describe the like one-to-one parallels, but I feel like if I talk about the event it becomes pretty clear very early.
All right.
But essentially I wanted to like maybe educate chat and maybe you on something called Bleeding Kansas.
Ah, yes. I am vaguely familiar. But, so I would love that.
I was raised in Missouri.
All right.
And my partner in Kansas. So, and I was raised essentially in Kansas City, so it's the town right on the line. I grew up 5 minutes from Kansas. So to say it was a part of our curriculum is a bit of an understatement, which is the only reason why I really have any in-depth knowledge. But it is something that I have actually looked into more. And so and if you'd like, Demon Mama, I do have a handful of sources of like papers that from like the Congressional Library from the time that this was going on.
Okay.
Because specifically, if you don't mind me asking, like, what do you know about Bleeding Kansas?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. Civil conflict. I know it was a civil conflict. That's about all I'm going to be able to pull off off the top of my head.
Oh, and you're totally fine. That's probably more than most people, if I'm going to be honest. There are a lot of like people in America who don't even like know about it. Yep. See, the poll seems to be proving that very much.
Yeah.
So Bleeding Kansas was essentially a war that was being done by the Missouri like pro-slavery terrorists is the closest word you could really come to, in Kansas. So when Kansas was a territory, a bunch of pro-abolitionist people, like John Brown, actually, he was like one of the leaders, went and immigrated from the East Coast to Kansas to make it a free state. And when they did that, Missouri, not that Missouri is a very complicated state with its history with slavery, but there are a lot of people within Missouri that were pro-slavery. You know, like, the Missouri government, when the Civil War hit, attempted to aid and abet the South, and nearly, essentially, like, overthrew several different key military points.
Definitely already sounding familiar.
Yeah.
Already,
it was very conspiratorial.
Yeah.
But that, honestly...
It's giving all of the red states signing on with Texas, despite having massive geographic distance, and going, yeah, we support it. We're worried about the border conflict that doesn't affect our state. Yeah, exactly.
But essentially, when Kansas was trying to become a state, they held a vote to see if it was going to be a free state or slave state. And obviously that was creating problems with the federal government because of the Nebraska, oh god, I always forget the two states. Like, it was like the Missouri Compromise and then the, like, Nebraska something compromise. Oh yeah, I'm actually about Fortnite. I'm actually about to talk about the caning of Charles Sumner. That is very much at the center of my thesis.
Awesome. Or not
yes.
awesome. I guess we'll find
not
out.
Not awesome, unfortunately. But essentially, when the Kansas people were trying to vote to be a free state, because it was a free state, the capital at the time was Lawrence, Kansas. Well, that was where they had kind of decided to maybe have the capital, or Topeka. Missourians pretended to be citizens, made a fake capital that had no residents, and attempted to essentially steal an election.
Damn.
There was a series of conflicts that surrounded this because they wound up slaughtering people, essentially. Like, they would come into Kansas and they burned the town of Lawrence near to the ground.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. And so and John Brown got into a bit of trouble essentially for killing a slave catcher, or like 3.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean in the eyes of the federal government.
Yeah.
So there was calls from both sides essentially to get the federal troops to help. And the federal troops came and essentially aided the pro-slavery people.
Of course. Amazing how that works out, right?
Yeah, and actually, by the end of everything, there were 3 different state constitutions that Kansas attempted to pass. The first one was a free state constitution. The second one was the stolen slavery state constitution, like where they had just taken over with guerrilla warfare, essentially. But one of the things that people actually sometimes think might have pushed John Brown to do Harper's Ferry was actually the caning of Charles Sumner. And I do, this is where I have most of my citations.
Okay.
Because there was an entire congressional inquiry into it.
Wow.
See, Charles Sumner was a senator. And he had given an impassioned speech. He was from Massachusetts. He was a pro-abolitionist guy. And he gave an impassioned speech about the need to help the people of Kansas. The need to help this free state actually get to be a free state. Because there were forces actively trying to prevent that. Yeah. And that we needed to send aid. We needed to pass a law. And in this speech, he makes some comments that are referencing, like, according at the very least to the opposition, it was referencing, like, South Carolina specifically and trashing South Carolina's historical value.
Okay.
Now, we do have a copy of that speech. I didn't manage to read through the entire thing, so I can't tell you if that's true, because it's like 50 pages.
Yeah.
But what I can tell you is several days after Charles Sumner gave that speech, while he was sitting down, a South Carolina senator came up to him and started beating him on the floor. Like, this was in the Senate chambers, essentially.
Jesus
like,
Christ.
the guy had just, like, stayed behind and was just writing, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, he was, as Fortnite pointed out, beaten near to death. Even the congressional inquiry was like, this was clearly done in an attempt to grievously wound or kill.
Yeah.
You know, like, this was clearly an attempt to, at the very best, maim, at the worst, you wanted him gone.
Yep.
And they didn't really know what to do because no one had ever done that before. No one had ever committed violence in the halls of Congress before.
Yeah.
And so the question was, like, what to do after. And first off, the entire defense of the South, or sorry, not the South, the entire defense of the minority on the committee to, like, figure out what to do, and, like, essentially it was what you could call the first real congressional, like, inquiry of that type where there was legality of that nature concerned of one of their own members.
Yeah.
Their entire argument was that Congress couldn't prosecute, couldn't, like, go after someone for laws. Like, essentially it created an imbalance of power for one branch to be able to majority rule, dictate how things went. And it was essentially, the entire argument boiled down to, you don't have jurisdiction here.
Yeah.
And
you don't have the authority.
And specifically, is this really a breach of privilege? Because it was that the argument was that it was privilege to be, like, healthy and happy in the United States.
Yeah.
And I believe it was Vines in the comments said that you believe it was that he insulted one of the other senator's brothers. It was a cousin. And if I recall correctly, it wasn't a direct insult per se. It was more a comment on the fact that there are people in the current congressional, like, body that had slaves, and that was not that was immoral, essentially. But it was specifically a cousin and not a brother. I do remember that one.
So he besmirched the honor of the cousin, and by the cousin's code, somebody had to. They had no choice. They simply had to beat him within an inch of his life, is what you're saying.
Yeah. And I mean, the man, like, had to miss crucial roles because of how bad his injuries were.
Yeah.
I mean, he was hit on the head several times, and he couldn't even defend himself. Like, he was seated, and, like, the desks were, you know, essentially, he had to, like, rip his desk up in order to even get up during the attack.
That's
and the cousin actively prevented people from intervening.
Wow.
Yeah, and then there was another guy who's, like, a friend of the guy who was doing the beatings, who was essentially in the other room, and he had known that the guy was going to go confront Sumner.
Uh-huh.
Of course, he didn't ever really say if it was that he knew
well, of
that
course
it
they're
was
never gonna
going to
say
be.
that, yeah. They'll never admit
Yeah. Yeah, but he was in the other room with like quite a few other senators.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like argued that at the very least was obstructing in some manner. But essentially the select committee was in the House instead of the Senate where it had occurred. And sorry, I'm just trying to find the quote here.
Sure, that's fine. No worries. Take your time. You're doing a very great presentation. So it's great, and I appreciate it a lot. It's not often that we get to have a genuine little history lesson.
Thank you. Yes, here it is. It is that the committees have extended to the parties implicated the fullest facilities for taking exculpatory testimony. And essentially, the guy who did the assault was named Mr. Brooks. So Brooks seemingly did not notify Sumner of any of this, because this is in the time where, like, duels weren't necessarily legal, but they weren't gone.
They weren't gone. Hey, they're still not gone in some places. You know that mutual combat is still allowed in a number of American states. I don't know if you knew that.
I mean, no, I didn't. I can
I think I might be wrong here. Don't go and engage in any mutual combat, but I'm pretty sure that Oregon is one of the states where mutual combat is still allowed, which basically means that two people can legally agree to beat the shit out of each other and nobody can arrest them for that. They can just beat the shit out of each other as long as they're not doing it like in a place they're not allowed to be. And as long as, like, I can't remember, there's like specific rules for it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure one of the places is Oregon.
I could believe it.
Yeah. That's, you know, the more you know.
And I found the quote. So this is what was said that made this guy decide to beat Sumner.
All right.
So it was, but before entering upon the argument, I must say something of a general character, particularly in response to what has fallen from senators who have raised themselves to eminence on the floor and championship of human wrongs. I mean the senator from South Carolina, who is Mr. Butler, and the senator from Illinois, a guy named Mr. Douglas, who, though unlike Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, yet like this couple sally forth together in the same adventure. I regret much to miss the elder senator from his seat, but the cause against which he has run a tilt with such activity of animosity demands that the opportunity of exposing him should not be lost, and it is for the cause that I speak. Yes, very old.
It's actually incredible that like such a bazinga ass like fucking burn got somebody so tilted, so fucking mad that they felt they had to beat the shit out of this guy. It's like, oh, how dare he say I'm like Don Quixote? Wah!
I will say, it does get a bit worse.
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it. I don't want to interrupt him while he's cooking. Let him cook.
Oh, yeah. The senator from South Carolina has read many books of chivalry and believes himself a chivalrous knight with sentiments of honor and courage. Of course, he has chosen sentiments of honor, of course he has chosen a mistress to whom he has made his vows, and who, though ugly to others, is always lovely to him. Though polluted in
he burned
the
his
sight
wife.
of the world. Nope, it's not his wife. Of the sight of the world is chaste in his sight. I mean the harlot slavery.
Oh, I see.
For her, his tongue, yes, is always profuse in words. Let her be impeached in character or any proposition made to shut her out from the extension of her wantonness, and no extravagance of manner of bardihood of assertion is then too great for the senator. The frenzy of Don Quixote in behalf of his wench Dulcinea del Toboso is all surpassed. The asserted rights of slavery, which shock equality of all kinds, are cloaked by a fantastic claim of equality. If the slave states cannot enjoy what, in mockery of the great fathers of the Republic, he misnames equality under the Constitution. In other words, the full power in the national territories to compel fellow men to unpaid toil, to separate husband and wife, and to sell little children at auction block, then, sir, the chivalric senator will conduct the state of South Carolina out of the Union. Heroic knight, exalted senator, a second Moses come from a second Exodus. So essentially, he is saying the quiet part out loud because for years, many of the southern states had been threatening to secede.
Yeah. Just calling
It
them
had
out.
often been,
Hell
and
of
it
a
was
call
often more like, if you will, the far right, that were like saying these things for a very long time. But it slowly started to amp up, especially because the South was losing a lot of their economic power. And they were trying to literally bring back, like, one of the suggestions was to bring back the Atlantic slave trade.
Jesus Christ.
In order to resupply and like get more labor and get more cotton and things like that. And so there was this like active push by the slave states to not only continue the atrocity that is like slavery, but in fact to actively create more slavery, and grow it once again.
Can you imagine can you imagine the level of human depravity you have to be on to like go and stand in the halls of the fucking Congress and say, yeah, I think we should bring back the Atlantic slaves trade? You've got to be just rotten to the core of your being, a true monster.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is like they were often still trying to use this idea of like there was this almost split ideology where one side was trying to be a bit nicer about it and trying to pretend like slavery was still like nice, fun, not horrible. But there was a growing movement too of people who were just straight up like, no, they don't deserve the good treatment.
Yep.
They're black because God hates them. This is their punishment.
Yeah.
God wants us to have slaves. And I mean, I'm talking like religious figures.
Of course.
So there were what one might call quite a few different kinds of problems. And the other thing that's important about everything I just read is actually that this quote is being used by the minority representation in the committee as a way to, like, not only paint Sumner's comments as just being a personal attack, but also they call it false. They just straight up say that the entire thing, everything he said, was false. And he also published a pamphlet. But they were like, so he's allowed to publish these falsehoods in this pamphlet that he's distributing to people. You know, and they use that as like the privilege thing.
You're just
because
gonna
they're
let
like,
him post?
Yeah, well, it was essentially like, he is no longer, because like there was some weird rule that was like, you can't be opposed in the, like no one can directly oppose you in the Senate chamber. Essentially, it made it so that like, people, like if you were talking about laws and things that you'd written, people couldn't, like, I guess square up is the closest I've come to being able to fully understand it. And so they were trying to say that because he published these pamphlets along with it, that it no longer was an act in his congressional duties.
So
that because
they're trying to say
made a pamphlet for the mainstream, essentially.
that gave them the right to beat the shit out of him.
more that it gave the House and Senate not the right to go after the guy who did beat him.
That's absurd.
Yes.
Damn, Civil War times were
and
wild.
Yeah, and
it kind of
that,
you know, it kind of
like,
sounds like a lot of stuff going on now. You know, I'm not gonna lie, there are a lot of parallels. I see it.
Yeah, and I remember
Nobody
I
carries
think, like,
canes around
about
anymore,
that.
though.
It's true. And funny enough, about a year ago, when I talked, like, around that time, it actually said that I felt like the Civil War and now were actually more connected. And I eventually I told you I was gonna get to you with an email convincing you. I changed my mind to make it a presentation.
Well, I appreciate your presentation, and we are like sort of at the end of our time at the moment. But I wanted to say thank you. I can see you've activated all of the history enjoyers in chat, and they don't get that very often because I don't do much history. You know, that's not my specialty. But you've activated all of them, and I appreciate that a lot. And I do see exactly what you're talking about. And I think you articulated the parallels well in the way that you presented it.
And
I do read. I
last...
do read. Stop. Stop making fun of me. That's mean.
And the last bit of information I'll give you with is so I accidentally said Butler beat. It was a guy named Brooks who was the cousin, as I said.
Yeah.
There is a town in Florida, Brooksville, named after the assailant.
Oh my God.
There is Brooks County, Georgia, named after the assailant. And there was once, before it became West Virginia, and it was just Virginia, there was even a town called Brooksville. Now that was renamed after West Virginia. And
so,
he was
what you're
not
basically saying
expelled
is
from
that
the house.
there's going to be towns now that are going to be named after J6 people.
Yeah. And he wasn't even expelled from the house.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. A motion to expel failed. And he essentially just resigned on July 15th in order to give his constituents the opportunity to ratify or condemn his conduct. And they voted him back in office.
That's very American, isn't it? That's so American. It's so categorically American.
He died less than a year after that, though, so there's that.
Hey, that's good. If only we get to be so lucky. Well,
and thousands attended his memorial service, despite bad weather.
Well,
that is my final.
Ren, thank you very, very much. Thank you so much for coming on, and thank you for the incredible history download. It was wonderful, and you presented it fantastically and activated all of the history lovers in chat, and that's very awesome. So I want to say thank you so much for calling in, and thank you for sharing all this with us and for educating us all. Thank you so much.
I'll post my sources in the Discord somewhere.
Perfect. That would be amazing.
It was
all
lovely.
Right.
Thank
you. Thank you. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. You too.
Bye for now.
Bye.
All right. So let's see. Hold on. I have to check on something real quick. That was a great conversation. Also, I really am happy that paced out very well. I'm happy that Ren was willing to was willing to give us a bit of a history download because I got to eat some much needed energy. I got to eat some food for much needed energy. My brain is working fantastically. All right, let's take a look here. So real quick, I have to do a quick little check-in here. Okay. So it looks like we're going to do one more call. We're going to do one more caller. Then I'm going to read donos. And then I am going to read our credits. And then we will probably wrap after that. Because I actually have one final dental appointment tomorrow and I need to rest up for that. And I've already streamed an unbelievable amount of time. By the time we're done, it's going to be about a 7.5-hour stream. So we're going to do one more caller. And don't worry, if you didn't get to call in this time, don't worry. We are going to have more call-ins in the future. We have built a structure by which we will be able to do call-ins more frequently. So don't worry, you will get your chance. The caller quality tonight has been, of course, beautiful. And we're going to do more in the future, so don't worry about it. With that said, let's bring in our next caller. Let's bring in the next caller. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, hey. Hey, Demon Mama.
Why, hello. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good. Just, doing the usual.
Doing the usual?
Yep.
Mr. Krabs, it is wonderful to hear from you. Would you mind introducing yourself and giving your pronouns to the lovely chat?
Sure thing. I am Mr. Krabs. Everyone knows me from, DM's. Everyone knows me in DM's website chat. My pronouns are he, him. And as well, I'm in the Discord too, in Demon Cord. Yep.
Based. Mr. Krabs, it is wonderful to hear from you. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. Just, relaxing and stuff.
Relaxing? I hope you've been having a good relax. Have you been enjoying the calls?
Oh, yeah, I've been. Some of them were interesting, especially the one before me was interesting.
Yeah, like the history download. I thought it was great. I was only vaguely familiar with Bleeding Kansas, and now I know a lot more. Our current the vibe in the U.S. right now is not good. So I feel like learning a little bit of Civil War history is never a bad thing, especially when the vibes are this bad.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Krabs, what did you want to talk about tonight?
Well, this is going to be more of a chiller type of topics.
Okay, cool.
More
a chiller.
Yep.
Okay.
Basically, the topic's going to be some consistencies about Kiniko Man.
All right.
One project I'm doing.
Okay.
Basically, and the last thing is just maybe some Sonic or video game stuff. But
okay, cool. All right, so we're doing Kiniko Man, and we're doing that is so fitting. We're doing Kiniko Man. And we're doing some projects, which I would love to hear what type of projects you're working on. And then other video game stuff. All right, so hit us with it.
Right.
Hit us with the Kiniko Man info.
Alrighty, so since I've been sending you all those Kiniko Man clips, people have been asking, is it a real game? Yes, I think it's on a website. I don't know where it's at, but it is a real game.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
Now for some of the characters I introduced.
It's called Muscle Fight, right?
Yep, it is. It's like a fan-made game that was made since for a while, since during when Kiniko Man came back from 2011. The people who created that game decided to add all the characters from the original series, but currently they're adding some of the stuff from the current manga that's going on. So you'll probably see some new characters. A good example was that. I think the first clip I sent you was the Marlin guy.
Mm-hmm.
That guy, basically, he is basically a god in that story.
Damn.
Basically, Kiniko Man 2011 is a 1-year time skip. So they basically decided that, how about we just continue from the original story? Ultimate Muscle, non-canon no more. It's non-canon.
Oh wow.
The characters like Kid Muscle, Terry the Kid. If you watch Ultimate Muscle, it'll make more sense.
Mm-hmm.
They're still canon. It's just the events of Ultimate Muscle never happened because apparently Ultimate Muscle had a time travel arc that will basically contradict everything. Basically, it's like how they're gonna fit this in, like with the current story. So they decided, from now on, Ultimate Muscle is non-canon.
Interesting. That's a hell of a choice.
Yeah, it's like because imagine if you were like reading it currently right now, because how they're gonna fit like the storylines basically. Yeah.
Gotta make sure it all fits.
Yeah.
I remember when the English dub of Ultimate Muscle came out. It was like they were advertising it so fucking hard on basically every channel I used to watch. It was like it was wild. There was an Ultimate Muscle commercial like every fucking I swear it was like every 5 minutes. Oh, I died. God damn it. All right.
It's like basically Ultimate Muscle was popular in the United States because you know how the United States back in the thousands where we liked wrestling and all that shit.
Yeah. Wrestling was huge. Yeah.
Yep. Now, here's some interesting facts about some of the characters you probably saw. So that little guy, you called the little guy the baby man, I think? It was like the little kid or something?
Yeah. Mr. Baby.
Apparently that is Kineko Man's... This is basically Kineko Man, before I get started on that, Kineko Man was originally a comedy series. So, like, how Dragon Ball, like, if you read Dragon Ball, was like a comedy series. You see the parallels between that. Basically, that little baby guy is named Alexander Meat. It's basically like a pun of... Yeah. And he's basically Kineko Man's mentor, which is pretty funny because it's like a grown-ass adult getting trained by a kid. But Meat and Kineko Man's relationship is like an older brother-sibling bond. Basically, they do care for each other. Especially if you read Ultimate Muscle, because in that continuity, Meat is actually like in his 30s because he put himself to sleep in a cryogenic pod. So he
just looks like a baby, but he's actually like much older.
Yes, in the Ultimate Muscle series, but in the original series, he's actually like 10 by the 2011, the current storyline right now, or the current like actual canon stuff. He's actually like 12 because of the 1 year time skip. It gets really confusing. If you
I believe it.
Yep. But basically, in the Ultimate Muscle, the now non-canon stuff, I'll just say right now, when he was put to sleep, all Kineko Man left. In the original series, he becomes King of Muscle Planet. All the other like superheroes left and took care of their kids and all that stuff. And then when you get to Ultimate Muscle, they're old. They can't fight no more. So basically, Kineko Man had to send his own son to basically protect the planet, like the Earth, basically.
Oh my god! So it's they do a next generation type thing, is what you're saying?
Yep. Yeah, basically. And when
always a classic move. JoJo's did that like 12 times.
I mean, true, yeah.
That's kind of the central thing of JoJo's, I guess.
That is true, but basically, like for like Ultimate Muscle, it's like Kid Muscle because they're trying to do not trying to do like a rehash of the original series. They basically make Kid more perverted than his father because his father was perverted, but due to Ultimate Muscle, no one ever knew about this, Ultimate Muscle is a seinen series, so like Berserk was.
Yeah.
So basically, Ultimate Muscle was allowed to show more like sexual content, all that, like dark edgy stuff. Yeah. Basically, and also like another thing about Kid Muscle is that he's a coward, so he's 10 times more of a coward than his dad. Like his dad was a coward, but he had more guts.
Yeah.
But Kid Muscle's more of a strategist, so it made them both different because his dad was a meathead. He was more of a strategist. But anyways, when you get to the episode where he meets Meat, the 4Kids dub messed it up pretty badly because in the English dub, they turn Mike Pollock, the voice actor of Eggman. They assume Meat was an adult, but in the Japanese subs or in the original Japanese episode, he was actually a kid that was just running around in the like sleeping pod.
Oh no! So there's just a mismatch between the dub and the like sub version. Oh, I fucking hate that. There's unfortunately so many shows that do that.
That is true. like they mess up. They especially mess up the Buffalo guy dude. which is also fun fact about Buffalo Man. He's the original. Okay, if you read any Shonen story, he's basically like the Vegeta before Vegeta was,
Okay.
or
So he's the
or
enemy turned friend type guy.
Yep, basically that. Yep.
Awesome. One of
Um,
my favorite archetypes. Okay.
Yep. And before anyone, there's another thing about this. People will assume Dragon Ball, like I think I repeat this, Dragon Ball was the one that started the whole shonen stuff. Yes and no. Yes and no. Basically, it's like a in between. Basically, the parallels, basically the inspiration that like a good example is like Master Roshi from Dragon Ball. The Kamehameha is an example. Basically, the old mentor take care of the student, all that shit.
Yeah.
Basically, there's a character
some
named.
of those things are like storytelling tropes that even pre-exist, like.
Oh yeah.
The format. Yeah.
But that is true, yeah. But there is a similarities between something similar to it. Basically, there's a character named Prince Kamehameha. He's like the Roshi, but not perverted. He's more like the serious master type that teaches Kiniko Man his basic moves during like one of the like story arcs. He plays like a huge role in the story. He dies in one of the story arcs where he basically sacrificed his life, which Kiniko Man is pretty weird. And during the times, you know how like old media can have some, let's just say, ignorance of races and stuff, you know?
Questionable stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Like somebody in chat one time noticed Broken Jr. His aesthetic is Nazi, but he doesn't believe in the Nazi things. It's just back in the day,
he just likes the Nazis for their fashion. I see.
Yeah, he just
hey,
more like
listen,
that. It's
hold on a second. Listen. There are like leather daddies out there who do that. So who are we to judge this Kiniko Man character, okay? If the leather daddies can dress up as Nazis in order to beat their subs into submission, then can we really yell at Ultimate Muscle character or at Kiniko Man characters?
That's a good point. Yeah. Basically, again, I better clarify this. Like, it was back in the time.
Yeah.
Looking at it now, it looks pretty bad, but it's like back then it was just making fun of like different countries, which isn't good, but just like for the time being.
Yeah. Hasn't aged very well, but
yeah,
but it wasn't meant out of malice.
Yeah, it was just more like ignorance. Like basically, it's like they didn't know. Even like Dragon Ball, good example. Like some of the stuff I watched, like there was like I think a filler scene from Dragon Ball where Krillin and it's basically young Goku and Krillin doing like the training arc they're doing. Like Master Roshi tossed a rock with a symbol on it. You have to find it. Krillin tried to cheat, and there's like a caricature of like an old racial stereotype of a black person.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
There are a few of those in Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. Yeah.
Yeah, but luckily it's getting more better. As I noticed in Super. But anything else? Okay. We did the Dragon Ball comparisons. I know there's I think I discovered this on there's another thing I discovered. If anyone sees My Hero Academia, if you don't like it, that's fine. If you're a fan of it, I found an interesting thing in the manga. And one of the spin-off in basically a prequel manga of My Hero Academia. The creator is inspired by Kiniko Man. There was a reference to like the Muscle Spark in that series. And I was like, wait, it's not from Kiniko Man. I looked at it, I'm like, I didn't know the creator was a fan of this. Huh. Then apparently it pretty is. But I found out it wasn't just him, it was also the creator of Fullmetal Alchemist. She's said many times in an interview that she was a fan of Kiniko Man when she was a kid.
That's so cool.
But
I
also
love Fullmetal Alchemist. I have a little statue of Colonel Mustang right over next to my desk.
Oh hell yeah!
I have a Silent.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
I have a book, the art book of Fullmetal Alchemist, and a figure of it's like a action figure of Alphonse from Fullmetal Alchemist too. It's like
that's awesome.
Yep, it's like the movable ones I get, more like the more better types than just like what we get, but
Yeah, not just a statue or whatever.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Now, hell yeah. Now for one last Kinetic Man thing into the project.
All right.
Because, all right, there's like make it two quick things.
Okay.
For Japan, there is a book called Muscle Gallery. It's basically a gallery of the old like art stuff they have, and it basically shows off the art style from the 70s. Excuse me.
Oh, that's all right.
Basically their old gallery from 1979 to 1987. Which, fun fact, Kinetic Man was airing when Dragon Ball first was airing, so.
Ooh, shared screen time, huh?
Yep, shared screen time, but also, currently, if anyone is interested, a new Kinetic Man anime has been announced.
Oh.
And the interesting part is
still
that,
working. That's awesome.
Yep, because again with the manga, like the 2011 manga going on, they also brought in some of the old members, but one of the old members is playing like two legacy characters, and they brought in a new voice actor to take place to voice Kinetic Man.
Wow.
And this is a quick fun fact: the old voice actor that used to voice Kinetic Man also voiced the main character in the Fist of the North Star.
Holy shit! A true OG.
Yep, he was the one that voiced Hindro and Fist of the North Star in the original Japanese sub.
These days, I guess Fist of the North Star doesn't get talked about as much as like Dragon Ball Z and Berserk, but holy shit, is that a fucking influential manga, an anime?
It is.
Incredible.
Oh, it is. Like, yep. Without it, we wouldn't have we wouldn't have JoJo with that too, because yeah, or like basically what we have.
Which is what I've been watching lately is JoJo's. I've been watching that with my partners.
Yeah,
it's been fucking awesome. I really love JoJo's. It's so
JoJo's
good.
JoJo's a bizarre adventure. I'm gonna make a hot take, but Kinetic Man make JoJo look normal because if you read the manga, it's basically a comedy, and there's just a lot of comedy skits in the first arc of Kinetic Man.
Oh, so okay. Well, I mean, I will say, even just watching the muscle fight stuff, like, there's some pretty wild and wacky characters in here. So I believe you. You know what? I believe you. I believe you that it makes JoJo's look tame. I could buy that. I could buy that.
Yep. Yep. Basically. Alrighty. Now for the project I'm doing.
All right. Let's hear your project.
So basically, the project I'm doing, it's mostly just a fanfic I'm doing. Basically, a series I'm doing.
Okay. All right.
Been planning this out since I was in middle school.
Damn.
And then,
long-term project.
Yep. It was like a link. Yep. Because I was just like, you know what? Maybe I'll write something in the future. Then been building up to my high school phase, to my chud phase when I used to be a chud, to now.
Well, I'm glad you're not a chud anymore.
Yeah.
You'll be a better writer for it too.
Oh, definitely. I wasn't always a chud back in the day. I just accidentally fell in the alt-right pipeline by mistake, but I managed to get out by Xander Hall's videos when he was first starting.
That's awesome.
Yep. But anyways, now for the project. Basically, I came up with this. Since I like, the stuff I like TV shows and anime, all that shit, I decided to construct something like this. You know how JoJo Bizarre Adventure does different characters from different generations of the characters? You have who was the first character of part 1? I keep forgetting his name.
The first one is Jonathan Joestar, right?
Yep. Yep.
And
just
then
like that.
Joseph, and then Jotaro.
Jotaro, then Josuke, then to Juno,
and then Jolene.
Giorno,
right?
Jolene. Yep, basically like that. And I decided, you know what? Why not do that as a premise? You follow these characters from a certain generation, character arc completed, go to the next one. Basically like that. The premise of my series is basically this. Basically influenced by Dragon Ball, the timeline is not based on our timeline. It might have it's based on sort of our timeline, but now but there's no mention of World War II. All this shit. This is all made up. Basically,
so you're doing kind of like the Fear and Hunger thing, where it's like there's like slightly similar regions, but the years are all messed up, and it's like, you know,
sort of, yeah.
You can identify like parallels, but it's not actually in our time.
Yeah,
yeah.
Basically, yeah. Even One Piece does this. It's like One Piece takes place in kind of like how Dragon Ball is like 700 something for Dragon Ball is basically just like made up.
Yeah.
But the aesthetic for like the 80s to 90s and 2000s basically like that. Basically, the series for me, is basically this. You're following the characters who are dressed up in the 90s, basically their 90s, like, you know, references like, you know, the 90s stuff back in the day. But also, they're a diverse group of characters. You have a porcupine man, you have a fox lady, you have a moose guy, you have a human. All four of them are your main characters. And they're basically, you're going to follow the entire series, basically called Generation Zero. Okay. This is where the story starts. The story is about when they were young kids, their island was destroyed by a fascist government that basically now it's connected to the main character's father. But that's going to be a long stretch because that's another project I'm going to do after
you
I
said
get
this was a fan piece. Is it based off of Kinnikuman or is it based off of something else?
It's based on everything, really. It's based on
okay.
Really everything. I do have
so wait, so it sounds much more like you're doing an original piece that's inspired by these.
True, but I do have characters from shows and everything I like.
Okay.
I just
all right.
I'll find a way
like a multiverse kind of mashup type thing.
Yeah, sort of, but
all right, cool.
In my own, basically like my own continuity, but keep true to the character traits and stuff.
Okay, I see what you're doing. Yep.
Yeah. Basically, the four main characters, when they were kids, loses their home, and when they age up around the age of 17, they go venture off, kind of like how One Piece is, but different.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the premise is that they go to different continents, islands, and basically recruit new members to join the revolution. But also, it isn't just that. There is some character development moments with some of the characters. Like you have the porcupine. Yep. Basically, like the porcupine dude I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
I try to do something different. You know, you have Yusuke, or Yosuke. I decided to use a Y and call him Yosuke. He's your he's basically your intelligent. Basically, he's your brute, but to flip that trope on his head, he's very intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
He's, in my premise, I view him as more like a socialist type of character, a more progressive type of character.
Idealistic is what you're saying.
Idealistic, basically. Yep.
Yeah.
But also, he suffers from a form of depression. We know depression could be sadness. We usually see in every media. But what if it's anger? You never see that before.
Yeah, I mean, for some people, a depression can sort of manifest in sort of bursts of anger, because if you find yourself, like, people can go in waves. I mean, it's usually like that. People, I guess in some cases that would be kind of diagnosed differently. But yeah, I think for a lot of people, like, there's a lot of anger involved in the process. Like, you feel down and sad, and you can get angry about that. I think that's totally viable.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but also to make it more interesting, the reason why he's angry is because of toxic masculinity. Because originally in his backstories, he was a scared little kid. He was picked on, and his father would always tell him that no matter what these kids do to you, stand up for yourself, but also express your emotions too. If you feel sad, don't feel bad about it.
Yeah.
Always should show your emotions. If you're crying, it's okay. If you feel anger, that's okay. If you're happy, you're okay. It doesn't make you weak, or it doesn't make you weaker. You're still a man regardless. But sadly, his father was killed off by Ronin, which is also like his other goal, but that's just another thing. So basically, his mom and him escaped to another island, and this is where the commentary of toxic masculinity happens. They meet his stepdad. He's a piece of shit. Like, I'm not gonna like cookie code this. He's a piece of shit.
Okay.
He basically plays off, like the nice guy, like how like all these nice, like these like abusive piece of shits, you know, that would like play off nice. But when you slowly see,
when no one's looking, you know, they got a different
yeah,
face. Yeah, exactly.
basically like that. His stepfather took them in, but when the cracks started to form, they realized he wasn't a great person. He was always an alcoholic drunk, gambled their money away, and always beat him and his mom. Also, content warning. I should have put a content warning. Content warning.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
It's
content
all right.
warning.
The final version you can put it in.
Yeah.
We're in the
Basically-
what? It's almost 11 o'clock. That's the time when you can look. The content warnings are a little less predictable. All right,
okay,
everybody.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so basically that stuff is happening, and for him, the abusive stepfather tells him, "You don't." Because again, I forgot to mention this. My series is basically a shonen series, so I'm not gonna do like any f bombs, unless it's like Soul Eater, which got away with it. But anyways, the stepfather tells him that you're not man enough. Don't talk when you speak. Don't do all this shit. Until like one night when Yosuke tried to stand up for himself, basically the character design I came up with is like we don't usually see a lot of blind characters in the beginning, so his abusive stepfather breaks a bottle of glass as Yosuke tries to fight him, only get his eye slashed, and he basically becomes blind on his left eye or right eye. I don't know which eye. And thus, as this is going on, as like this abuse is going on, Yosuke's like anger gets built up more and more and more, but he's trying to suppress it, which leads to him having a power up, but also a curse. Like it's like a basically making a deal with the devil, basically, or a devil situation. When he finally powers up in like this one scene, he loses his happiness, he loses his sadness, he loses basically half of his emotions.
Yeah.
All he can feel is like just anger. That's all he can feel. But he's also a smart kid. He doesn't want to get, want to get snappy with other people, so he basically tries to isolate himself until.
I mean, it seems like that would provide for a pretty incredible like arc to to have somebody work through that type of stuff.
Oh yeah, and it's especially like when he meets the actual main character, the moose guy. I call him Takio. Originally, he isolated himself from him because he doesn't feel like he deserves a friend. But the more and more the more the main character keeps trying to like check on him or like say hi to him, eventually his cracks start to show and they become best friends through all like the entire series.
That sounds awesome.
Yep. And the spoilers, he does get his emotions back, but the way he does it is interesting.
Well, yeah, you don't want to tell everybody everything. You got to let them read it someday, maybe.
True.
I did say it was a personal project, but hey, maybe someday you'll share it with other people too. I'm more
That's
than
true,
just
yeah.
this, I mean.
Yep.
Well, let me check on our time real quick. I just got to make sure. Okay, wait, hold on. I don't know if anybody said anything. Hold on, let's see. Okay, we still have a little more time, so we can go a little longer. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a.
No problem.
A little bit of a
heads up.
Preview. Yeah, heads up.
Yeah. No problem. Basically, I'm gonna give everyone an extra treat just for this once. Like
an extra treat.
Basically, I'm doing an arc that involves. Like everyone likes tournament arcs. Basically, if everyone watches,
they're fucking classic.
They're classic, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
This arc it's basically it's hard to explain, but basically, this arc is not original. I just call it the Devil's Arena. Okay. But what makes the arc interesting is that the captain is in a depressive state after some shenanigans happen. That's not in the beginning of the story when the arc starts. It's just somewhere in the middle, like somewhere in the rising action, way further in the rising action. They lose a valuable friend, and the main character is depressed. He feels worried that if his crew members are killed, it's all his fault. He couldn't save his childhood friend. What's the point of just being a captain anyways?
Yeah.
And slowly, his depression creeps and creeps, even to his fight. But there is some hope. There's that tiny spark of hope that's still inside of him, but he doesn't realize it. And when his fight is about to end, when he's like down into the ground, beaten, bloodied up, as the king is walking away, about to, basically say he won, that spark of hope finally comes. In the most like shonen thing ever. This is basically the most shonen thing I ever came up with in my head. His friends, all his friends that were beaten from the previous fights, escaped from the hospital, still injured, and basically raised their arm up, and one of them, his main best friend Yosuke, has the red armband, or basically white arm. I don't know what's the character. Their best friend's headband, basically.
Yeah.
Right in the air as it blows, as a symbol, as their best friend's vision of defeating the king never dies. He wants, and basically the most passionate speech ever, Yosuke tells the captain that no matter how much. Okay. Ooh, I'm sorry, I'm getting pumped about this. It's one of the most passionate things I ever said, but no matter, even if our best friend is dead, his spirit still lives on to this day. Don't let this. I'm not gonna say. Maybe okay. Don't let this bastard tell you that you're a failure.
Yeah, I think you can say bastard. I think you can say bastard even in. You said it was going to be a shonen,
prick,
right? Yeah, you can get away with a bastard or two for sure.
True. Yeah, bastard. I'm fine with that. Like bastard or like shit, ass, and all that stuff. It's fine.
Yeah, you can't get the big F bombs. Those are the ones that they get harsh on.
Yeah, it's like if it's like more like it's kind of weird with that, but yeah, basically, Yosuke tells them that no matter how much pain they're in, they will still survive together as a found family. And basically, it's just it's just fighting all that bullshit. But basically, what makes the arc extra interesting is that
those are the
Demon
shonen
King
power moments right there. Okay, though.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Basically, the Demon King was once a good person. And his flashback, I'm not trying to say what he does is good because he's a terrible piece of shit in the present.
Yeah.
But in the past,
he became one. Yeah.
Yeah, he became one. Basically, he became the king from like election, like basically like democratic election, and basically, he decided to try to fix everything he can until like the stress, the fatigue, the worriness, him trying to like help the public got to him basically, and then he decided, oh no, not yet. Oh no, he doesn't break yet. He basically decided, okay, maybe I can get some money from the world government. That wouldn't hurt. And when he does, all that money starts to corrupt him slowly by slowly, and he becomes the previous king was a piece of shit, and he becomes what he hates the most, leading into the most creepiest thing I ever came up with him on his character design. He basically smiles. He doesn't show any other emotions, just smiles. He can still talk and everything.
That reminds me of a character from Berserk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically like that.
That's cool.
And the reason.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing so much of your stuff with us. Like this sounds fucking awesome. It sounds like you put a lot of love into it.
Oh, no problem. I'm just gonna say, the reason why he smiles is that he doesn't want to feel guilty or let people find out that he murdered his own queen and blames it on his son. That's what makes it more creepy. He just keeps a hush hush to his son.
It's purely a facade, a literal literally a mask.
Basically, yep.
Damn. Well, we are just about out of time now, but I wanted to say thank you again for sharing your story with us, and also I wanted to recommend. Well, I'm sure you might have seen it. It's called. There's a series that I imagine you may have seen it already, but have you ever seen Dororo?
Oh yeah,
Dororo?
I heard. Yeah,
it's really good.
Dororo.
And I think there's 2 TV series. And I watched, which is the one that I watched? I watched I think it was the 2019 one that I watched with. I watched a good chunk of it with my partner Fawn, and I have a feeling you'd really like it if you haven't seen it.
Oh yeah, like I do have the
Dororo is
manga.
so good. It's I feel like you'd like it.
Oh, I do. I did read the manga, but I know a few series I can recommend. I know Hunter x Hunter is on the list. I think
Yeah,
I
I got
recommend.
Hunter x Hunter on the list. I got Hunter x Hunter on the list, and I've got Demon Hunter on the list too.
Oh, Demon Hunters. I never
Yeah.
seen that one. Let's see. There's like two more I should recommend.
All right.
Yu Yu Hakusho. It's a good one.
I watched a ton of Yu Yu Hakusho when I was younger. I haven't seen it in forever though.
Oh, you should again. Like
Yeah, I should watch it again sometime. It's good.
It's like it is. It's Tagashi's old work, so you'll probably see him progress into like. If you start watching it again, you'll see the progression to like Hunter x Hunter. It'll amaze you. And another quick fun fact: the Dark Tournament of Yu Yu Hakusho, Tagashi had an interview with like somebody, and he said, "What was the inspiration for this tournament?" The inspiration was from, of course, Kinnikuman Man. It was the fight.
Damn it! All roads lead back to Kinnikuman Man, huh?
Yep, it does. Like because he told the interviewer, the fight that inspired him was basically the fight between Toguro and Yusuke was Buffalo Man and Kinnikuman Man for a lot of reasons. How dark it got, like for Kinnikuman Man standards, it got dark with the mention of Satan and shit.
Yeah.
Not into like too much satanic shit, but yeah.
Well, thank you for the recommendation. I will probably watch Yu Yu Hakusho again sometime. I liked it a lot when I was younger. I watched quite a lot of it. But I guess we got to call it now. I got to wrap up and send everybody home. But thank you so much for coming on, and I hope you have a really good night.
Oh, no problem. It's always here. It's always fun here, you know.
All right. Well, Mr. Krabs, have a wonderful night, and we'll hopefully talk again in the future.
You too.
Bye for now.
Bye.
All right. We did it, everybody. I'm going to read donations real quick, and then I'm going to read the credits. Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Pan, how are you?
I'm good. I just came in here to just sign off and thank you everyone for coming. Alora cannot be here at the moment, but
fair enough.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you and everyone. I'm going to go through the whole credits and give everybody all their credit, but thank you so much for all your help today, and thank you for carrying us through to the end of the show.
No problem. You have a good night. Chat, have a good night. Don't do dumb stuff. Go to sleep if you can.
Bye for now. Thank you.
Bye for now.
All right, everybody. Real quick. Donos. Nerodia with the 10 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Nerodia says, hype bathroom song. Incredible. Opaisa with the $15. Thanks for all the excellent streams lately. Free Palestine. Free Palestine indeed. Thank you for supporting the show. Thank you for watching. Bizadoo with the tier 3 sub. I spit on the whiteness of my name and shine it until it is no longer white. Woo! Much better. Good. Get rid of that white name. Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Pam Urine with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Silver GameCube with the $20. Thank you very, very much. Rusty Shackelford with the tier 3 sub. Thank you so very much. Now for the YouTube donations. All right, hold on. Let me bring up the YouTube donation thing real quick here. Oh God, why does it always do that? Dashboard, there we go. Getting the YouTube donations has always got to be so... Listen. Screechy Tire with the $5 super chat. Screechy Tire says, I don't know if you're still doing stickers, but can we get a Holy Mac Jesus Fish or Hail DM bumper sticker? I want to spread the gospel of Mama. That sounds like an awesome idea. If we do stickers, we're going to have a ton of variety. You will be able to spread the gospel. Indeed. Thank you so much. Marina with the $5. Thank you so very much. Mithril with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs on YouTube. Thank you so very much. And Michael Romano, thank you for renewing as a Chonky Imp on YouTube. Yuri, joining as a Chonky Imp on YouTube. Barbara Worstway-Mason. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Barbara Worstway-Mason. Thank you so much for joining as a Chonky Imp. And something else, thank you for joining as a Chonky Imp. And, oh, and I missed one. Also, Dino Joe, thank you so much for renewing as a Chonky Imp on YouTube. Mithril with the $12 super chat, just a tenner for being great. Thank you. And also Louis Boy with the $1 super chat. Here's a little tip for my favorite streamer. Sorry, Vosh. You fucking know it. Happy to be your favorite streamer. And that is all of our donos for the night. That is all of our donos for the night. You'll get an update on the merch when we make progress. I promise we're gonna do it. I know it's been running a little late. It's been a bit crazy, but don't worry, we're gonna get there. Now I have to read the credits for the night, and then I'll send us all off. Credits for the night. Obviously, the on-air talent is myself, Demon Mama. Obviously, you can see me. You know who I am. The signal texts for tonight were Alora, Hellish Trans Girl, Pan, and Windleby. Thank you, all four of you, for all of your help. You made tonight possible. The signal texts are all of the behind the scenes. They're the magical little fairies and gnomes and goblins that make everything function in the back end. And I want to thank you all so much for that. Coordinator, also known as our Signal Night producer, Alora, the backup coordinator, Hellish Trans Girl. And thank you to every single one of our callers. Suris, Riverboat Jack, Lucy Haze, Retcon404, Riley Kilo, Calliope, epicninjiali, Stryx Pulsatrix, Ren, and Mr. Krabs. Thank you so very much for calling in tonight and making this a very special Signal Night, the last Signal Night of Impmas. Oh, I will YouTube raid out, actually. That would be awesome. Let me see if I can do that. Hold on, wait. How do I do... Hold on. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a redirect. I gotta go. I can do the redirect. I will redirect to RiverboatJack for sure. Let me just pick the redirect. Here we go. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. There it is. We are going to redirect to RiverboatJack. I want to thank you all for supporting me. I want to thank you all for being here with me through a really, really cool Signal Night and for a wonderful Impmas. And what a success it's been. We went for 7.5 hours. That is the third. We did 2 8+ hour streams and 1 7.5 hour stream in the last 6 days, 5 days, 6 days, which is pretty incredible. But I have a lot more coming your way. I have so much stuff that we have to talk about. We've been packed for stuff to talk about. So keep your eyes peeled. I'll be back in a couple of days after getting a little bit of rest. And we got a lot of fun in front of us. Plus, more Dark Souls 2, which is always amazing. Thank you all for being my imps. And remember, do not fucking die. I'll see you all very, 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 very soon. Bye for now.